Chapter 3572, Chapter 646, Divine Body of Legends. Chapter 646, Divine Body of Legends. I didn't think I would get another chance to create a superior divine body. The 5 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal were really well spent. After calming his emotions, Shi Feng started to carefully analyze the new information in his brain. There were many different ways to construct a divine body, so even though he had experience constructing a superior divine body, he couldn't treat the matter with light regard. Meanwhile, from what he gathered after briefly looking through the information he received, the guidance provided by the primordial chaos body was most certainly different from the guidance he received from the primordial god legacy in his previous life. For starters, the primordial god legacy in his previous life had provided him with step-by-step instructions on how to construct a specific superior divine body. All he needed to do was meet all the target requirements, and he would have himself a superior divine body. On the other hand, the primordial chaos body only provided him with a general method of creating a divine body. He would still need to complete the vital sections by himself. As for what kind of divine body he could create, it would depend on the world laws he had mastered. According to the primordial chaos body's legacy, the more world laws he mastered, the stronger his divine body would be. He could even construct a superior divine body if he had mastered a sufficient number of world laws. Of course, before aiming to construct a superior divine body, he would first need to deal with a basic portion of the primordial chaos body's divine body construction method, which would not be easy. When he created his superior divine body in his previous life, including the core magic arrays, he had to engrave over 1,000 Grandmaster magic arrays and manipulate them simultaneously. However, compared to the primordial god legacy's method of creating superior divine bodies, the primordial chaos body's method was even more astonishing. After glancing at the information provided by the primordial chaos body, he found that he needed to construct over 1,900 Grandmaster magic arrays just for his divine body's core. On top of that, he also had to construct some additional Grandmaster magic arrays at vital nodes situated across the divine body, and these nodal magic arrays numbered roughly 1/10 of the core magic arrays. After factoring in both types of magic arrays, he would need to construct over 2,000 Grandmaster magic arrays. Even at a rough estimate, the superior divine body construction method provided by the primordial chaos body was at least twice as complex as the step-by-step method he obtained from the primordial god legacy in his previous life. As if that wasn't enough, he also had to thoroughly research the magic arrays suggested by the primordial chaos body. Otherwise, he would not be able to merge the world laws he had mastered with his divine body and construct the nodal magic arrays. 1 hour, 10 hours, 30 hours. It was not until the evening of the next day that Shi Feng withdrew from his mind. Sure enough, constructing a superior divine body of my own isn't going to be an easy task. If I wasn't already a great Grandmaster magician, the 7 Luminaries crystals I spent would have been for nothing. Shi Feng inwardly celebrated as he looked at the complete divine body magic array in his mind. The process of researching the 1,900-plus Grandmaster magic arrays wasn't particularly difficult. Any Grandmaster magician could do it with enough time. What made the process challenging was having the insight to tell that these Grandmaster magic arrays involved every basic world law in existence. Indeed, every basic world law in existence. The intricacy of the 1,900-plus Grandmaster magic arrays was simply unbelievable. It was common knowledge that when players constructed a divine body, it would be as if they were creating a miniature world within themselves. However, this miniature world would be an incredibly broken one, and it only existed to enable players to execute law projection. This was because the divine body players created only involved a small portion of the basic world laws that existed. It was also the same case with the superior divine body that Shi Feng had created in his previous life. However, when Shi Feng constructed the primordial chaos body's divine body magic array, he felt he was constructing a god's domain with complete basic laws. It was simply incredible. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the divine body template provided by the primordial chaos body was the most perfect divine body in existence. It did not require any additional magic arrays at all. So long as he used this divine body magic array to construct an ordinary divine body, its rank would definitely exceed the legendary rank. In fact, he might not even need to achieve a 90% completion rate to exceed the legendary rank. In that case, completing the 100 Refinement Mana Body quest would be a piece of cake. As for constructing a superior divine body, that was also simple. So long as he merged an advanced law he had fully mastered with the divine body magic array, he would have himself a superior divine body. In his previous life, he was able to construct a superior divine body because of the law of destruction he had mastered. Or rather, the primordial god, Legacy's superior divine body was created based on the law of destruction. Thus, he would be able to construct the superior divine body so long as he mastered the law of destruction. The same was also true now. So long as he converted the law of destruction into the required nodal magic arrays and merged them with the divine body magic array, he would be able to immediately reclaim his previous life's achievements. However, as a great Grand Master Magician, Shi Feng was also aware that he would be wasting the primordial chaos body if he did that. Unlike the primordial god Legacy's divine body magic array, the primordial chaos body's divine body magic array was fully capable of adopting multiple advanced laws. Meanwhile, the more advanced laws he merged into the magic array, the more world power he could influence when he got promoted to Tier 6. Now that I have mastered all the foundational magic arrays, I should try merging the law of destruction and law of space with them. Hopefully I have enough resources to fund my attempts. When Shi Feng looked at the 7 luminaries crystals in his bag, he couldn't help but lose confidence. Although he wasn't looking to construct a divine body right away, if he wanted to operate the divine body magic array supplied by the primordial chaos body normally, he would need to supply it with 7 luminaries crystals. Or more specifically, every time he attempted to merge the nodal magic arrays, he would need to spend 7 luminaries crystal to see if the divine body magic array could operate normally. While such experiments might not cost as much as it did to construct a divine body, each attempt would still require 50,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Normally, when a Grandmaster Magician was looking to develop a new Grandmaster magic array, they were unlikely to succeed without making a few thousand attempts. Even great Grandmaster Magicians would need at least several hundred attempts. Aside from the 10 million units of 7 luminaries crystal needed to fund Fervent Samsara's and Heavy Abyss's opportunity to experience the primordial chaos body, Shi Feng only had a little more than 35 million units of 7 luminaries crystal remaining. Among them, he would have to save about 10 to 20 million units to fund the Tier 6 promotion of guild members. So all in all, he didn't really have a lot of 7 luminaries crystals to waste. However, Shi Feng didn't hesitate to proceed with his experiments. Right now, constructing a superior divine body was of the utmost importance. Everything else was secondary. Even if he ended up wasting all of his 7 luminaries crystals, he simply needed to obtain more. Following this, Shi Feng used an Eternal God crystal and, under the Medium World Fragment's assistance, started converting the Law of Destruction and Law of Space into Grandmaster Magic Arans to merge with the Divine Body Magic Array. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. On the 3rd day after the Medium World Fragment was activated, quite a few people in the secret room started to joyfully prepare for their Tier 6 promotion. Shi Feng, though, remained seated in his corner. Another failure, Shi Feng felt as if he had gotten ahead of himself when he looked at the divine body magic array that had refused to operate normally even once. He had gone through hundreds of attempts in the past 2 days, expending over 20 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. However, not once did he manage to get the divine body magic array to operate normally. In other words, he couldn't settle for a defective product even if he wanted to. The difficulty of converting 2 advanced laws into magic arrays was far greater than he initially anticipated. Fortunately, as if the main god system had decided to take pity on him, on the next nodal magic array arrangement he tried, the moment he finished drawing the last magic array using the mana of the 7 luminaries crystals, the divine body magic array lit up brightly. It was a scene that had never occurred before in his past several hundred attempts, and it was evident that the divine body magic array could function normally already. TL notes. The primordial god legacy mentioned here is referring to the legacy guidance that Shi Feng had received via the ancient god's eye in the main story. However, as I have previously mentioned, the author never really offered much clarification in the main story, so I ended up assuming that ancient god, Shangku Shenling, and primordial god Gu Shen were the same thing. So, the ancient god's eye should actually be primordial god's eye instead, and the legacy guidance received from it is considered a primordial god legacy. Chapter 3573, Chapter 647, Challenging the Tier 6 Promotion. Chapter 647, Challenging the Tier 6 Promotion. Did I get it right this time? Shi Feng grew ecstatic when he saw the magic arrays on the magic array scroll lightening up. Currently, excluding the 10 million units he had to save, he had less than 15 million units of 7 Luminaries crystals left to spend. However, if he continued with his experiments, Zero Wing might start to have trouble funding his members' Tier 6 promotion. There were many fifth-floor experts in the current Zero Wing, and the guild's total member count even exceeded 100,000. However, unlike other guilds, because Zero Wing's sphere of activity in the Eternal Realm was limited to the Crystal City of Secrets, it had a very limited income of 7 Luminaries crystals. If he were to spend all of Zero Wing's 7 Luminaries crystals, the guild would have difficulties producing Tier 6 players in the foreseeable future. Fortunately, he had finally achieved success, with over 14 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal remaining. Zero Wing should have no trouble affording its members Tier 6 promotion. Just when Shi Feng was about to officially begin constructing his divine body, Hidden Soul suddenly approached him. "You're finally done with your work, guild leader," Hidden Soul hurriedly said when she saw that Shi Feng had finally stopped drawing on magic array scrolls. "Had you continued working any longer, I might have had to interrupt you. Everyone had been focused on improving their mastery of the magic elements in the past 2 days, and because everyone's method of going about doing so was different. Hidden Soul did not dare to disturb Shi Feng for fear of interrupting him at a critical moment and ruining all of his progress. "Did something happen?" Shi Feng asked when he saw the mix of joy and anxiety on Hidden Soul's face. "Yes." After taking a deep breath, Hidden Soul explained, "Some time ago, Mu Huangwu messaged us saying that Azure Shadow's group has successfully passed Nightwatch City's test. They even monopolized the top 10 positions. But as a result, they became a hot topic in Nightwatch City, and quite a few powers have started to look into this situation. Mu Huangwu estimates that it won't be long before those powers find out about Zero Wing's involvement. So they've begun investigating already?" Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised by this piece of news. Smiling, he said, "Tell Mu Huangwu that he can leak some information. Just say that Zero Wing has sold some secret treasures to the Green God Corporation and allowed Azure Shadow's group to receive a huge boost in strength. Of course, make sure to do this covertly. Azure Shadow's group had experienced meteoric improvements during their training in Zero Wing. It was especially so after they received the advanced bronze mana purification technique. Although they weren't fully equipped with legendary items, they were already close to rivaling Tier 6 gods. And if they were to fight against the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers' Tier 6 paragons, even if they were inferior to those paragons by 1 rank in combat standards, so long as those paragons hadn't learned a mana purification technique yet, they could achieve victory handily. Fortunately, due to the nature of secret treasures improving players' mana protection, they could be used as a cover to explain the abnormal mana strength of Azure Shadow and the others. As for the matter of Nightwatch City's various powers showing interest in this matter, it was something Shi Feng had long anticipated. It was also something he had hoped would happen. It hadn't been long since Zero Wing had established itself in Star Lake City, so the guild was in urgent need of various resources and star coins. While Zero Wing could easily acquire these things if it sold its secret treasures to the Eternal Realm's various powers, Zero Wing would be funding its competition if it did that. It might be fine to sell a small portion, but if the numbers grew too large, Zero Wing's advantage in the Eternal Realm would diminish significantly. However, it would be a different story if Zero Wing sold its secret treasures to Star Lake City's neighboring cities. Most of the powers based in these neighboring cities didn't have any presence in the Eternal Realm, so it wouldn't affect Zero Wing's influence to sell secret treasures to these powers. Moreover, if Zero Wing were to sell its secret treasures through the miniature ancient world, it could sell its secret treasures at a high price and avoid getting heavily taxed by trading via the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention, Zero Wing could use these transactions to apply pressure on Silverfrost City, killing two birds with one stone. I'll notify Elder Mu, Hidden Soul said, nodding. Also, one more thing. The Skylight Association has officially moved into the Crystal City yesterday, and it has recruited 5 upper-ranking hegemonic powers and 23 of the city's top 30 adventurer teams. Right now, it should have over 300 fifth-floor experts and over 300,000 members under its command. Vice Commander Keelan has advised us to be careful and said that we should avoid the World Ark for the time being. What an extravagant move. Shi Feng was a little surprised to hear Hidden Soul's report on the Skylight Association. Although he had long known that the Skylight Association was wealthy, he didn't think it would be to such an extent. Setting aside the 5 upper-ranking hegemonic powers, just recruiting 23 of the city's top 30 adventurer teams was a challenging task. After all, even when Zero Wing had offered these adventurer teams the opportunity to get their hands on mana purification techniques, none of them had taken the bait. The fact that these adventurer teams had agreed to join the Skylight Association must mean that Skylight had offered them a much more irresistible offer. The World Ark's resurrection camps are activating soon, Guild Leader. Should we go or not? Hidden Soul asked. She was aware of the conflict between Zero Wing and the Skylight Association. Now that the Skylight Association had recruited many experts in the Crystal City, if Zero Wing were to head to the World Ark to develop, a direct confrontation with the Skylight Association would be inevitable. Of course we're going. Why wouldn't we? Shi Feng said, chuckling. The resurrection camps are crucial for development at the World Ark. If we miss this chance, it'll be difficult for us to catch up in the future. Now that some of our people have already started their Tier 6 promotion, wouldn't it be a waste not to compete? If that's the case, I'll go and get ready, Hidden Soul said, deciding to challenge her Tier 6 promotion right away. Currently, she had already mastered 2 basic laws thanks to the Medium World Fragment's help. Originally, she had planned to master a 3rd basic law before challenging her Tier 6 promotion. That way, she could construct an epic divine body with 100% certainty. But for the sake of the World Ark, she decided not to delay her Tier 6 promotion any longer. The Medium World Fragment's effects were admittedly astonishing, but it only allowed players to tap into the potential they had accumulated over time and achieve rapid growth. Once players exhausted their untapped potential, their growth would slow down significantly, and they would need significantly more time to achieve any notable growth. However, the current Eternal Realm was overflowing with opportunities, and time was an incredibly precious resource. If she were to delay her Tier 6 promotion for too long, she would miss out on many of these opportunities, effectively putting the cart before the horse. Okay, you go and do that, Shi Feng said, not bothering to dissuade Hidden Soul from her decision. After all, he was fully aware that reaching Tier 6 was just the beginning. After Hidden Soul took her leave, Shi Feng took out an Eternal God Crystal and absorbed it without hesitation. Then he took out the Primordial Dragon Legacy Crystal he had obtained from Kalisha. Whether I succeed or fail, it all comes down to this. After taking one last look at the completed Divine Body Magic Array, Shi Feng injected 100 Eternal God Crystals into the Primordial Dragon Legacy Crystal. Chapter 3574, Chapter 648, Choice of Divine Body. Chapter 648, Choice of Divine Body, Zero Wing's Residence, Underground Secret Room. As soon as Shi Feng finished injecting the 100 Eternal God Crystals, the Primordial Dragon Legacy Crystal promptly transformed into a red streak of light that flowed into the depths of his mind. Simultaneously, the scene before him transformed into a boundless darkness. A moment later, a golden dragon suddenly appeared amidst the darkness, the dragon's body measuring over 10,000 meters in length. Aside from having a titanic body, The golden dragon also radiated an aura so powerful that it easily surpassed any ancient god Shi Feng had encountered thus far. In front of the golden dragon, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the average ancient god was a speck of dust. Simply the breaths of the golden dragon were enough to stir the mana within a several million-yard radius. And if the golden dragon exhaled strongly, its breath could most likely shatter the world barrier of a god's domain. You have one opportunity to receive my guidance, adventurer. What do you wish to learn from me? The golden dragon asked as it gazed upon Shi Feng, its eyes looking like it could see through all of Shi Feng's secrets. Esteemed golden dragon, may I ask that you let me experience this magic array that I have created? Shi Feng asked as he looked at the golden dragon. Due to the 100 refinement mana body quest, he needed to construct a divine body at the legendary rank. Combined with his aim to construct a superior divine body, he naturally wouldn't dare to act recklessly. While the divine body magic array he created could function normally now, how strong the divine body would be exactly also remained unknown. If he wished to find out, he would need to construct a divine body with it and experience it for himself. Not to mention, even if he had a functioning divine body magic array on hand, it wasn't a guarantee that he could construct a divine body successfully. It might still be tolerable if he successfully constructed his divine body. At worst, he could abandon the opportunity to get promoted to Tier 6 and wait a month before challenging his Tier 6 promotion gain. But if he failed to create one, he would need to wait for several months before he could challenge his Tier 6 promotion again. Meanwhile, if the primordial dragon legacy crystal could let him experience the divine body magic array he created, he could get a rough estimate of what rank the superior divine body he created would end up at. Moreover, the experience should also increase his construction success rate. Of course, if the primordial dragon legacy crystal couldn't provide such guidance, he could still switch to a more extravagant method to test his divine body magic array. Simple. After taking a look at Shi Feng's divine body magic array, the golden dragon held up one of its claws over Shi Feng. Immediately, under the golden dragon's manipulation, Shi Feng started to experience the process of constructing a divine body using his divine body magic array. The process was methodical and specific, from engraving the necessary magic arrays to the guidance of mana into the engraved magic arrays. Every step was also executed flawlessly and without any fanfare. When the divine body's construction ended, Shi Feng felt himself becoming vastly stronger than before. If he were to return to the outside world in such a state, he could easily devastate a large area with his every move. But this feeling of power quickly disappeared, indicating the end of the legacy guidance. It's still slightly weaker than my last superior divine body. After carefully analyzing his experience, Shi Feng felt that although his new superior divine body allowed him to exhibit strength much greater than he could exhibit in his previous life, it was mainly due to the mana purification technique he had mastered. Not to mention the world power he felt the instant he completed his new superior divine body was slightly weaker than when he completed his former superior divine body. In other words, his new superior divine body's upper limit should be inferior to that of an epic superior divine body. Subsequently, after his consciousness returned to the secret room, Shi Feng carefully made some minor adjustments to the nodal magic array's arrangement. Fortunately, the divine body magic array was also activated successfully this time. So he promptly spent 100 eternal god crystals for another trial. According to Kalisha, the primordial dragon legacy crystal could be used up to 10 times, each use costing 100 god crystals. So he had 10 chances to try. Once he expended all 10 uses of the legacy crystal, he would need to conduct his experiments via actual construction attempts. And if he couldn't produce satisfactory results within a certain period of time, he would have no choice but to forego constructing a superior divine body and settle for an ordinary legendary divine body to complete his quest. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was rather fortunate on his second attempt, as he constructed a superior divine body slightly stronger than the epic superior divine body in his previous life. The new superior divine body had evidently exceeded the epic standard already. However, for safety's sake, Shi Feng still chose to expend all 10 legacy guidance opportunities, consuming 1,000 eternal God crystals in the process. This was a cost that could cause any power to suffer a heart attack. Only the 2nd, 5th, and 10th attempts managed to surpass my past life's divine body. Shi Feng couldn't help but grow hesitant as he looked at the 10 successful divine body magic arans he had drawn. The outcome of his 10 attempts was better than he anticipated, as 3 of the 10 attempts had yielded a superior divine body stronger than what he had in his previous life. But what rank these 3 superior divine bodies could achieve remained uncertain, because he could only experience each divine body for a brief instant after it was completed. There was very little information he could base his judgment on. Firstly, if he were to rank the 3 superior divine bodies by the world power he sensed, the 5th attempt would be the strongest, while the 10th attempt would rank second, and the 2nd attempt would rank last, though in reality the difference between the 3 was tiny. Secondly, if he were to judge the strength of their mana, the 2nd attempt would be the strongest, while the 10th attempt would rank second, and the 5th attempt would rank last. The rankings were essentially flipped. Lastly, if he were to judge them by the density of their mana, the 10th attempt carried the densest mana, while the 2nd and 5th attempts were tied for 2nd place. It seems a gamble is inevitable. After hesitating for a moment, Shi Feng decided to construct the 10th attempt's divine body. While the amount of world power influenced was a good indicator of a divine body's strength, Shi Feng also understood that mana was the foundation of everything in God's domain. Furthermore, his understanding of his divine body magic array had grown with each passing attempt. This, in turn, allowed him to continuously perfect the magic array. Meanwhile, even the tiniest improvements were noteworthy when it came to divine body construction. Logically, no matter how bad his 10th attempt turned out to be, it shouldn't be worse than his 1st attempt. Not to mention the 10th attempt's divine body possessed significantly denser mana than the 2nd and 5th attempts. It wasn't a minute difference like in the world power influenced. After making his decision, Shi Feng followed the step-by-step instructions he learned through the primordial dragon legacy crystal and began earnestly engraving the divine body magic array with 7 luminaries crystals. And because he already had experience engraving the magic arrays, while he didn't manage to replicate the legacy guidance's perfection, he still managed to engrave all 2,000-plus Grandmaster magic arans without error. After Shi Feng engraved the magic arrays, he took a few deep breaths to calm his nerves. Then, using the 2 advanced world laws he had mastered, he began guiding the 7 luminaries crystals' mana into the divine body magic array, powering it and using it to create a complete miniature world. The process of guiding mana into the divine body magic array and activating it was much more challenging than the engraving process. Not only was it more time-consuming, but it also placed a huge toll on his concentration and tested his control over mana. Had Shi Feng attempted to manipulate the 2,000-plus Grandmaster magic arans with his base Tier 6 advanced concentration, he would have definitely failed. But with the help of an Eternal God crystal and the mental condensation technique, he managed to elevate his concentration to the Tier 6 peak standard, which was just barely enough to let him manipulate the 2,000-plus Grandmaster magic arrays. As a result, though, he felt as if he was crossing a log bridge while carrying 1,000 kilograms on his back. He would slip and fall if he let his focus slip for even a moment. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. After manipulating the Grandmaster magic arrays for over 10 minutes, even with the help of the Eternal God crystal, Shi Feng still exhausted himself to his limits. The system had even warned him to log off and rest as soon as possible. Almost just one last step. Shi Feng bit his tongue to keep himself conscious. If he were to fall unconscious here, all his efforts would have gone to waste. The advantages he had accumulated in the Eternal Realm would also vanish. Fortunately, most of the Divine Body's core magic arrays had already been activated, and there were only 5 more to go. 5, 4, 3. Just as Shi Feng was about to black out, the sound of a system notification rang in his ears. Chapter 3575, Chapter 649, Star Soul. Chapter 649, Star Soul. System, congratulations. You have successfully constructed a superior divine body. The constructed superior divine body's completion rate is at 96% and has reached the Tier 6 standard. The constructed superior divine body is evaluated to be at the legendary rank. Do you wish to get promoted to Tier 6? Legendary. Shi Feng was both shocked and pleasantly surprised when he saw the system notification. He didn't think he would actually make the right choice. System. Warning. Your concentration has fallen to a dangerous level. You will be forcibly logged out and prohibited from logging in for 12 hours. Promote. When Shi Feng noticed his vision gradually darkening, he chose to be promoted to Tier 6 without hesitation. Once players finished constructing their divine bodies in God's domain, if they couldn't decide whether they wanted to be promoted to Tier 6 within a few minutes, the system would assume they didn't wish to be promoted by default. Meanwhile, once players abandoned the opportunity to get promoted to Tier 6, not only would they need to spend another 100,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal when they wished to be promoted in the future, but they would also have to wait for a month before they could challenge their Tier 6 promotion again. In the ever-changing eternal realm, a month's time was enough for any expert to be disqualified from the front lines. Not to mention, only by reaching Tier 6 could players truly start to explore the eternal realm's many vital regions. Currently, many powers already had experts who were qualified to get promoted to Tier 6. The only reason they still didn't have any Tier 6 players was because they feared their experts might encounter failure during their promotion. After all, the penalty for a failed promotion was many times more severe than the penalty for abandoning a successful promotion. The various powers forbade any of their experts from challenging their Tier 6 promotion until they were 100% confident in success. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng gave his response, he promptly logged out of God's domain. Star Lake City, Zero Wing Training Center, top floor living quarter. After climbing out of his gaming cabin, Shi Feng dragged his exhausted body over to the fridge, took out a small bottle, and consumed the drop of stardew inside. Immediately, his tired expression started to recover. Now, all that's left is to hope Snow and the others can succeed, Shi Feng thought as he looked out the window at the long line of people waiting outside the Zero Wing Training Center. Although Zero Wing had acquired unimaginable wealth from the Nameless City's treasury, most of this wealth couldn't be used immediately. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had recruited many guild members in both Star Lake City and the Eternal Realm's Crystal City of Secrets recently. This, in turn, had increased Zero Wing's expenditure significantly. It was especially so on Star Lake City's side. Currently, members recruited in the Crystal City of Secret could enjoy all of the benefits Zero Wing had to offer. They even had fifth-floor experts leading them on expeditions to the underground Crystal Palace and dungeons out in the fields. They didn't have to worry about money or equipment in the slightest. In comparison, as most of the internal members recruited in Star Lake City were scattered across the Starlight Realm's various kingdoms and empires, Zero Wing couldn't even offer them a proper place to train in God's domain, let alone provide them with a stable supply of weapons and equipment. To make matters worse, most of them were only Tier 4 players. For the sake of developing these internal members, Zero Wing had no choice but to purchase items from the Eternal Chamber of Commerce at a high price before letting these members exchange for these items at a low price. With the revenue Zero Wing was currently generating via the secret crystal trading firm and the sale of common secret treasures, it could still afford to provide for a few thousand internal members using such a method. But as Zero Wing's internal member count continued to increase, it would need to further increase its income. Meanwhile, if Zero Wing wished to make more money to sustain its development, securing territory in the World Ark would become imperative. The World Ark was the only place players could reliably obtain entry passes for the Holy Ring City. But if players died in the World Ark, they would be automatically resurrected in a nearby NPC city's resurrection temple, and they would need to spend more than 10 hours traveling back to the regional dungeon. So exploring the World Ark could be said to be a very troublesome task. Of course, the World Ark's automatic resurrection problem wasn't without a solution. There were many resurrection camps in the World Ark. If players occupied and registered themselves at one of these camps, they would be automatically resurrected at the registered camp if they died inside the World Ark. Not only would this save them a lot of travel time, but they could also have their death penalty. Because of this, the resurrection camps were essential for players looking to explore the world arc. Meanwhile, so long as a power could occupy a resurrection camp, even if they only charged players a fee of 1 eternal silver a day, they could still make a fortune. In Shi Feng's previous life, if powers managed their resurrection camps well, they could stand to make 2 to 3 fortresses worth of revenue from each resurrection camp. Moreover, these were fortresses situated on high-level maps they were talking about. The only problem was whether a power could occupy a resurrection camp for a long period. Unlike towns, cities, and fortresses, the World Arc's resurrection camps had no defensive facilities. Players could only rely on themselves to defend their resurrection camps from invaders. Meanwhile, as the Holy Ring City was of utmost importance to both human and holy race powers, it went without saying that competition over the World Arc's resurrection camp would be intense, so much so that it could be equated to a realm war. If a power didn't have sufficient strength, occupying a resurrection camp would be out of the question. While Shi Feng was resting his mind, Pace Angel suddenly contacted him. Guild leader, a man going by the name of Fervent Samsara, says he is here to join the guild. He came with a group of roughly 20 people. He says he already has Vice Guild Leader Soul's approval, Pace Angel said. But I can't get in touch with Vice Guild Leader Soul right now should I register them. That's quick of him. Shi Feng was a little surprised to hear Fervent Samsara's name. Immediately, he said, "Go ahead and register them. Afterward, have them come to my office." Shi Feng had previously heard Fervent Samsara saying he would bring some companions to join Zero Wing with him, and that these companions were all Tier 6. Since they had arrived so soon, he could get them to help him with some matters. Meanwhile, Pace Angel disconnected the call and quickly registered Fervent Samsara's group once she received Shi Feng's answer. Roughly half an hour later, Fervent Samsara's group entered Shi Feng's office under Pace Angel's guidance. Upon entering the room, the youths following Fervent Samsara immediately scrutinized Shi Feng with curious eyes. "So, he's the rumored Lord of War Goddesses," the charming and candid-looking young woman standing next to Fervent Samsara exclaimed as she looked at Shi Feng. After they had chosen to join Zero Wing, Fervent Samsara shared the fact that Shi Feng was Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, with them, looking to have them be in awe of Zero Wing. After all, few people did not know of Black Flame's deeds in the current Greater God's domain. Enough from all of you, especially you. Bygone. "Don't disgrace the Star Soul Adventurer team's name," Fervent Samsara said as he glared at the young woman beside him. When Fervent Samsara officially announced he would join Zero Wing, Shi Feng had shared his true identity with him. The revelation shocked him greatly, as he never thought Zero Wing's guild leader had started from nothing and didn't have any powers backing him. But it was also because of this that he grew even more confident in Zero Wing's prospects, going as far as to persuade his companions to join Zero Wing with him. "I'm sorry for the unsightly display, guild leader Black Flame." After glaring at the young woman named Bygone Magic, Fervent Samsara apologized to Shi Feng. Then he asked, "May I know what you have summoned us here for?" "Star Soul." Shi Feng suddenly stopped the work he had on hand and looked at Fervent Samsara's in surprise. "You all are from the Star Soul Adventurer team?" Although Shi Feng had long known Fervent Samsara was extraordinary and the companions he brought would most likely be extraordinary as well, he didn't think they would be of such extraordinary origins. There were 8 legendary adventurer teams in the Greater God's domain. These were all adventurer teams that had accomplished miraculous achievements. Meanwhile, Star Soul was one of these legendary adventurer teams, and the whole adventurer team only consisted of 20 members. Yet, despite having so few members, not only did Star Soul successfully help a holy city fend off one of the Greater God's domain's 22 taboos, but the adventurer team had also heavily injured said taboo-level monster. When Star Soul accomplished this feat in Shi Feng's previous life, its fame instantly spread across the Greater God's domain. However, because Star Soul's members normally kept their identities a secret, nobody had any concrete information on the adventurer team's members. Chapter 3576, Chapter 650, Zero Wing Branch Guild. Chapter 650, Zero Wing Branch Guild. "Have you heard of us before, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Fervent Samsara asked, feeling a little surprised by Shi Feng's reaction. Star Soul's name might be somewhat well known among the 12 sanctuaries, but outside of the 12 sanctuaries, only conglomerates would be aware of the adventurer team's existence. So, Fervent Samsara found it hard to believe Shi Feng would have heard of Star Soul before. "I've heard of you all in the sanctuaries," Shi Feng explained after calming his initial surprise. "I heard that every member of your adventurer team is incredibly strong and that you all can slay even Tier 6 gods." Star Soul had aided the various conglomerates in many crusades in the 12 sanctuaries during his previous life. Among them included raids of Tier 6 gods. However, after Star Soul's well-known battle against one of the 22 taboos, the adventurer team stopped accepting commissions completely, and its name gradually faded into obscurity. Although many people speculated the cause of Star Soul's disappearance, most agreed that it was likely due to the adventurer team's final battle. In the fight against the taboo-level monster, Star Soul lost more than half its members, including its commander and vice-commander. These individuals had permanently lost their qualifications to log into God's domain, and even God's domain's many resurrection methods were ineffective against them. This had most likely led to the adventurer team being incapable of continuing its activities. Even so, Star Soul remained a legend in the Greater God's domain. After all, the Greater God's domain's 22 taboos were publicly regarded by the various powers as existences that should never be provoked. Simply being able to escape from one of these 22 taboos was already an incredible feat. Yet Star Soul had managed to heavily injure one of these existences. "You exaggerate, Guild Leader Black Flame. We simply got lucky while helping those conglomerates with their raid," Fervent Samsara answered. Then, he repeated his question, "May I know what you need us to do for you?" Hearing Fervent Samsara's question, Shi Feng got straight to the point and said, "I hope you can head to Gazing Moon City of the Starlight Realm's ancient river kingdom and establish a branch for Zero Wing there. The Eternal Realm might be crucial for the Greater God's domain's various powers, but it was still only a small part of the Greater God's domain. Currently, while it might seem like Zero Wing had become one of the Crystal City of Secret's leading powers, apart from fifth-floor experts, it couldn't even come close to matching ordinary hegemonic powers in other aspects. If no changes were made, Zero Wing's advantages would instantly disappear once the various powers located the Eternal Realm. It might even have difficulty protecting its current territories. Hence, Zero Wing needed to expand its development in the Greater God's domain. It was especially so now that there wasn't much time before the world passage of his home God's domain opened. Once the world passage was fully opened, whether it was the ancient river kingdom or the surrounding kingdoms and empires, all of the powers based in these countries would invade his home God's domain and occupy the resources there. Every God's domain was the foundation of development for the world it was tied to. If a world were to lose its God's domain, all of its inhabitants would face much greater difficulty surviving in the greater world in the future. The reason for this was that the inhabitants of each world could only create a God's domain account in their own God's domain. If a world lost its God's domain, it would mean that future generations could no longer create a God's domain account easily. Not to mention, every God's domain had some unique, legendary, and inferior divine artifact rank materials. The world bosses that periodically spawned was also a stable source of fragmented legendary weapons and equipment. And while not a reliable source, the occasional legendary quest that emerged was also an opportunity for players to obtain legendary weapons and equipment. These were all items crucial to a guild's development. Guild Leader Black Flame. It might not be difficult for Star Soul to establish a foothold in the ancient river kingdom, but I'm afraid developing a branch guild there isn't going to be easy. Bygone Magic, who was Star Soul's vice-commander and the young woman standing next to Fervent Samsara, said, "Even if we have the necessary resources and offer attractive benefits to recruit members, the local powers won't just stand by and watch as we take a cut of their profits. They will try to drive us out at all costs. We simply don't have the ability to keep guild members safe out in the fields with only so few of us." While it was important for a guild to recruit new members, it was even more important for the guild to have the ability to help these new members level up. While Star Soul was strong enough to fight against hegemonic powers, it simply didn't have the necessary manpower to protect guild members grinding out in the fields from ambushes. Not to mention, Star Soul's members needed to level up themselves as well. They couldn't afford to play nanny around the clock. "You don't have to worry about this," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "Once you arrive, just focus on recruiting members. You won't have to participate in low-tier battles. All you need to do is protect the guild's residents and one particular building. In return, your GCP compensation will be 3 times higher than the Eternal Realms members. In addition, you can also exchange for items limited to only internal and core members." Shi Feng was not at all worried about whether Zero Wing could develop itself in the ancient River Kingdom. His only concern was whether Zero Wing had enough combat power to protect the 100 Refinement Building. The 100 Refinement Building in his previous life was famous throughout the Starlight Realm. Not only did it generate a tremendous amount of wealth each day, but it was also a paradise for nurturing low-tiered newcomers. Because of this, many powers sought to acquire it, with some even aiming to destroy it to prevent others from obtaining it. Originally, he had planned to wait for Zero Wing's forces in the miniature ancient world to grow stronger and for his home God's Domain's world passage to fully open before opening the 100 Refinement Building to the public. At that time, with Mysterious Moon and 100 Flower Palace's strength, defending the 100 Refinement Building shouldn't be too big of a problem. But now that the Star Soul Adventurer team had come to join Zero Wing, there was no longer a need to wait. With the Adventurer team's 19 Tier 6 experts, defending the 100 Refinement Building definitely wouldn't be a problem. Items exclusive to internal and core members? Bygone Magic had her interest piqued when she heard Shi Feng's words. She knew that Zero Wing's internal members had access to incredible items. Not only could they exchange for the Behemoth set, a combat-ranked secret treasure set, but they could also exchange for mana purification techniques, items which were incredibly rare even in the Eternal Realm. These items were also one of the reasons they had followed Fervent Samsara to Zero Wing. Here is the exchange list. You can take a look for yourselves, Shi Feng said, as he shared with everyone present information on the extraordinary secret treasure sets and bronze mana purification techniques that only Zero Wing's core members could exchange. Then he smiled and continued, "If you don't have any more questions, you can head to Gazing Moon City right away." Chapter 3577, Chapter 651, Tier 6 Sword Law Saint. Chapter 651, Tier 6 Sword Law Saint. Zero Wing Training Center, Internal Members Lounge. The lounge was half the size of a sports stadium, and its walls were fully covered by holographic screens that vividly depicted tall mountains, flowing waterfalls, and lingering mist. There was also a restaurant, various training equipment, and many of the latest virtual gaming cabins prepared in the lounge. After leaving Shi Feng's office, the members of Star Soul were led to this lounge by Pace Angel, many of them wearing shocked faces. Of course, the reason for their shock wasn't the lounge's environment, but something else entirely. "What kind of origin does Zero Wing have exactly, Big Brother Samsara? Those items are simply terrifying." Bygone Magic asked Fervent Samsara immediately after seeing Pace Angel leave. Following Bygone Magic's question, everyone else from Star Soul also looked at Fervent Samsara. At this time, all of the contempt they previously held towards Zero Wing had vanished without a trace. After all, the items made available to Zero Wing's core members were simply too frightening. Even now, secret treasures remained incredibly precious in the Eternal Realm. According to their intelligence, the various powers' elites would be fortunate to have a full set of common secret treasures at this stage of the Eternal Realm, and it was only the main force members of upper-ranking hegemonic powers who could get their hands on a couple of combat secret treasures. As for the mana purification technique, it was something completely outside the reach of most upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Only conglomerates and pseudo-apex powers could get their hands on some. The fact that Zero Wing could let their internal members exchange for combat secret treasure sets and common mana purification techniques was already highly unbelievable. Originally, when they heard about this from Fervent Samsara, Their immediate reaction was to doubt him. After all, such an act of generosity was outside the capabilities of even pseudo-apex powers. It didn't make sense an upstart guild could afford such a feat. However, when they saw the item exchange list exclusive to Zero Wing's core members, they couldn't help but wonder if they were hallucinating because of jet lag. The Dragon's Fury set, an extraordinary secret treasure set. Bronze mana purification techniques. These were items that they doubted even Apex powers could afford to share with their executives, let alone core members. "I don't know," Fervent Samsara said, shaking his head. Then, in a definitive tone, he continued, "But I can tell you one thing, and that is, if you become an executive of Zero Wing, your future achievements should be no less than that of the various pseudo-apex powers' chosen ones." Fervent Samsara knew very clearly that, be it the Dragon's Fury set or the bronze mana purification techniques, neither of these things was Zero Wing's biggest trump card. Instead, the primordial chaos body was the true killer. The primordial chaos body was directly related to the strength of primordial gods. It was a godly relic that could change a player's divine body. It might even have something to do with the rumored superior divine body, which, according to rumors, could only be constructed with the help of a complete primordial god legacy. Meanwhile, once a player constructed their divine body, it wasn't as if they couldn't change it. So long as they were willing to pay the price, they could reconstruct their divine body. Only under normal circumstances, nobody would be willing to do so. After all, if a player's divine body didn't undergo a qualitative transformation, it wouldn't affect their strength much. However, it would be a different story if a player could upgrade their ordinary divine body to a superior divine body. If Bygone Magic and the others could become Zero Wing's executives, it was entirely possible that Shi Feng would allow them to experience the primordial chaos body. At that time, if they could successfully construct a superior divine body, it wouldn't be out of the question for them to match ancient gods of the same level in strength. Achievements no less than the pseudo-apex powers, chosen ones. The eyes of Bygone Magic and the others lit up when they heard Fervent Samsara's words. In the first-tier mobile city they came from, the various pseudo-apex powers' chosen ones were existences that ordinary citizens like themselves could never hope to reach. After all, every pseudo-apex powers' chosen one was slated to take over the management of their respective guilds' divine artifacts and become a taboo-level existence in the future. At that time, they would be tasked with safeguarding the resources of an entire realm. They were also the reason the special-tier mobile cities' powerful families got to enjoy the status they currently enjoyed. All right, enough talking. Quickly log back into God's domain and head to Gazing Moon City, Fervent Samsara said, smiling when he saw the yearning looks on Bygone Magic and the others. The sooner you complete the guild leader's assignments, the sooner you'll become an executive of Zero Wing. Hearing this, Bygone Magic and the others promptly borrowed one of the virtual gaming cabins in the lounge and logged into God's domain. They also secretly vouched to perform well in the Ancient River Kingdom and earn as many GCPs as they could. As for Fervent Samsara, he also logged back into God's domain to prepare for his eventual experience of the primordial chaos body. He did not wish to waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng rested for 6 hours, he returned to his room and logged into God's domain once more. Crystal City of Secrets, Zero Wing's residence, underground secret room. When Shi Feng came back online, he could feel a tremendous change in his surroundings. However, he quickly realized that it wasn't his surroundings that had changed. Instead, it was the sensitivity of his 5 senses being amplified dozens of times. Meanwhile, following this change, he no longer felt like an insignificant ant when he perceived the world around him. Instead, he felt as if he had become equal with the world. Is this the effect of a superior divine body with 2 advanced laws merged? Shi Feng was greatly shocked when he sensed the rich mana radiating from his body. Its density and purity were already on par with the mana of 7 luminaries crystals. Although he had previously gotten to experience a complete superior divine body with the primordial dragon's help, those experiences only lasted for a brief moment. Not to mention, the density of his current mana was not only superior to any of the 10 simulated superior divine bodies, but the strength of his mana was also slightly superior to that of ancient gods. However, after Shi Feng looked at the bonuses he received from his Tier 6 promotion, the improvement to his mana suddenly felt inconsequential. System. Congratulations. You have become a Tier 6 Sword Law Saint, Sword God. All basic attributes plus 12,000, all resistances plus 1,000, mana recovery rate increased by 500%, mana strength increased by 200%, concentration increased by 200%, stamina recovery speed increased by 100%, all physical, magical, and mental attacks received that are below the Tier 6 peak standard will be weakened by 60%, all basic attributes increased by 270%, and reaction speed improved by 200%, rewarding 500 legacy skill points. System. The God of Time's curse has been weakened. There will no longer be an experience gain penalty. The curse will only double the gravity you experience now. System. Congratulations. You have completed the third phase of the legendary Quest 100 Refinement Mana Body. You have obtained the qualifications to be the 100 Refinement Building's owner, and all of the 100 Refinement Building's functions will now become available to you, rewarding 100 free legacy skill points. With my current strength, even soloing a level 170 god shouldn't be a problem, Shi Feng thought when he finished reading the system notifications. Even though he wasn't fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment right now, he was confident he could suppress a Tier 6 god of the same level. Moreover, it would be without the use of law projection. Meanwhile, after looking at his attributes, Shi Feng turned his sights to the Tier 6 legacy skills he could learn. Tier 6 skills and spells were of utmost importance to Tier 6 players. Every additional Tier 6 skill or spell players learned would increase their overall strength by a large margin. Meanwhile, the stronger a player's class in God's domain, the stronger the legacy skills and spells they could learn at each tier. Previously, Shi Feng already found it astonishing that he was allowed to learn a Tier 5 super spell when he got promoted to a Tier 5 Sword Law Saint. However, when he saw what he could learn at Tier 6, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Chapter 3578, Chapter 652, 10 Tier 6 players. 3 super spells, it seems I will have to make some time to earn legacy skill points. When Shi Feng saw the 3 Tier 6 super legacy spells he could learn, he didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Sword Law World. Requires Sword, Tier 6 super legacy spell, create chains of law, using world power to weaken all enemies within a 30,000-yard radius by 30%. 10 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Learning condition, 300 legacy skill points. Divine Shadow. Requires Sword, Tier 6, Super Legacy Spell. Allows the caster to transform into 100 Judgment Swords. Each Judgment Sword will carry 200% of the caster's attack speed and 300% of the caster's strength. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Learning condition, 300. Legacy skill points. Divine Aurora requires Sword, Tier 6, Super Legacy Spell, Super Large Destruction Spell. Exert the Law Break effect once on a 530,000-yard area. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Learning condition, 300 legacy skill points. Every one of these 3 Super Legacy spells was incredibly terrifying. Moreover, unlike other Tier 6 super spells, these 3 Tier 6 Super Legacy spells did not have any limitations. Indeed, none of them had any strength limitations. Normally, Tier 6 super spells would have a strength limit clearly defined in their descriptions. No matter how strong a player was, they could never exceed this set limit. However, the Sword Law Saint's Super Legacy spells did not have such limits defined. Take Sword Law World, for example. Its description simply stated that it could weaken all enemies within range by 30%. In other words, the super spell could take effect against even ancient gods, and affected ancient gods would be weakened in all aspects by 30%. The super spell's effects would not diminish simply because of an ancient god's extraordinary strength. As for Divine Shadow, each of the Judgment Swords it created would possess 200% of the user's attack speed. In a sense, the super spell provided a 100% increase in attack speed, which was an incredibly rare and powerful effect. With Shi Feng's attack speed, The judgment swords he created would be so fast that not even Tier 6 gods of the same level could keep up with them. On top of that, each judgment sword would carry 300% of his strength, and it was a modifier without any upper limits. If he were to fight the Nameless City's Gorgon Queen again, he did not doubt he could heavily injure the primordial godkin with a single use of Divine Shadow. As for Divine Aurora, it was similarly an astonishing super spell. Although it had a short and simple description, any player who had a good understanding of God's domain would know that the world of God's domain was composed of many world laws that prevented it from being destroyed easily. If he were to use Divine Aurora against a player, getting injured would be the least of said player's worries. If the other party failed to defend themselves adequately, they might cease to exist in God's domain permanently. Not to mention, Divine Aurora's range could practically cover an entire map. So long as he cast the spell, there would be no escape for his enemies. Long story short, each of the 3 super spells had their respective strengths. If he could learn all 3, he would become a natural disaster for his enemies. Unfortunately, he currently only had a little over 700 legacy skill points, so he could only afford to learn 2 of the 3 Tier 6 super spells. After hesitating for some time, Shi Feng ultimately chose to learn Sword Law World and Divine Shadow, leaving Divine Aurora for the future. Sword Law World and Divine Shadow were incredibly useful in battles of all scales. They also complemented each other well. If he had access to both, they should be enough to let him deal with most situations. Shortly after Shi Feng finished learning the 2 super spells, multiple mana pillars suddenly appeared in the secret room, one after another. 1, 2, 3. A total of 9 mana pillars appeared in the secret room, their presence illuminating the room brightly. 9 of them succeeded. Shi Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised to see 9 mana pillars emerging so soon. It should be known that most players would need at least 2 or 3 days to construct their divine bodies. The only reason he managed to complete his divine body so quickly was due to the Primordial Dragon Legacy Crystal's legacy guidances. Logically, even if he had left God's domain for 12 hours to rest after completing his divine body, it should still be some time before Gentle Snow and the others could complete their divine bodies. Not to mention, the construction of a divine body was a challenge where even 5th-floor experts weren't guaranteed success. Although Gentle Snow and the others had the Medium World Fragment's assistance, their chances of success still shouldn't be very high. Originally, Shi Feng thought that he would be fortunate if he could bring 3 or 4 Tier 6 players with him to the World Arc. Yet contrary to his expectations, 9 people had succeeded in their Tier 6 promotion. Tier 6. I am finally at Tier 6, Hidden Soul exclaimed, an unprecedented excitement coloring her face as she sensed the frightening mana she radiated. When she was still active in their home god's domain, she had never managed to get past Tier 5. Even when her combat standards had already exceeded the average Tier 6 expert, she still never managed to get promoted to Tier 6. But now, she finally did it. So this is what being at Tier 6 feels like. Standing nearby, Gentle Snow also couldn't help but analyze her divine body in wonder. When she tried punching and kicking at empty air, her every movement caused the large Grandmaster magic barrier protecting the secret room to tremble. Her current strength was vastly superior to her strength at Tier 5. Meanwhile, unlike Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow, Crimson Heart did not show much of a reaction after completing her promotion to Tier 6. Instead, she kept her eyes shut and quietly sensed the changes to herself and her surrounding environment. But when she eventually opened her eyes, a powerful divine might immediately spread from her body and nearly shattered the secret room's magic barrier. Interesting. So this is what having God-ranked mana feels like. Crimson Heart curled her lips upward when she looked at the trembling magic barrier at this time. Gentle Snow, Hidden Soul, and Crimson Heart weren't the only ones immersed in joy and surprise. Wordless Ember, Sleeping Quicksand, Fire Dance, June Luosha, Cleansed Rue, and Rampant Blade were also happily familiarizing themselves with their new bodies. Meanwhile, as none of these 9 individuals did anything to suppress their divine might, it felt as if 9 Tier 6 gods currently stood in the secret room. Moreover, as each of them radiated mana denser than even that of Tier 6 gods, The mana in the secret room instantly reached a solid state. If not for the Grandmaster magic barrier protecting the others in the room, this mana would have definitely suffocated them. While Gentle Snow and the others were busy researching their newfound strength, Shi Feng suddenly received a call from someone he hadn't heard from in quite a while. "Long time no see, Miss Frey. What made you remember me all of a sudden? Do you have some good news for me?" Shi Feng joked when he saw Frey's smiling face through the screen. "As a matter of fact, I do," Frey said, nodding with a smile. "I wish to procure your help with something, Guild Leader Black Flame. Might you be interested?" Chapter 350-79, Chapter 653, World Arc. Chapter 653, World Arc. Help you. With what? Shi Feng curiously asked as he looked at Frey. He was more or less aware of Frey's current circumstances. Due to her accomplishments in the courtyard of space, Frey's influence in the Red Dragon Nation had increased substantially. As a result, she was now tasked with managing 3 NPC cities and 1 NPC fortress occupied by the pseudo-apex power, and the forces under her were achieving rapid development every day. Hence, he found it hard to imagine Frey would need any sort of assistance from him. The 7 Luminaries Alliance has recently invited the Eternal Realm's various pseudo-apex powers for a meeting in the World Arc's inner area. The invitation mentions a joint coalition to deal with the Holy Race's invasion, Frey leisurely explained. As for the World Arc's importance, I'm sure you're already aware of it, right? It is crucial to both the human race and the Holy Race. An invitation to the World Arc's inner area? Shi Feng had his interest piqued. The 7 Luminaries Alliance might be an apex power, but it would rarely interfere with other powers' affairs. Most of the time, it would take a neutral stance in the greater gods' domain, and the only times it would call for collaboration with other powers were usually for major events. Of course, even when such rare events occurred, not just anyone could participate in them. Without an official invitation from the 7 Luminaries Alliance, anyone who tried to get a cut of the action should be prepared to face severe consequences. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that doing so would be no different than making an enemy out of the 7 Luminaries Alliance. It is likely to have something to do with the inner area's resurrection camps that will soon activate, Frey added. Then she got straight to the point, saying, "Those invited have invited many other powers to attend the meeting with them, and I am no exception. What do you think, Guild Leader Black Flame? Think you can spare some time for me? If you are interested in the World Arc's resurrection camps, then you shouldn't miss this opportunity. If your forces and mine work together, we can likely secure ourselves a spot in the inner area." "Since you have already said so, I naturally can't miss it, Miss Frey," Shi Feng said, accepting Frey's offer without hesitation. Competition over the World Arc had been extremely intense during his previous life. It was especially so for the competition over the inner area's resurrection camps. Those were places where only pseudo-apex powers and above could step into. Although he was confident he could secure a resurrection camp for Zero Wing, it would only be limited to the World Arc's outer area. With Zero Wing's current capabilities, the inner area's resurrection camps were completely out of the question. After all, Frey had already mentioned that the 7 Luminaries Alliance was spearheading the campaign for the inner area's resurrection camps. Uninvited powers that dared to poke their noses where they didn't belong, retribution would swiftly come for them. In fact, the 7 Luminaries Alliance wouldn't even need to make a move. It simply needed to do nothing, and the Holy Race would gladly deal with the interlopers on its behalf. It should be known that the Holy Race's various powers had only revealed a small portion of their true strength thus far. Meanwhile, the 7 Luminaries Alliance was a big reason the various human powers could trade blows and survive against the Holy Race in his previous life. Without the 7 Luminaries Alliance holding back several of the Holy Race's strongest powers, the various human powers would have long been annihilated. Now that Frey was inviting him to join the 7 Luminaries Alliance's campaign, Shi Feng naturally couldn't miss it. "Great. We'll meet outside the World Arc's Horizon Mountain Range," Frey said, nodding before disconnecting her call with Shi Feng. Meanwhile, after seeing Frey finishing her call, unrestrained Lionheart, the Grand Wizard standing beside Frey, worriedly said, "The competition this time isn't going to be simple, Vice Guild Leader." Zero Wing might have secured itself a place in the Crystal City of Secrets, but I heard it provoked that. Person from the Skylight Association. If we come across the Skylight Association at the World Arc, the other party will definitely cause trouble for us. The Skylight Association's rise in the Eternal Realm was extraordinary, so much so that it had been invited to the Seven Luminaries Alliance's meeting this time. This proved that the Seven Luminaries Alliance recognized the Skylight Association to be at the level of a pseudo-apex power. While the Red Dragon Nation might be a pseudo-apex power as well, Frey could only mobilize a portion of the Guild's forces this time, compared to the forces the Skylight Association had mobilized to the World Arc thus far. Her forces were much more inferior. I know. Looking at unrestrained Lionheart, Frey faintly smiled and said, I invited Zero Wing precisely because it has offended the Skylight Association. You did it on purpose? Unrestrained Lionheart was confused. You should know of the intense competition in the Guild, right? If I want to compete for the top 3 Vice-Guild leader positions, I must have sufficiently strong allies, Frey explained. Although Zero Wing is still not strong enough, it has incredible potential. It is especially so now that Black Flame can command so many Tier 5 war goddesses. If he can progress further, he might even rival the various pseudo-apex powers' chosen ones. It will benefit me greatly if I can receive Zero Wing's and Black Flame's support at that time. Also, while Black Flame might have provoked the Skylight Association, does that make the Red Dragon Nation a pushover? Upon hearing Frey's reasoning, unrestrained Lionheart more or less understood her decisions. Zero Wing's overall strength might be inferior to even upper-ranking hegemonic powers right now, but the Guild had a high-end combatant like Black Flame. Even alone, Black Flame's strength could greatly help them in raiding World Mode regional dungeons and world bosses. Now that Zero Wing was in danger, it was the perfect time for them to get the Guild to owe them a favor. As for the matter with the Skylight Association, it wasn't a big problem at all. After all, the Red Dragon Nation was also a pseudo-apex power. The Skylight Association wouldn't dare to recklessly provoke or go to war with it. World Arc, Outer Area, Horizon Mountain Range. The Horizon Mountain Range was a majestic mountain range extending across the World Arc. It was shrouded in a layer of thunderclouds, and countless lightning bolts bombarded it like rain. Each of these lightning bolts carried power at the Tier 6 standard and could heavily injure Tier 5 legendary monsters. The thunder they generated also echoed across dozens of kilometers, intimidating the nearby legendary monsters from getting close to the mountain range. At this time, though, hundreds of thousands of players were gathered at the mountain range's entrance. Each of these players was at level 100 Sefti and above, and many of them were equipped with fragmented legendary items and a mix of common and combat secret treasures. Even if these players were placed in the Crystal City of Secrets, their equipment standard would be considered top-notch. The Seven Luminaries Alliance is going as far as to mobilize a complete luminous battle array. The Holy Race is going to suffer this time. I know, right? The full luminous battle array can let 500 Tier 5 experts gain Tier 6 strength. Who can possibly stop a force of 500 Tier 6 players? Several of the 9 great pseudo-apex powers have also appeared this time, and the forces they mobilized are similarly astonishing. Each of them has mobilized more than 10,000 members, and although they don't have something as powerful as the luminous battle array, they still have 100-man battle arrays to let their members achieve near Tier 6 standards. They're way stronger than the other pseudo-apex powers. When the members of the invited powers saw the 500 figures guarding the Horizon Mountain Range's entrance, they couldn't help but be awed by the Seven Luminaries Alliance's strength. It's nearly time. Why isn't Zero Wing here yet? Go and take a look for me, Lionheart, Frey said, frowning. I've already contacted the members at the World Arc's entrance. They say they haven't seen any Zero Wing members thus far, Unrestrained Lionheart said, shaking his head helplessly. As Frey and Unrestrained Lionheart stood anxiously outside the Horizon Mountain Range, dozens of flying mounts appeared in the distant sky. The crowd gasped in amazement as the flying mounts drew closer, revealing 1,000 players equipped with standardized, fragmented, legendary equipment sets. The players' equipment linked with each other to form a battle array, and the combined aura they exuded made it feel like a legion of 1,000 Tier 6 experts had just arrived. The sheer presence of these players was so overwhelming that many players down below started to suffocate. Chapter 3580, Chapter 654, Tier 6. Chapter 654, Tier 6. It's the Templar Legion. It's the Skylight Association's Templar Legion. So, this is Skylight's Templar Legion. Incredible. I didn't think Skylight's main force would be comparable to the 9 great pseudo-apex powers already. When the crowd in front of the Horizon Mountain Range's entrance saw the approaching Skylight Association members, they experienced a mix of shock and awe. It was especially so for the powers that never had any dealings with the Skylight Association before today. For the gathered powers, a force of several dozen extraordinary flying mounts and above wasn't anything significant. Even a collection of 1,000 fragmented equipment sets was something the various pseudo-apex powers present could easily take out. But it was a different story for fragmented legendary equipment sets that came with battle arrays. Even the 9 great pseudo-apex powers could not take out 1,000 such sets in the Eternal Realm. Of course, everyone could also tell that the fragmented legendary equipment sets worn by the Skylight Association members could not create 500-man large bronze battle arrays. Instead, these sets could only form 100-man medium bronze battle arrays that could only let Tier 5 players gain near Tier 6 combat power. Nonetheless, it was still a very frightening collection of equipment in the Eternal Realm. Shortly afterward, the Skylight Association's flying mounts descended in front of the mountain range's entrance under everyone's gaze, and its members quickly gathered on the ground in organized ranks. Their movements resembled well-trained soldiers, and it didn't look like they were members of an upstart guild. Meanwhile, after the Skylight Association's members put away their flying mounts, the organized legion separated into 2, opening a path for 3 individuals. Of the 3 individuals, walking in the lead was 19th Sword, while following behind him were a man and a woman. Upon seeing these 3 individuals, everyone present fell silent for a moment. Heavy Shield Titan, Mjolnir Millia, unrestrained Lionheart couldn't help but gape in shock when he saw the 2 individuals walking behind 19th Sword. So Skylight managed to recruit these 2 as well. No wonder the capital's pseudo-apex powers are wary of provoking it. When Frey saw 19th Sword's group of 3, a hint of fear appeared in her eyes. As one of the greater gods' domain's current 10 great sword gods, 19th Sword's strength need not be said. As for Heavy Shield Titan and Mjolnir Millia, while they weren't as strong as 19th Sword, they were still veteran Divine Glory experts. Titan, in particular, was an expert who had mastered 2 gold combat techniques already, and he was only some ways away from entering the ranks of the 10 great Guardian Knights, similar to 19th Sword. Both Titan and Millia used to be solo players. Even though the various pseudo-apex powers had made many lucrative offers to them, none had managed to catch their attention, so seeing them operating under the Skylight Association now was very surprising. Meanwhile, with 19th Sword, Titan, and Millia operating together, even the Red Dragon Nation must be wary of them. Not to mention, they also had the Skylight Association's Templar Legion backing them. Among the gathered forces, the overall strength of the Skylight Association's forces should only be second to the 7 Luminaries Alliance. How interesting. It seems Skylight is rather serious about the resurrection camps this time. Amidst the crowd, an imposing middle-aged man clad in dark gray armor and carrying a blood-red axe revealed a look of intrigue as he scrutinized the Skylight Association's forces. Then he looked toward the 2-meter-tall female blood elf standing next to him and smiled wickedly, saying, "I heard you are rather close with Zero Wing's guild leader, Oribeth. 19th Sword has already stated he is going to deal with Zero Wing. Are you sure you're not going to join my side? With my help, ensuring Zero Wing a place in the World Arc shouldn't be a problem." The middle-aged man's words were calm and arrogant. However, none of the surrounding experts refuted or ridiculed him. On the contrary, everyone did their best to avoid looking at the middle-aged man, afraid they would catch his attention. Indeed, the appearance of 19th Sword's group of 3 was astonishing, but the middle-aged man was no ordinary expert either. Garut, the Blood Emperor, in addition to being one of Azure Fang's 2 great Vice Guild leaders. He was also crowned as one of the 10 great berserker gods this year. In terms of combat standards, he was not at all inferior to 19th Sword and Titan. Furthermore, Garut had behind him several hundred experts equipped with fragmented legendary equipment sets that could form 100-man bronze battle arrays. While his team's overall strength might be inferior to the Skylight Association, the difference wasn't significant. Not to mention, Azure Fang was a pseudo-apex power with a long history. Its foundations vastly surpassed that of the Skylight Association, so nobody knew what other cards the Blood Emperor had up his sleeve. If Garut were to pick a fight with 19th Sword's group, there was no saying who would emerge victorious. You can keep your kind intentions to yourself. I'm only here to fulfill my agreement with the guild leader, Oribeth said, as she glanced at 19th Sword's group. Then she closed her eyes and continued, "Also, guild leader Black Flame doesn't need my help." "He doesn't need your help." Garut couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Oribeth's words. The name of Black Flame rang loudly in his ears. It was especially so after Black Flame had defeated Sleeping Spark, the Star Dynasty's strongest chosen one, becoming one of the Sacred Glory list's top powerhouses. In the future, there was no doubt Black Flame could enter the ranks of the Divine Glory list. However, Black Flame's strength was one thing, while Zero Wing's clash with the Skylight Association was another thing altogether. Simply a comparison in numbers would put Zero Wing far behind the Skylight Association, let alone a comparison in overall strength. Even if Black Flame was strong enough to match 19th Sword, the Skylight Association still had Titan and Milia. If those two were left unchecked, they could deal devastating damage to Zero Wing's forces. And even if Oribeth decided to intervene, the best she could do was distract those two for some time. So Garut found it hard to imagine what could possibly allow Zero Wing to not fear the Skylight Association. However, Oribeth did not bother to explain herself. She simply rested her eyes while waiting for time to pass. "Not saying, huh?" Garut did not get angry at Oribeth's behavior. Instead, he calmly smiled and said, "Have it your way, then." "The guild leader is planning to rectify the Crystal City's situation after the expedition this time anyway. When that time comes, I'll have plenty of time to learn about Zero Wing." While Garut and the various pseudo-apex powers executives were waiting for the Seven Luminaries Alliance to initiate the meeting, a dragon that was over 100 meters in length flew over from the distant sky, its appearance immediately attracting everyone's attention. A Tier 5 dragon? Why would a Tier 5 dragon appear in this place? Wait, there are people riding on that dragon? When everyone got a closer look at the approaching Frostflame dragon, they couldn't help but be astonished. Dragons were incredibly rare in the Greater God's domain. Meanwhile, as one of God's domain's apex races, dragons possessed immense strength. It was especially so once they reached Tier 5 and above. Under normal circumstances, a Tier 5 dragon could already rival Tier 6 divine monsters, requiring many Tier 6 experts working together to slay it. Even for the various pseudo-apex powers present, they would need to mobilize at least a 100-man team with a medium bronze battle array to stand a chance against a Tier 5 dragon. Yet now, someone was using a Tier 5 dragon as a mount. How could they not be surprised by this situation? Meanwhile, the Frostflame dragon whipped up a storm under everyone's gaze as it descended in front of the Horizon mountain range. Then, when the players riding atop the Frostflame dragon hopped onto the ground, the players gathered in front of the mountain range were stunned once more. Tier 6? Chapter 3581, Chapter 655, Apex War. Chapter 655, Apex War. Am I dreaming? 10 Tier 6. I've never seen this six-winged guild emblem before. Which guild are these players from? 10 Tier 6S? I doubt even the 9 great pseudo-apex powers can take out so many. 100 experts had jumped off the Frostflame dragon's back, of which 10 radiated divine might. When everyone felt the divine might of these 10 players, they couldn't help but fall into a daze. It was very easy to distinguish Tier 6 players from Tier 5 players, so long as they weren't trying to hide the fact that they were at Tier 6. It was especially so if they did not restrict their divine might. Any player below Tier 6 would experience immense mental suppression when standing in the presence of a Tier 6 player's divine might. Even if a Tier 5 player's concentration had reached the Tier 6 standard, they would still feel strong oppression, and they must divert some of their attention into resisting it. Guild leader Black Flame? Shock colored Frey's beautiful eyes as she watched Shi Feng put the Tier 5 Frost Flame Dragon away. As for unrestrained Lionheart, he couldn't help but doubt his eyes as he looked at Zero Wing's members. Tier 6 was currently the primary goal of the Eternal Realm's various powers. However, achieving it wasn't easy, as the Tier 6 promotion required a significant amount of 7 Luminaries crystal and had an unreliable success rate. Before the various powers could ensure a higher promotion success rate, they wouldn't dare let their experts challenge their Tier 6 promotion. Otherwise, they would risk throwing away the precious advantages they had built up through their head start in the Eternal Realm. Moreover, even if the various powers had some experts capable of reliably completing their Tier 6 promotion, the best they could hope for was a few players successfully getting promoted to Tier 6 in the near future. A force of 10 Tier 6 players was something not even the Red Dragon Nation would dare think of having in the near future, let alone now. It should be known that there was a qualitative difference between Tier 5 and Tier 6 players. Even though the various pseudo-Apex powers present had experts equipped with fragmented legendary battle array equipment sets, these experts could only achieve near Tier 6 combat power. In a situation where the difference in combat standards wasn't significant, a Tier 6 player could easily go up against dozens of Tier 5 players in a battle array. Only with the help of a large bronze battle array would it be possible for several Tier 5 players to distract a Tier 6 player. Moreover, this was under the assumption that the Tier 6 player in question was only equipped with fragmented legendary items. If the Tier 6 player was equipped with a legendary weapon, it would take dozens, if not 100, Tier 5 experts to resist them, even with the help of a large bronze battle array. Currently, if Zero Wing's 10 Tier 6 experts work together, after factoring in Shi Feng's extraordinary capabilities, they could probably match even the 7 Luminaries Alliance's complete 500-man luminous battle array. While Frey and everyone else were immersed in shock, 19th Sword couldn't help but frown as he gazed at Shi Feng's group. "I'm afraid we're going to have difficulty dealing with Zero Wing, Elder Sword, Titan," carrying a thorny shield on his back, whispered to 19th Sword as he watched Frey approach Shi Feng's group. If they were outside the Eternal Realm, a force of 10 Tier 6 players would be trivial. After all, even ordinary hegemonic powers would have dozens of Tier 6 players, let alone pseudo-Apex powers. But in the current Eternal Realm, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Tier 6 players were one-man legions. Even as a Divine Glory expert who had mastered 2 gold combat techniques, Titan could, at most, go up against 1 or 2 Tier 6 players equipped with only fragmented legendary items. If the other party was equipped with a legendary weapon and at the 5th floor standard, the best he could hope to accomplish was to distract one of them. If all 10 of Zero Wing's Tier 6 experts were to fight together, the Skylight Association's chances of victory would be slim. That wasn't to say the Skylight Association was made up of unskilled players. It was just that the difference between Tier 5 and Tier 6 players was just that big. Otherwise, the Greater God's Domain's various powers wouldn't determine a guild's strength based on the number of Tier 6 experts it had. I know. Our current priority is to occupy a resurrection camp. Everything else comes later," 19th Sword said as he took a long look at Shi Feng. Then he turned away and stopped paying attention to Zero Wing's team. The resurrection camps of the World Ark's inner area were vital for the Skylight Association to enter Holy Ring City. Therefore, before securing a resurrection camp, he had never intended to do anything else. Meanwhile, over at Azure Fang's team, Garut looked astonished as he scrutinized Zero Wing's team. "It seems I have really underestimated Zero Wing. No wonder it dares to go against Skylight," Garut commented with a smile. "It's a pity that even Tier 6 players would have limited effect on the upcoming battle. Otherwise, I would have really liked to partner with them." Hearing Garut's comment, Orabeth, Azure Fang's Saintess, remained quiet, though a hint of astonishment still flashed in her eyes when she took a glance at Shi Feng. Shortly after Zero Wing's team arrived, An elderly Grand Wizard emerged from the World Ark's inner area and stood before the Seven Luminaries Alliance's forces. The Grand Wizard looked considerably old, having white hair and a white beard. Even the aura he gave off felt decrepit. Apologies for the long wait. I am Grey Eagle, an elder of the Seven Luminaries Alliance. After surveying the crowd gathered in front of the mountain range, the old man spoke in a voice that resonated across the skies. As some of you may have guessed, apart from the matter regarding the inner area's resurrection camps, another reason the Seven Luminaries Alliance has invited you all here today is to discuss forming a joint resistance against the Holy Race's various powers. When Grey Eagle started to speak, the various powers representatives promptly perked up their ears, wondering what kind of plan the Seven Luminaries Alliance was concocting this time. The Holy Race is incredibly strong. I am sure those of you who have fought in the World Ark should know this by now. Grey Eagle continued when he saw that everyone was paying attention. According to our investigations, the Holy Race has 10 royal powers, and each is as strong, if not stronger, than our apex powers. Previously, as you have only been competing in the outer area, none of the Holy Race's royal powers have bothered to intervene, but the activation of the inner area's resurrection camps has garnered the attention of one of them. Before Grey Eagle even finished speaking, the various powers members were already in shock. It was especially so for those who had experienced clashing with the Holy Race in the World Ark's outer area. Each royal power is as strong as our apex powers, and there are 10 of them. Is this going to be an apex war? Frey and the other pseudo-apex powers representatives had difficulty digesting the information Grey Eagle shared. Although they had long known the Holy Race was powerful, they didn't think it was this strong. It should be known that their greater god's domain only had several apex powers. Yet the Holy Race had 10 apex power equivalents. Moreover, one of these apex power equivalents would even be participating in the battle over the World Ark this time. An apex war. This was a taboo in the greater god's domain, and it was a battle that non-apex powers should never think of interfering in. The last time an apex war occurred, countless powers faced permanent elimination, and among them was a pseudo-apex power and 5 upper-ranking hegemonic powers. If the battle over the World Ark's resurrection camps turned into an apex war, how were they supposed to compete? Chapter 3582, Chapter 656, Seven Luminaries Alliance's Foundation. Chapter 656, Seven Luminaries Alliance's Foundation. World Ark, Horizon Mountain Range. Following Grey Eagle's words, the hundreds of thousands of experts gathered before the mountain range fell silent. Even Shi Feng couldn't help but be surprised by the old man's revelation. Even a royal power has gotten involved. Shi Feng experienced a mild headache as he tried to digest Grey Eagle's words. Currently, the various human powers still knew very little about the Holy Race's might, and even the Seven Luminaries Alliance was no exception. The Seven Luminaries Alliance might have uncovered the existence of the Holy Race's royal powers, but it still didn't understand the true extent of these royal powers' strength. When the war between the two races officially began in his previous life, the strength the Holy Race's royal powers exhibited could easily be described as horrifying, with even the weakest royal power being able to rival the Seven Luminaries Alliance. It should be known that the Seven Luminaries Alliance was the greater god's domain's oldest apex power. It was so strong that even Demon's Gate, an organization made up of a bunch of lunatics, only dared to pick small and inconsequential fights with it. Never would it dare to escalate any confrontations to the level of realm wars. Yet, despite being so powerful, the Seven Luminaries Alliance was only roughly equal with the Holy Race's weakest royal powers. Honestly, the only reason humans had managed to trade blows with and survive against the Holy Race in his previous life was that only 4 royal powers had participated in the invasion. Had 1 or 2 more royal powers involved themselves with the war, not only would humans lose complete control over the Eternal Realm, but even a portion of the 12 sanctuaries would have been taken over. So, the fact that one of the Holy Race's royal powers had decided to get involved with the competition over the World Ark definitely wasn't good news for the various human powers. There is no need to despair, Grey Eagle continued, as he looked at the depressed crowd. The reason the Seven Luminaries Alliance has invited everyone here today is to help you secure a resurrection camp and establish yourselves in the World Ark. What do you need us to do, Elder Grey Eagle? An assassin, the representative of Flaming Bee, asked. Upon hearing Flaming Bee's representative's question, everyone else perked up their ears, wondering what they had to do to secure themselves a place in the World Ark's inner area. Normally, a war between Apex powers was one that even pseudo-Apex powers couldn't hope to involve themselves with. It wasn't because they didn't have as many experts as Apex powers. Instead, it was because of the qualitative difference between their Apex combatants. So long as they didn't have a way to bridge this gap, trying to defend a resurrection camp from an Apex power would be nothing but a pipe dream. After taking a moment to scan the crowd, Grey Eagle faintly smiled and said, "The Seven Luminaries Alliance has been active in the World Ark's inner area for quite some time already. As soon as the resurrection camps were activated, we immediately occupied 6 camps that were closest to the Holy Race's side. Our presence there will largely prevent the Holy Race's powers from invading our side." Everyone immediately grew excited when they heard Grey Eagle's words. The World Ark had multiple entrances. A portion of these entrances were on the human race's side, while a portion was on the Holy Race's side. Moreover, these entrances led to distinctly different sections of the World Ark, and it was the same as the inner area. If the Seven Luminaries Alliance was willing to position itself at the forefront of the human side, the Holy Race would have much greater difficulty interfering with the human race's resurrection camps. After all, even if the Holy Race chose to sneak past the Seven Luminaries Alliance's defensive line and attack the resurrection camps behind it, the greater distance their resurrected forces would have to travel would make it a lot easier for the various human powers to defend their resurrection camps. But the Holy Race won't let us get away with occupying those 6 resurrection camps easily, so we hope that all of you here can help us defend those 6 camps first, Grey Eagle said. So long as we can thoroughly secure our hold over those 6 camps, we will leave the rear-line resurrection camps to you. As for how many camps each of you can occupy, it will depend on your own capabilities. If nobody has any questions, you may follow me to our camps. Following Grey Eagle's words, everyone fell silent, all wondering if they should go along with the Seven Luminaries Alliance's arrangement. Azure Feng is fine with this arrangement, but what if other Apex powers try to snatch our resurrection camps? Garut asked. Everyone can rest assured on this matter. Any power not participating in the defense this time will have no right to compete for the rear-line resurrection camps. Even other Apex powers are not an exception, Grey Eagle said, smiling. If any power dares to defy this rule, the Seven Luminaries Alliance will personally act to eliminate them. Although Grey Eagle spoke in a calm tone, his voice exuded confidence and resolution, allowing everyone present to understand that no human power would dare to break the rules. Meanwhile, after obtaining the Seven Luminaries Alliance's assurance, the various powers present promptly agreed with the Alliance's proposal and followed Grey Eagle into the Horizon Mountain Range. Immediately, over 10,000 of flying mounts flew toward the 6 frontmost resurrection camps on the human side of the World Ark's inner area. World Ark Dead Zone Forest. The World Ark was a level 170 to level 200 World Mode regional dungeon. It covered a massive area, and it was separated into many map zones of varying levels. Among them, the Dead Zone Forest was a level 180 to level 190 map situated in the World Ark's inner area. Even though Shi Feng's team rode on the Tier 5 Frostflame Dragon, many level 180-plus legendary rank soul monsters in the Dead Zone Forest still chased after them. All of the Dead Zone Forest's soul monsters were made up of death energy and couldn't be damaged by normal physical attacks. If players wished to harm these monsters, they would need to expend a large amount of mana to wear down these monsters' death energy first. Only then could their physical attacks start to deal damage. If players were to clash with the Dead Zone Forest's monsters, they would need to end the fight as quickly as possible. Otherwise, they might deplete their mana and lose their ability to damage the monsters. Once that happened, it would only be a matter of time before they exhaust their stamina and concentration and die. Fortunately, the Tier 5 Frostflame Dragon had no trouble shaking off the pursuing soul monsters with its speed, and Shi Feng's team safely arrived at a small basin lined with countless tombstones. This basin was one of the resurrection camps that had recently been activated in the World Ark's inner area. When Shi Feng and the others arrived at the basin, they saw multiple Grandmaster magic arrays covering it, each maintained by 1,000 players. Meanwhile, inside the basin, not only were there tens of thousands of players, but there were also hundreds of magic elven cannons set up. Each of these magic elven cannons could exhibit power at the Tier 6 standard, and they had a firing range of 5,000 yards and a blast radius of 500 yards. In addition, there were also hundreds of dark gold combat puppets stationed across the basin's perimeter. Each combat puppet was 20 meters tall and possessed strength rivaling Tier 6 berserkers. They also possessed defense that made them nigh impervious to damage from weapons under the legendary rank. The defenses here are already on par with that of holy cities. Frey couldn't help but be shocked when she saw the resurrection camp's defensive measures. However, the shock Frey and everyone else experienced was quickly replaced when they entered the resurrection camp and got a closer look at the players inside. Of the many 7 Luminaries Alliance members stationed in the resurrection camp, more than 20 were bona fide Tier 6 players. There were also 200 Tier 5 players radiating auras on par with Tier 6 players, and they were even equipped with fragmented legendary equipment sets that could form an incomparably rare 100-man advanced bronze battle array. Chapter 383, Chapter 657, God Hunter. Chapter 657, God Hunter. Is that the rumored Sacred Glory battle array? Unrestrained Lionheart couldn't help but be awed as he looked at the 200 Tier 5 players radiating auras on par with Tier 6 players. No wonder so few powers can survive after getting dragged into an apex war. The 7 Luminaries Alliance had 3 mighty battle arrays in its possession, of which the one with the greatest renown was the 500-man Luminous Battle Array. When used at full capacity, the Luminous Battle Array could strengthen Tier 5 players to a point where they could match Tier 6 players. In other words, the complete Luminous Battle Array could be used to create a force of 500 Tier 6 players. However, while the Luminous Battle Array might be the most famous of the 3 battle arrays, it wasn't the strongest. Instead, the Sacred Glory Battle Array, an advanced Bronze Battle Array, ranked above it. Although the Sacred Glory Battle Array was only a medium battle array and could only accommodate up to 100 players, it could let each Tier 5 player in the battle array to create a powerful law projection superior to that of the average Tier 6 player. Besides that, the battle array also gave players a tremendous boost in basic attributes, putting them on par with Tier 6 players fully equipped with fragmented legendary equipment and 1 piece of legendary equipment. With the help of the Sacred Glory Battle Array, a Tier 5 player could overwhelm an ordinary Tier 6 player in battle. Moreover, unlike the Luminous Battle Array, the Sacred Glory Battle Array's effects weren't limited to Tier 5. Tier 6 players could also benefit from the Sacred Glory Battle Array, albeit much less than Tier 5 players. According to rumors, if 100 Tier 6 players activated the Sacred Glory Battle Array, each would gain a 10% increase in physique and basic attributes. And although Tier 6 players wouldn't even get to share their senses, these bonuses were still significant improvements for Tier 6 players nonetheless. Currently, although the Sacred Glory Battle Array wasn't being used by Tier 6 players, it still allowed the 7 Luminaries Alliance to gain an additional 200 experts capable of overpowering the average Tier 6 player. This was an overwhelming advantage that no pseudo-apex power could overcome in the current Eternal Realm. Does the 7 Luminaries Alliance even need our help? They can easily defend this place with the forces they have. Frey muttered and sighed dejectedly when she saw the difference between the 7 Luminaries Alliance's forces and the various powers that had come to assist with the Resurrection Camp's defense. The 7 Luminaries Alliance had occupied 6 Resurrection Camps, so the various powers' forces were split into 6 legions and sent to assist each camp. Among them, the legion sent to reinforce the Dead Zone Forest's Resurrection Camp consisted of 80,000 players, with the weakest member being a titled expert. In addition, 3,000 of these players could employ the help of 100-man medium bronze battle arrays on paper. The various powers' forces outnumbered the 7 Luminaries Alliance's forces. However, in terms of overall combat power, the Seven Luminaries Alliance's forces wouldn't even need to break a sweat to obliterate them. Is this the strength of an apex power? Fire Dance, similarly, couldn't help but be shocked when she saw the Seven Luminaries Alliance's defensive forces. Ever since she joined the Green God Corporation, she had participated in many battles across the Greater God's domain, and she felt that she had already learned much of what there was to learn. But after coming to the Eternal Realm, she had her worldview shattered time and again, and it was especially so this time. Even without including the Seven Luminaries Alliance's experts, the several hundred dark gold combat puppets in this resurrection camp were probably enough to eradicate any realm empire. Yet these dark gold combat puppets were only one of the defensive measures prepared for the resurrection camp. Moreover, this was only one of 6 resurrection camps occupied by the Seven Luminaries Alliance at this time. Fire Dance wasn't the only person from Zero Wing stunned by the Seven Luminaries Alliance's might. Everyone else was in a similar situation, and they were once again made to realize how far of a path Zero Wing still needed to travel to reach the apex. Of everyone present, Shi Feng was the only one unfazed by the resurrection camp's defensive measures. The Seven Luminaries Alliance was the Greater God's domain's oldest power. Its foundations far surpassed the other apex powers. In his previous life, the human race could have never withstood the Holy Race's invasion if it wasn't for the Seven Luminaries Alliance shouldering the front line. Shortly after the various powers' forces arrived, a young woman from the Seven Luminaries Alliance approached them and stood on an elevated platform. The young woman had a silver ponytail reaching down to her waist, and she had a gaze that was as sharp as a knife. She was a level 173, Tier 6 Ranger, and she was equipped with exquisite mail armor and carried a strange longbow made entirely out of crystals. I am Verdant Rainbow, the Commander-in-Chief of this resurrection camp. Since you all have agreed to the Seven Luminaries Alliance's conditions, you should know of the camp's significance. Once the battle begins later on, the Seven Luminaries Alliance will take on the brunt of the enemy forces. You all simply need to take care of any rabble that manages to slip by," the young woman stated loudly as she surveyed the crowd before her. "Personally, I only have one condition for you all. Do not let any Holy Race player set foot into the core circle. If any manages to do so, chase them out at all costs. You can also earn contribution points from the Seven Luminaries Alliance for every Holy Race player you kill. Once the battle is over, you can spend these points to exchange for weapons and equipment. The top 5 contributors of this camp will also get to exchange for one legendary weapon or equipment. So, I hope you do not disappoint me." Upon hearing Verdant Rainbow's words, apart from a few ignorant youngsters, everyone else couldn't help but be awed by the Seven Luminaries Alliance's generosity. The value of 1 or 2 legendary items might not be significant to the various pseudo-apex powers, but it was a different story for 30 legendary items. If it were them, they would definitely hesitate to give away 30 legendary items for a single battle. After all, legendary items were incredibly rare, and it was especially so in the Eternal Realm. Rumor has it that the Seven Luminaries Alliance's warehouse has the biggest and most complete collection of legendary weapons and equipment in the Greater God's domain, and any class can find a corresponding weapon or equipment in it. Blood Emperor Garot licked his lips as he looked at Verdant Rainbow. "It seems I can't afford to take it easy in this battle." Besides Garot, Orobeth also couldn't help but look at Verdant Rainbow, a hint of interest flashing in her eyes. For experts of their caliber, weapons and equipment were of utmost importance. However, getting their hands on highly compatible legendary items wasn't easy, because every legendary item had different compatibility with different classes. Generally, the best way to obtain legendary items of high compatibility would be to get them custom-made. The only problem was that very few individuals could enjoy such a service, even among the various pseudo-apex powers. Meanwhile, if custom-made items weren't an option, the next best option would be to find non-general legendary items, also known as class-specific legendary items. To actually open up its warehouse, it seems the Seven Luminaries Alliance is serious this time. Shi Feng was also tempted by Verdant Rainbow's words. In the hands of the right class. Class-specific items would usually perform 10% to 20% better than general items, even if both possess the same attributes. This was because class-specific items could not only enhance and make it easier to use the skills and spells of their corresponding classes, thereby increasing their users' skill and spell completion rates. However, compared to the 7 Luminaries Alliance's rewards, what surprised Shi Feng even more was that the ranger named Verdant Rainbow had appeared in this place. Verdant Rainbow might be unknown to most players in the current Greater Gods domain, but she was incredibly famous during Shi Feng's previous life. Her title was even known by all throughout the Greater Gods domain, as it was one of the few titles in the Greater Gods domain's history that carried the word God. God Hunter. Chapter 3584, Chapter 658, First War. Chapter 658, First War, is that woman-strong guild leader. Hidden Soul asked out of curiosity when she saw Shi Feng scrutinizing Verdant Rainbow. Hidden Soul understood Shi Feng to a certain degree, so she knew that most experts couldn't catch his attention. Even when the other party was a powerful and influential person in the Greater Gods domain, Shi Feng would, at most, take a few extra glances at them. He would never bother to scrutinize them. Normally, those who could gain Shi Feng's scrutiny would be individuals of extraordinary strength, or, more specifically, individuals who could threaten his life. Yes, very much so, Shi Feng quietly said and nodded. I dare say she's among the top 10 strongest players in the current Eternal Realm. Top 10? Hidden Soul couldn't help but take a closer look at Verdant Rainbow upon hearing Shi Feng's evaluation. Then she skeptically continued. Although she is currently at Tier 6, her mana and aura still feel weaker than Azure Shadow's group. The various Apex powers should have also sent some of their old monsters into the Eternal Realm. Even if she is slightly stronger than the various Apex powers' younger generation, I doubt anyone of the younger generation can rank among the Eternal Realm's top 10. Hidden Soul was no longer as ignorant regarding the Greater Gods domain as she was when she was still operating under the Flower of Seven Sins. While she might not know how many experts the various Apex powers had under their command, she knew every major power operating in the Greater Gods domain had a group of old monsters operating behind the scenes. In terms of age, even the youngest of these old monsters were probably over a century old, while the older ones had mingled in the Greater Gods domain for centuries already. Meanwhile, because of the combat experience they had accumulated and the foundation they had built for themselves, they had a vast advantage over players of the younger generation, and it would take the younger generation a lot of time and effort to catch up to them. Moreover, the stronger a power was, the more so this would be. After all, most of these old monsters had similarly been regarded as paragons and chosen ones during their younger days. The talent they possessed was not at all inferior to the current younger generation. Admittedly, not many powers and players were currently present in the Eternal Realm, but even in this limited population of players, it would still be incredibly difficult to rank among the top 10 in strength. In Hidden Soul's opinion, even Shi Feng couldn't necessarily accomplish this feat, so the odds of a woman younger than Shi Feng accomplishing it should be even lower. It might be impossible for others, but not for her, Shi Feng said, shaking his head and wryly smiling when he saw the skeptical look on Hidden Soul. As for why that is the case, it is because she currently possesses the World String, a divine artifact. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to regard her as a taboo. Verdant Rainbow was a legendary name in Shi Feng's previous life. During a defensive siege against the Holy Race, Verdant Rainbow had single-handedly slain 16 ancient saints and 1 holy ancestor. Her achievement was so astonishing that she scared away the royal power attacking the holy city she defended. But who could blame them? To the Holy Race. Ancient saints were the equivalent of the human race's ancient gods, while holy ancestors were the equivalent of the human race's primordial gods. Yet with one bow, Verdant Rainbow had shot down 16 ancient saints and 1 holy ancestor. Such an achievement could only be found in the Grand Library's records in the modern Greater Gods domain. In fact, Verdant Rainbow's achievement might be even more incredible than these records. It was why the 12 rulers of the 12 sanctuaries had unanimously agreed to award Verdant Rainbow with the title of God Hunter. In terms of significance, a title awarded by the 12 sanctuaries' rulers was far more valuable than a title awarded by the 7 Luminaries Alliance. Not only was it a representation of strength and status in the greater God's domain, but it also came with blessings from the greater God's domain. Although the current verdant rainbow had yet to become as strong as she was when the holy race invaded the 12 sanctuaries in Shi Feng's previous life, the fact that she was already in possession of the world string meant that she could stand shoulder to shoulder with ancient gods. This was also why Shi Feng was so surprised to see verdant rainbow. A divine artifact? Is the Seven Luminaries Alliance insane? After hearing Shi Feng's words, Hidden Soul couldn't help but gape in shock as she looked at the strange-looking crystalline longbow on verdant rainbow's back. For players like herself, divine artifacts were things they could only dream of obtaining. Although Shi Feng had handed the fragmented divine artifact rank Chaos Windblade to Gentle Snow some time ago, Hidden Soul still felt that divine artifacts were far out of her reach. Meanwhile, divine artifacts were items regarded by the various pseudo-apex powers as their greatest trump card. They would never take out their divine artifacts to a fight unless they were facing an existential crisis. Hence, Hidden Soul found it unbelievable the Seven Luminaries Alliance would let someone take a divine artifact into a fight over just one resurrection camp. It should be known that divine artifacts were items that could be dropped on death. In fact, they would have a considerably great chance of dropping in battles between players. After all, players could use curse-type tools or special barriers to drastically increase their opponent's death penalty. On a large battlefield, players could even lose all of their weapons and equipment if they died multiple times. There was also no way to hide a divine artifact from others in battle. It might be hard to tell a weapon or equipment's exact rank outside of battle. But once in battle, so long as a player wasn't an inexperienced amateur, they could quickly determine the rank of their opponent's weapons and equipment based on the other party's combat performance. Not to mention, the might of a divine weapon was vastly superior to legendary and fragmented divine weapons. The moment Verdant Rainbow took action, everyone would be able to tell she was wielding a divine weapon. Defending a resurrection camp with a divine weapon was no different than waving a winning lottery ticket in a crowded street. Was the Seven Luminaries Alliance not afraid of getting robbed? "That's not for us to worry about," Shi Feng said when he saw Hidden Soul's drooling look. Then he switched to the team chat and said, "Miss Frey, once the battle begins, have all of your people gather near our Tier 6 members and do not move more than 100 yards away. Otherwise, we will have difficulty rescuing you." "Aren't you being a little too cautious, Guild Leader Blackflame? We will only be dealing with the rabble who manages to slip through," unrestrained Lionheart said as he looked at Shi Feng in confusion. "Not to mention, if we restrict our movements to 100 yards around you, we will have trouble chasing the Holy Race players out of the camp's core circle." The rules for occupying a resurrection camp were simple. So long as a guild could ensure it had the most members present in a resurrection camp's core circle for 24 hours, it would immediately gain ownership of the resurrection camp. No interruptions were allowed during this period. If a guild failed to maintain its numerical advantage even once, the whole occupation process would have to start all over again. But once a resurrection camp was occupied, if other guilds wished to occupy it, they would need to ensure nobody but their own members were present in the core circle. Moreover, they needed to keep it that way for 24 hours. If so much as one member from the resurrection camp's owner entered the core circle, the occupation process would be cancelled, and it could not be restarted until the core circle was cleared out. Even if the invading guild had more members in the core circle, it still wouldn't matter. Hence, for those seeking to occupy a resurrection camp, it was crucial they be the first to occupy it. Currently, their task was to chase away any Holy Race player who managed to enter the resurrection camp's core circle. If they had to limit their movements to within 100 yards of Shi Feng's team, they would have difficulty exhibiting their strength. Just as Shi Feng was about to explain his decision, several of the dark gold combat puppets stationed along the resurrection camp's perimeter suddenly went on alert as numerous red dots appeared on their 20,000-yard warning map. These red dots came in different sizes. The greater the size, the greater the target's energy levels, the greater the target's strength, and the greater the threat the target would pose to the combat puppet. I got 1,043 high-energy alerts. The Holy Race's army is here. Estimates show at least 1,043 Tier 6 experts. Chapter 3585, Chapter 659, Holy Race Army. Chapter 659, Holy Race Army. Dead Zone Forest, Resurrection Camp. Following the Dark Gold Combat Puppets alert, the several large Grandmaster magic barriers protecting the Resurrection Camp seemingly came to life as they lit up with numerous magic patterns. Immediately afterward, the several thousand Tier 5 magical class experts presiding over the magic barriers each took out an ancient scroll. Then, they began manipulating the magic array drawn on the scroll with all their might, their actions causing all mana within a 10,000-yard radius to congregate and form a mana storm in the middle of the Resurrection Camp. As soon as the mana storm finished forming, the mana density within the Resurrection Camp rose rapidly, increasing by threefold in only 3 seconds. Players present within the camp even felt their control over mana improving greatly. What dense mana! A great Grandmaster mana strengthening barrier? The Seven Luminaries Alliance has even taken out such a strategic barrier? As expected of the most transcendental Apex power, I've only ever seen pseudo-Apex powers using portable Great Grandmaster mana strengthening barriers on their primary guild cities in the Void Sea. Yet, the Seven Luminaries Alliance is using one just to defend a Resurrection Camp. When the various powers experts saw that the Resurrection Camp's magic barriers and mana had been greatly strengthened, they promptly recognized the ancient scrolls the Seven Luminaries Alliance's members had taken out, and they couldn't help but be amazed. Great Grandmaster magic arrays were extremely precious in the Greater God's domain. It was especially so for large Great Grandmaster magic arrays that required 1,000 players to maintain. Meanwhile, the rarity of portable large Great Grandmaster magic arrays was even greater, and even pseudo-Apex powers would have difficulty getting their hands on a full set, apart from Great Grandmaster magicians being incredibly rare. Another reason for this was the scrolls used to house the large Great Grandmaster magic array. Scrolls were much more fragile than the walls of towns, cities, and fortresses. If players wished to engrave something as powerful as a Great Grandmaster magic array onto a set of scrolls, the scrolls in question would need to be of very high quality. At the very least, they must be made from legendary materials. Meanwhile, the average large Great Grandmaster magic array would need at least 1,000 scrolls to house it completely. Even for a pseudo-Apex power, it would put a huge dent in their coffers if they were to produce a full set of such scrolls. Because of this, the various pseudo-Apex powers only had a very limited number of portable large Great Grandmaster magic arrays. Unless they were looking to defend a location of great importance, they would never use these portable magic arrays. They're here when Shi Feng saw the Resurrection Camp's magic arrays going into full swing. He couldn't help but glance at the dark forest in the distance. While Shi Feng was gazing at the distant forest, the various powers' executives started to prepare their forces for battle. As for the Seven Luminaries Alliance's side, Verdant Rainbow flew straight to the edge of the magic barriers with the rest of the Alliance's Tier 6 experts and quietly gazed at the distant sky. Not long after, in the direction Verdant Rainbow was looking at, a train that was 30 meters wide and 2,000 meters long appeared. The train traveled across the sky rapidly, and following behind it was a dense swarm of Holy Race experts. These Holy Race experts flew with the help of wings made up of holy patterns, the glowing wings brightly illuminating the gloomy sky. Shortly after its appearance, the sky train arrived within a few thousand yards of the Resurrection Camp and directed its side toward the camp. At the same time, numerous barriers made of holy patterns lit up across the train's entire length, protecting the 300-plus energy cannons and 1,000-plus Holy Race experts within the train's carriages. When the human players within the Resurrection Camp saw the Holy Race experts aboard the Sky Train, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. After all of these Holy Race experts, over 1,000 radiated auras stronger than Tier 6 divine monsters, despite being only at Tier 5, and over 50 were at Tier 6. That was more than twice the number of Tier 6 experts the Seven Luminaries Alliance had stationed in this Resurrection Camp. No need to fret. The Holy Race's legacies are more comprehensive than ours, making it easier for them to advance to Tier 6, but we humans are superior when it comes to strength utilization. The combined might we can exhibit also far exceeds them, Verdant Rainbow calmly stated to everyone unfazed by the Sky Train and the Holy Race experts aboard it. We will deal with the Holy Race's Tier 6 experts. The rest of you only need to focus on the others, Verdant Rainbow continued. Once gaps start to appear in the barriers, all forces are to barricade them immediately. Do not let any of the Holy Race's pseudo-Tier 6 experts inside. The various powers members felt slightly relieved when they heard Verdant Rainbow's words. The situation was still manageable if they only needed to deal with the Holy Race Army's pseudo-Tier 6 experts. After all, they had teams assisted by bronze magic arrays. They might not be a match for the Holy Race's pseudo-Tier 6 experts in one-on-one combat, but they had the numerical advantage. If several of them fought against one of the Holy Race's pseudo-Tier 6 experts, combined with the help of a bronze battle array, they could still achieve victory. But it would be an entirely different story if they were to face the Holy Race's bona fide Tier 6 experts. Aside from a difference in basic attributes, Tier 6 players had access to Tier 6 skills and spells that Tier 5 players did not. The effects of the combat techniques they used would also be stronger. Even with the help of a bronze battle array, Tier 5 players would have difficulty mitigating these differences. It looks like a tough battle is inevitable. Frey's expression grew serious when she saw the Holy Race army that covered the sky. Immediately, she had the Red Dragon Nation's 100-man battle array team prepare for battle. Apart from the Holy Race experts aboard the voyage train, over 200,000 Tier 5 Holy Race experts were still waiting to invade the Resurrection Camp as soon as the opportunity appeared. These experts might not be as strong as those on the train, but they still radiated auras close to that of Tier 6 divine monsters. They weren't opponents the average fourth-floor expert could hope to resist in one-on-one combat. Meanwhile, on Azure Fang's side, Garut and Oribeth each led a 100-man battle array team to the edge of the Resurrection Camp, their eyes focused on the voyage train's energy cannons. During this time, a young man with a dark blue holy eye imprinted on his forehead appeared on top of the voyage train. Then, before the various powers battle array teams could get into positions, the three-eyed young man waved his hand and shouted, "Fire!" Following the young man's command, the voyage train's 300-plus energy cannons fired on the Resurrection Camp simultaneously. In response, Verdant Rainbow commanded the Resurrection Camp's magic elven cannons to fire at the voyage train. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly it was as if the sun had risen in the Dead Zone forest as blinding light drowned the area around the Resurrection Camp. Deafening explosions also rang across tens of thousands of yards. Meanwhile, as a result of this exchange of cannon fire, the energy barriers of both sides shook violently, and the area between them turned into an empty void. After the first round of bombardment, subsequent rounds quickly followed. Following each bombardment, the distance between both sides also shortened. When the gap shortened to less than 1,000 yards, cracks finally started to appear in the barriers on both sides. "Charge! Stop them!" Commands to charge into battle were issued on both sides simultaneously. Chapter 3586, Chapter 660, Whose attack is that? Chapter 660. Whose attack is that? Less than 1,000 yards currently separated the two sides. For any Tier 5 expert, this was a distance they could cross with just several steps. For Tier 5 Holy Race experts with superior basic attributes, fighting at this distance would be no different than Tier 4 players fighting within 100 yards of each other. Naturally, this distance would be even more negligible for the pseudo-Tier 6 Holy Race experts. In the blink of an eye, the Holy Race's Tier 5 experts were already within 500 yards of the Resurrection Camp, while the pseudo-Tier 6 experts were already within 200 yards. As for the Tier 6 Holy Race experts aboard the voyage train, although they remained in their positions, they started attacking the Resurrection Camp's magic barriers, preventing the barriers from recovering and widening the existing cracks. Seeing more than 50 Tier 6 skills targeting the magic barriers, the various powers members inside the Resurrection Camp couldn't help but feel unnerved. The magic barriers were their greatest defensive measure. If the cracks in the barriers became overly large, they would allow more Holy Race experts to infiltrate the Resurrection Camp. increasing the difficulty of dealing with the Holy Race experts. It would be especially so for the Holy Race's pseudo-tier 6 experts. Each of them was capable of great destruction, and it would be a nightmare for Tier 5 players to fight them without the assistance of a battle array. Optimally, each crack in the barriers should only allow 5 or 6 pseudo-tier 6 Holy Race experts to enter at a time. If it was only that many, their 100-man battle array teams could easily send them flying back out of the cracks before they could react. But if 10 or more pseudo-tier 6 experts entered at the same time, their battle array team's attacks would no longer have enough firepower to send all of them flying out of the magic barriers. And if some of these pseudo-tier 6 experts managed to gain a foothold within the resurrection camp, they would become much harder to deal with. When the Tier 6 skills were about to connect with the magic barriers, though, Verdant Rainbow suddenly drew her longbow to its limit and fired a glowing silver arrow into the sky. Once the silver arrow flew out of the magic barriers, it turned into hundreds of chains that spread out to form countless flat world barriers, the barriers blocking more than half of the incoming Tier 6 skills. At the same time, the rest of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Tier 6 experts used their Tier 6 skills and spells one after another, blocking the rest of the Holy Race's Tier 6 skills and preventing any further damage to the magic barriers. What an incredible defensive arrow! Everyone, whether human players or Holy Race players, couldn't help but be stunned by the arrow launched by Verdant Rainbow. Usually, Tier 6 experts originating from Apex powers could exhibit power at the standard of Tier 6 gods when they used Tier 6 skills. If several dozen of these Tier 6 experts attacked together, the combined might of their attacks could overwhelm even the defenses of ancient gods at the same level. Yet, Verdant Rainbow had stopped over 20 of such Tier 6 skills with a single arrow without the help of any skills or spells. If speaking solely in terms of defensive capabilities, Verdant Rainbow was definitely at the standard of ancient gods. Is that woman Verdant Rainbow, the 7 Luminaries Alliance's chosen one of this generation? When the three-eyed young man in charge of the Holy Race Army looked at Rainbow, he quickly identified her based on the intelligence his organization had collected. He also couldn't help but be a little surprised, as Verdant Rainbow was a lot stronger than the reports stated. However, the three-eyed young man's surprise lasted only briefly before he resumed commanding the Tier 6 experts on his side to attack the magic barriers for a second time. It was as if he did not care that Verdant Rainbow's team could neutralize all of their Tier 6 experts' attacks. Subsequently, an intense exchange of firepower occurred between the Holy Race and the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Tier 6 experts. In the meantime, under the support of the Voyage Train's cannon fire, the Holy Race's Tier 5 experts recklessly charged through the gaps of the magic barriers, paying no heed whatsoever toward the attacks coming from the human players inside the barriers. In just a few seconds, multiple groups of pseudo-Tier 6 Holy Race experts successfully infiltrated the Resurrection Camp. In response, the Dark Gold Combat Puppets, Sacred Glory Battle Array Team, and many other battle array teams charged forward to engage these pseudo-Tier 6 Holy Race experts in battle, intending to expel them out of the magic barriers before more of them could gather. Boom, boom, boom! Because of their massive numerical disadvantage, even though the pseudo-Tier 6 Holy Race experts had superior basic attributes, they failed to react to all of the attacks directed at them and ended up getting hit numerous times. However, following the end of the first round of bombardment, everyone on the human side couldn't help but be shocked by what they saw. How can this be? The number of attacks each of the Holy Race's pseudo-Tier 6 experts had received would normally be enough to blow even Tier 6 tanks into smithereens. Yet these pseudo-Tier 6 Holy Race experts had lost less than 1/3 of their HPs. In fact, before anyone on the human side could react, multiple heals had landed on the Holy Race's pseudo-Tier 6 experts, instantly bringing their HPs back to full. Upon seeing this scene, even Garut and Arabeth couldn't help but knit their brows. While they remained confident they could win against the Holy Race's pseudo-Tier 6 experts in one-on-one combat, they definitely couldn't defeat their opponents quickly with how frightening their defense was. Unless they could somehow prevent their opponents from being healed, killing them would be impossible, and they could only watch as more Holy Race experts infiltrate the Resurrection Camp. Tier 6 Holy Bodies, Verdant Rainbow's complexion darkened a little when she noticed the peculiarity of the pseudo-Tier 6 Holy Race experts. Unlike the Eternal Realm's various pseudo-apex powers, the Seven Luminaries Alliance possessed an in-depth understanding of the Holy Race. Meanwhile, based on the Alliance's investigation and research, Holy Race players innately possessed physique that was much stronger than human players. Combined with the attribute-strengthening effect of Holy Aura, even the tanks of human players could not hope to match Holy Race players of the same tier in defense and the various resistances. But still, it should be impossible for a Tier 5 Holy Race expert to take so little damage after getting hit by more than a dozen attacks from Tier 5 human experts. She even saw that these Holy Race experts didn't bother to dodge the attacks coming at them, choosing to resist them directly. Meanwhile, the only explanation she could come up with for this situation was that these Tier 5 Holy Race experts possessed Tier 6 holy bodies. The holy body of Holy Race players was similar to the divine body of human players. It was qualitatively superior to the Tier 5 body in physique, resistance, and damage reduction. As a result, Tier 5 players would have great difficulty damaging anyone with a Tier 6 holy body, unless they could overcome the upper limit of the holy body's damage reduction. The damage they could cause would be considerably limited. It's too late to notice now. When the three-eyed young man using Tier 6 skills aboard the voyage train saw the panicking human experts within the resurrection camp, he curled his lips in disdain. Do you think those rabble powers you've fought thus far can compare to a royal power like us? Compared to the human race's greater god's domain was much bigger in size, and the competition there was much more intense. Yet, even under such conditions, only 10 royal powers existed, and they ruled over the greater god's domain like an emperor. Among them, each royal power had varying trump cards. Meanwhile, the ability to let Tier 5 players have a Tier 6 holy body was only one of many trump cards the various royal powers possessed. Now that the first batch of Tier 5 experts with holy bodies had infiltrated the magic barriers, so long as they held on for some time, many more experts with holy bodies would join them. It also wouldn't matter if the Seven Luminaries Alliance's Tier 6 experts decided to take action. After all, if the human experts chose to do so, their Tier 6 experts could simply take advantage of the situation to attack the magic barriers, creating more cracks in the barriers and letting even more experts infiltrate the resurrection camp. However, just when the second batch of experts with holy bodies tried to infiltrate the resurrection camp, several dozen dazzling stars shot through the cracks and targeted these experts. Although these experts had promptly reacted to these oncoming stars and entered defensive stances, the collision still sent them flying over 200 yards back and depleted over half of their HP. Whose attack is that? The advancing Holy Race experts were immediately startled by this sudden turn of events. Chapter 3587, Chapter 661, God-Ranked Expert. Chapter 661, God-Ranked Expert, Dead Zone Forest, Resurrection Camp. Immediately after several dozen Holy Race experts with Tier 6 holy bodies were sent flying, the other Holy Race experts present couldn't help but turn to look at the origin of the dazzling stars, a hint of panic appearing in their eyes. The various human powers experts also turned toward the origin of the stars, their hearts filled with shock and curiosity. The first batch of pseudo-Tier 6 Holy Race experts that had infiltrated the resurrection camp had already thoroughly displayed the strength of a Holy Race expert with a Tier 6 holy body. Even when struck by over a dozen attacks from Tier 5 human experts, they barely lost 1/3 of their HP. It should be known that the Tier 5 human experts in question weren't ordinary Tier 5 players. Not only did they possess basic attributes at the Tier 6 standard, but even the weakest among them could use advanced silver combat techniques. They could probably already exhibit power at the Tier 6 peak standard in all their attacks. If over a dozen of these attacks landed on a Tier 6 human tank, they would absolutely perish if they did not activate a life-saving skill. Simply put, the reason the pseudo-Tier 6 Holy Race experts had lost only 1/3 of their HP definitely wasn't because the human players attacking them were weak. Meanwhile, the several dozen dazzling stars clearly originated from one attack. Yet each of those stars had managed to deprive a pseudo-Tier 6 Holy Race expert of more than 50% of their HP. The might they displayed was simply unfathomable. After everyone turned to look at the origin of the dazzling stars, the first thing that caught their attention was a cloaked young man carrying a longsword by his waist and wielding a black longsword with crimson patterns in his right hand. Black Flame? Guild leader, Black Flame. A god-ranked expert? Many of the human experts present recognized Shi Feng immediately. It was especially so for those familiar with him, such as Frey, Unrestrained Lionheart, and Orabeth. And without exception, everyone couldn't help but be shocked and confused as they looked at him. The name of Black Flame was no longer a stranger to the Greater Gods Domain's players. As one of the Sacred Glory List's top powerhouses, many powers and experts felt that Black Flame had a strong chance of entering the Divine Glory List in the future. Previously, when Black Flame revealed his status as a Tier 6 player, he had also caused quite a huge commotion. However, compared to his current feat of sending several dozen pseudo-Tier 6 Holy Race experts flying, the commotion he previously caused was insignificant. Tier 6 players might currently be considered apex existences in the Eternal Realm, but there also existed significant differences between Tier 6 players. It was similar to the difference between titled experts and fifth-floor experts. If they were only talking about a single realm, titled experts could indeed be considered apex existences and mainstays of the various powers. However, if the scale was expanded to cover the entire Greater Gods domain, titled experts would seem ordinary, and the various powers would consider only fifth-floor experts as core members. Meanwhile, Black Flame's attack had undoubtedly reached the standard of Tier 6 gods. Moreover, it wasn't just a normal attack from a Tier 6 god. After all, the attack was much stronger than that of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Tier 6 experts, and it should be known that they were all equipped with legendary weapons. The 7 Luminaries Alliance's Tier 6 experts would probably have to use Tier 6 taboo skills or curses to match Black Flame's attack, and if the attack was at that caliber, it was already enough to heavily injure level 180 divine monsters. Furthermore, as everyone present was not an ordinary expert, they could tell that Black Flame's attack was only a normal attack, as it did not exhibit any mana fluctuations. The only players capable of achieving such a feat in the Greater Gods domain would be the rumored God-ranked experts. God-ranked experts. Typically, Tier 6 players must be fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment to achieve this standard. But after reaching this standard, players would become capable of trading blows with Tier 6 gods, and upper-ranking hegemonic powers would have to start to treat them seriously. It also wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that one such individual could be equated to an entire pseudo-upper-ranking hegemonic power. As for pseudo-apex powers, they would also do their best to recruit such individuals. A god-ranked expert, huh? Verdant Rainbow's eyes lit up with joy as she looked at Shi Feng, who stood close to the Resurrection Camp's core circle. She never expected Zero Wing to give her such a surprise. Just now, Verdant Rainbow was very close to commanding the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Tier 6 experts to expel the Holy Race's pseudo-Tier 6 experts. After all, the camp's magic barriers were designed to defend against external attacks. If too many pseudo-Tier 6 Holy Race experts infiltrated the Resurrection Camp, not only could they cause devastating damage to the Tier 5 experts inside the camp, but they could also sabotage the magic barriers from the inside, causing them to fail before they reached the end of their 24-hour duration. Good. With a god-ranked expert here, none of those pseudo-Tier 6 Holy Race experts should think of infiltrating the camp. A black-clad elderly man casting a Tier 6 defensive spell said, sighing in relief. At this rate, we should have no trouble holding on until we occupy the camp. The other 7 Luminaries Alliance members nodded in agreement, their tense expressions loosening significantly. The forces the Sun Dynasty, the royal power attacking them, dispatched had far exceeded their expectations, so their chances of successfully defending the Resurrection Camp were originally very low. However, things were different now that they had a god-ranked expert. Setting aside whether they could defeat the Sun Dynasty's army, they should have no trouble defending the Resurrection Camp until the end of the occupation process. At that time, they would have completed the mission assigned to them by the higher-ups. While Verdant Rainbow and the others were feeling relieved, the three-eyed young man standing aboard the voyage train knitted his brows slightly. Where did that God-ranked expert come from? Why do we have no information about him? The three-eyed young man coldly questioned the people around him after double-checking the intelligence reports he had received. There is nothing wrong with our information, Your Highness. That human isn't a member of the Seven Luminaries Alliance, a tall young man standing nearby hurriedly explained. Going by the information we've collected on the human race, he should be Black Flame, the guild leader of an upstart guild in the Eternal Realm. He has also recently become one of the Sacred Glory List's top powerhouses. How fortunate of the Seven Luminaries Alliance, the three-eyed young man coldly said. But since this punk dares to stick his head out for the Seven Luminaries Alliance, we need to teach him what it means to make an enemy out of the Sun Dynasty. Have the Three-Fist Saints take care of him. I do not wish to see him still existing in God's domain by the end of this battle. Isn't that too much, Your Highness? The tall young man broke into a sweat when he heard the three-eyed young man's words. The Three-Fist Saints are here to ambush the Seven Luminaries Alliance's chosen one. It simply isn't worth having them target Black Flame. The Three-Fist Saints were core elders of the Sun Dynasty, and every one of them was a God-ranked expert. To devastate the Seven Luminaries Alliance's younger generation and make a great contribution to the Sun Dynasty, the three-eyed young man had deliberately invited the Three-Fist Saints to erase Verdant Rainbow from God's domain. But if the Three-Fist Saints were to prematurely expose themselves to deal with Black Flame, the Seven Luminaries Alliance would definitely take precautions to protect Verdant Rainbow. At that time, it would become nigh impossible to target her. You don't need to worry about this. Have the Three-Fist Saints move out. I do not wish to see the other 5 occupy a camp before me, the three-eyed young man said without hesitation, giving the tall young man a dissatisfied glare. Understood. I'll notify the 3 elders right away. The tall young man dared not say anything else and quickly contacted the Three-Fist Saints. TL notes. On God-ranked expert. The God-ranked expert term that will appear from this chapter onward will be referring to experts capable of rivaling Tier 6 gods rather than merely experts who had reached Tier 6. Chapter 3588, Chapter 662, Fist Saint. Chapter 662, Fist Saint. Outside the Resurrection Camp, over 200,000 Tier 5 Holy Race experts rained attacks on the camp's magic barriers while providing cover for the advancing pseudo-Tier 6 Holy Race players. As a result, shouting and explosions continuously echoed throughout the Dead Zone forest. Meanwhile, standing among the Holy Race army were 3 elderly men with many holy patterns covering their bodies. Despite the 3 old men radiating near-solid holy auras, hardly any of the surrounding Holy Race players noticed them as they quietly advanced with the army. Even the few Holy Race experts who noticed the 3 old men simply deemed them ordinary. This was because despite the thick holy aura they radiated, the 3 old men's life rating was only at the Tier 5 standard. While it was true that their superior holy auras would grant them stronger, strengthening effects, they could, at best, rival the average Tier 6 human expert. In the Holy Race Army, such experts were a dime a dozen, so there was no reason to pay any particular attention to the 3 old men. However, if any of the Tier 6 experts aboard the voyage train saw these 3 old men, they would know that the 3 elders were, in reality, bona fide Tier 6 players. Moreover, their holy auras could strengthen their physique and basic attributes to match Tier 6 dragons. Paired with their legendary weapons and equipment, they could easily match the human race's Tier 6 gods. If these 3 old men were to work together to execute an advanced silver holy art, they could annihilate even a Tier 6 player's soul. When the 3 old men arrived within 500 yards of Verdant Rainbow, the Seven Luminaries Alliance's chosen one, they immediately prepared themselves to take action. Once the voyage train's energy cannons fired again, they would use the distraction created to close the gap and execute their holy arts against Verdant Rainbow, forcing the Seven Luminaries Alliance's chosen one into permanent retirement. However, as the 3 elders were waiting for the right opportunity, they suddenly received a message that caused their eyebrows to twitch. We are to eliminate Black Flame instead." After reading the message, the elder with no hair on his head couldn't help but grow a little dissatisfied. His Highness really knows how to make trouble for us. Isn't that better? Rather than eliminating a heavily guarded chosen one, it would be much easier to eliminate an upstart guild's guild leader, the elder with a long beard said, chuckling. Regardless, we can still repay that person's favor. In that case, let's do it. The elder with holy patterns in his eyes said, then after taking a deep breath, he began slowly advancing to where Shi Feng was. Seeing this, the two other old men quickly followed, although they were known as the Three Fist Saints. Only one of them actually went by the name of Fist Saint, and that was Earthen Fist Saint, the person with holy patterns in his eyes. When Earthen Fist Saint gathered his holy aura in his fists, his punches could devastate the land and tear apart the sky. Even the human race's Tier 6 gods would stumble by half a step when receiving his punches. As for how the three of them came to be known as the Three Fist Saints, it was because all three of them fought using gloves, and they happened to slay a Tier 6 god from the human race when working together in the past. Now that Earthen Fist Saint had decided to target Black Flame instead, they naturally wouldn't raise any objections. 3 minutes later, the three old men arrived within 400 yards of Shi Feng. At this time, the battle had become much more chaotic as the Holy Race army had moved much closer to the resurrection camp. Explosions kept occurring all over both sides' energy barriers, neither side giving up on bringing down the opponent's energy barriers. After all, once the opponent's energy barriers failed, they would be able to cause maximum damage to the other side. In the meantime, many Holy Race experts kept fearlessly charging through the gaps in the Resurrection Camp's magic barriers. As more and more gaps appeared in the Resurrection Camp's barriers, even Shi Feng could only afford to target the Holy Race's pseudo-Tier 6 experts, leaving the rest to the others. However, even after seeing this, the Three Fist Saints did not rush to attack Shi Feng. Instead, they patiently infiltrated the Resurrection Camp with the other Tier 5 Holy Race experts. Meanwhile, inside the Resurrection Camp's magic barriers, all of the various powers members capable of exhibiting power at the Tier 6 standard worked together with the Seven Luminaries Alliance's Dark Gold Combat Puppets and Sacred Glory Battle Array team, trying their best to restrict the Holy Race experts from causing havoc inside the magic barriers. Among them, the main combatants responsible for resisting these Holy Race experts were the various Pseudo-Apex Powers New Generation Chosen Ones and Vice Guild leaders. Out of all these talented individuals, the one with the most outstanding performance was Azure Fang's Blood Emperor Garut. As someone nominated for a position among the 10 great Berserker gods this year, Garut could exhibit power at the Tier 6 peak standard with every swing of his giant crimson axe, paired with torrential thunder, a gold combat technique he had mastered. Not only could he unleash these powerful attacks rapidly, but his attacks could also suppress the surrounding area's space and time, reducing the mobility of his opponents. Unless the Holy Race experts targeted by Garut possessed something similar to the instantaneous movement spell, they would have no choice but to receive his attacks. Meanwhile, with the help of torrential thunder, Garut had already killed over 20 Holy Race experts thus far. Another 3 Holy Race experts, when Garut saw 3 elderly Holy Race experts crossing the magic barriers through a gap near him, he charged at the trio and swung his axe at them without hesitation. Torrential thunder, immediately. Garut's crimson axe transformed into a huge thunderbolt that threatened to wash over the 3 elderly Holy Race experts. However, the instant Garut executed his attack, his sixth sense immediately warned him of danger. Although initially confused by this unexpected development, when Garut saw that the 3 elderly Holy Race experts remained unaffected by his torrential thunder's space-time suppression, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He also couldn't fathom how this situation could have happened. While he might only be at Tier 5 right now, he was in possession of the peak hidden class Dragonblood Warrior and the Demi-Dragon bloodline. In addition, he was equipped with the legendary rank Blood Axe and a full set of legendary equipment. Even if he were to face off against a true Tier 6 player, he could still put up a good fight. Not to mention, When he executed torrential thunder against the pseudo-tier 6 holy race experts previously, he managed to immobilize all of them and send them stumbling several steps backward without exception. Yet when he used the same attack against the 3 elderly holy race experts, the trio didn't get immobilized in the slightest. This led him to think of one frightening possibility.
God-ranked experts.
Chapter 3589, Chapter 663, Experts Meet. Chapter 663, Experts Meet 3 God-ranked experts. Garut's eyes twitched when he saw that the 3 elderly men were unaffected by his gold combat technique. He retreated almost instinctively, not daring to be anywhere near the 3. Most players in the greater God's domain only knew that the term God-ranked expert represented players capable of rivaling Tier 6 gods and that they shouldn't try to offend these existences. They didn't know exactly why they should fear and try to avoid offending God-ranked experts. However, it was a different story for the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers and pseudo-apex powers. They had a much better understanding of God-ranked experts, and they knew exactly why players shouldn't offend these existences. Soul annihilation. Once a player reached the standard of Tier 6 gods, they would become strong enough to annihilate even the immortal souls of Tier 6 players. While there wasn't a 100% success rate, the fact that the possibility existed was more than enough to instill fear into the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers and pseudo-apex powers. It was not easy for the various powers to nurture their talented newcomers. The resources spent were one thing. A more crucial problem was finding talented individuals to recruit and nurture. If their young talents suffered soul annihilation, they could no longer log into God's domain for the rest of their lives. Their talent would also become meaningless. If a power had all of its mainstays eliminated from God's domain one after another, it would only be a matter of time before it faced destruction, unless, of course, it was willing to pay an astronomical price to resurrect the dead players. But the price of resurrecting players who had suffered permanent deaths was incredibly costly, even to the various apex powers, let alone the various pseudo-apex powers and upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Currently, as Garut was only a Tier 5 player, even one God-ranked expert would be enough to annihilate his soul, let alone 3. If he tried to fight these 3 God-ranked experts, his retirement from God's domain would be virtually guaranteed. You reacted quite quickly. It seems you should also be a Power's Chosen One. The old man with the long beard commented when he saw Garut abruptly retreating. In that case, die, ignoring the effects of Garut's torrential thunder. The bearded old man punched out with his right fist, his movements slow and silent. However, when Garut saw this seemingly ordinary punch, he immediately felt the approach of death, and he had no idea how he should even resist it. The bearded old man's punch might seem ordinary to the average person, but as an expert who had mastered 2 basic laws, Garut could tell that the old man's punch was anything but ordinary. This was because the old man's fist was actively disrupting and scattering the magic elements around it. It should be known that skills and spells relied on the flow of magic elements to form, so the bearded old man's punch could essentially nullify any skills and spells it came into contact with. Am I going to die just like that? When Garut saw the energy fist that came from the bearded old man, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. In reality, with his strength and talent, he could already challenge his Tier 6 promotion and complete it without fail. Meanwhile, so long as he was at Tier 6, even if he were to face off against a God-ranked expert, he was confident he could trade many blows with the other party. He could even escape with his life if needed. However, for the sake of creating a better divine body, he had chosen to delay his promotion. Because of that, he was now going to have his soul annihilated. But just as the energy fist was about to connect with Garut's retreating figure, a tall and lithe figure suddenly appeared between them. The figure belonged to a female blood elf, and as soon as she appeared, she swung the longsword she wielded at the energy fist. Subsequently, it was as if time had stopped flowing in the Dead Zone forest, and all mana within a several thousand-yard radius disappeared, causing everyone to experience a sense of suffocation. Then a speck of scorching white light formed at the tip of the Blood Elf's longsword as it collided with the bearded old man's energy fist. Boom! Immediately, A deafening explosion echoed throughout the resurrection camp, followed by a powerful shockwave that shattered a huge chunk of the magic barriers. What the heck? How is that a fight between Tier 5 players? Everyone in the resurrection camp immediately had their attention attracted toward the blood elf and bearded old man. But when everyone saw that the two individuals were only Tier 5 players, they couldn't help but gape in shock. It should be known that the Seven Luminaries Alliance's barriers were strengthened by a great Grandmaster Mana strengthening barrier. Normally, even Tier 6 players would need to attack it several hundred times to create a crack. Yet now, the shockwave created by two Tier 5 players had made a hole so large that it could let several dozen players through it simultaneously. Arabeth? Garrot couldn't help but be stunned as he looked at the blood elf before him. He never expected Orabeth to come to his rescue. He also never expected Orabeth to be able to block a blow from a god-raked expert. A limit breaker? When the bearded old man saw that Orabeth's hands were only trembling slightly from blocking his attack, he also couldn't help but be a little surprised. It might look like he had nonchalantly threw his punch, but it was actually enhanced by a silver holy art. If it connected, even a Tier 6 player might get killed on the spot or, at the very least, become heavily injured. Yet despite being a Tier 5, Orabeth remained standing even after blocking his attack. Not only that, but she didn't even stumble or take any damage. Apart from Orabeth being one of the rumored limit breakers, he couldn't think of anyone else who could accomplish such a feat. We absolutely cannot let this girl live. Earthen Fist, Saint coldly stated as he looked at Orabeth. Old Ape, you stay here and get rid of her. Old Scorpion and I will take care of Black Flame. Leave it to me, the bearded old man named Heavenly Ape Saint said, nodding. After Heavenly Ape Saint finished speaking, he stopped hiding his strength and unleashed a frightening aura onto his surroundings, his aura immediately immobilizing Orabeth and Garrot. Then, he readied himself to execute an all-out punch against Orabeth. According to the information they had gathered, the human race's so-called limit breakers were all owners of primordial god legacies. If these individuals were allowed to grow to their full potential, they would become extremely frightening existences that even the Sun Dynasty would have to be wary of. Now that a budding limit breaker had appeared before them, they naturally had to eliminate her. While Heavenly Ape Saint was creating a commotion, Earthen Fist Saint and the Bald Elder used the opportunity to close in on Shi Feng. They intended to eliminate him before the various human experts could react and provide support. Can you block his attack again, Orabeth? Garrot couldn't help but ask when he saw Heavenly Ape Saint was preparing to throw another punch. Now that the three elderly Holy Race experts had exposed themselves, the Seven Luminaries Alliance definitely wouldn't let them run rampant in the resurrection camp. So long as Orabeth could stop Heavenly Ape Saint's second attack, the two of them would have a much greater chance at survival. Do you really think I'm a Tier 6 sword god? Orabeth answered as she kept her eyes on the bearded old man before her. I had to exhaust myself completely just to use that attack. I can't even move right now, let alone fight. It seems we're doomed, then. When Garrot saw that Orabeth indeed couldn't move, he understood that Orabeth had truly exhausted herself and their fates were sealed. Just as Garrot was thinking of putting up a final struggle, though, a peerless beauty suddenly appeared in front of them. At the same time, several figures also appeared around Earthen Fist Saint and the bald old man. A Tier 6 player? When Heavenly Ape Saint saw the female berserker who had appeared before Orabeth and Garrot, a hint of contempt appeared in his eyes. Do you think you can block my attack? After saying so, Heavenly Ape Saint immediately punched out with his fist, sending a gigantic fist flying forward. How would I know if I don't try? In response, the female berserker simply smiled and raised the greatsword she wielded. Then, while stirring up a chaotic storm around her, she swung the heavy weapon down at the approaching fist. Chapter 359 Dido. Chapter 664 Snow Goddess. Chapter 664 Snow Goddess. Boom. When fist and sword collided, the resulting shockwave destabilized the space within the magic barriers and caused the Tier 5 experts within a several hundred-yard radius to stumble backward. She blocked it? Looking through the smoke clouds, Oribeth couldn't help but be astonished when she saw the great sword-wielding, peerless beauty standing firmly. The others nearby might not be aware of how frightening Heavenly Ape Saint's strength was, but Oribeth, who had clashed once with a bearded old man, knew of it very well. Heavenly Ape Saint's punch might seem inconspicuous, but there was no doubt it carried the power of Tier 6 gods. If the average Tier 6 expert tried to block it, they would die on the spot unless they were a tank with a life-saving skill activated. This was also why Garut had felt he would face certain death if he received Heavenly Ape Saint's punch. If Oribeth hadn't previously used the primordial god-ranked mana technique Dark Moon, she would have died when she tried to block Heavenly Ape Saint's punch. As for the female berserker, while she might be a Tier 6 berserker god, even if Heavenly Ape Saint's punch didn't outright kill her, it should have still caused her substantial damage. After all, she had only blocked the punch with a normal attack. She never used any combat techniques or skills. Yet the female berserker was unscathed, displaying unbelievable strength. Another god-ranked expert? Apart from Oribeth, Garut was similarly shocked by the peerless beauty's performance. He was especially shocked to see the six-winged emblem the woman wore. God-ranked experts were exceedingly rare in the Greater God's domain. Each stood at the very apex of the Greater God's domain, and their existences were few and far between, even among the various apex and pseudo-apex powers. Naturally, because of their extraordinary strength, most God-ranked experts were well-known individuals in the Greater God's domain. It was one thing for Zero Wing's Black Flame to be a God-ranked expert. After all, Black Flame's name had already been known across the Greater God's domain for quite some time, and many people acknowledged that he could most certainly become a God-ranked expert. But how in the world did another God-ranked expert emerge from Zero Wing? What Garut found even more unbelievable was that despite being a vice-guild leader of the pseudo-apex power Azure Fang, he had never even heard of the peerless beauty before him. How interesting. No wonder you dare to come forward. Standing in mid-air, Heavenly Ape Saint couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw another God-ranked expert appearing. However, his surprise lasted for only a moment before he retracted his fist and took a step forward. Immediately afterward, Heavenly Ape Saint vanished from where he stood, leaving behind hundreds of after-images as he threw one punch after another at Gentle Snow from varying directions. Since he couldn't overpower Gentle Snow in strength, he would overwhelm her with speed. Heavenly Ape Saint might be of the holy race, but he knew that the human race's berserker class was a strength-focused class that lacked dexterity. It was unlike the holy race's fist fighter class, which was balanced in all basic attributes. Not to mention, Gentle Snow was a berserker armed with a greatsword, a weapon with obvious pros and cons. The large weapon might give her attacks a lot of power, but its attack speed was at least 10% to 20% slower than other berserker weapons. Meanwhile, the usual tactic a berserker like Gentle Snow would employ against an opponent with high attack speed would be to move around constantly to reduce the number of attacks she needed to face. It was a tactical retreat, so to speak. However, if Gentle Snow did that, she would fall right into his trap as a God-ranked expert himself. Heavenly Ape Saint understood there was no easy way to conclude a battle between God-ranked experts quickly. Even if he managed to overwhelm Gentle Snow with his high attack frequency and land some attacks on her, there was no way he could kill her in a short time. In that case, rather than waste his time against Gentle Snow, the smarter thing to do would be to annihilate the souls of the human race's chosen ones, particularly limit breakers like Oribeth. Limit breakers were usually individuals with primordial god legacies, and they would become incredibly tough opponents to deal with once they advanced to Tier 6. If Oribeth was allowed to develop, she would definitely become a thorn in the Sun Dynasty's side when it came time to occupy Holy Ring City. However, contrary to Heavenly Ape Saint's expectations, Gentle Snow did not choose to kite him. Instead, she calmly held up the Chaos Windblade horizontally before swinging it at the several hundred after-images around her. Silver Combat Technique, 12 Extreme Slashes. Immediately, 12 sword lights flew toward the oncoming energy fists. Is she crazy? Heavenly Ape Saint couldn't help but be confused when he saw Gentle Snow standing her ground. While it might be incredible for a berserker to execute 12 attacks instantaneously, Gentle Snow would have to be crazy if she thought she could stop several hundred of his punches with just 12 slashes. She would be fortunate if she could even block half of them. As for the rest, they would most certainly connect with her body. It should be known that each of his punches carried the power of a Tier 6 god. If over 100 of them connected, it wouldn't even be strange if Gentle Snow got eliminated on the spot. Orbith and Garut were similarly stunned when they saw Gentle Snow's actions. They couldn't understand why, of all the methods she could have used, she would try to fight Heavenly Ape Saint in speed. What she was doing was no different than throwing an egg against a rock. However, when the 12 sword lights fanned out, Orbith and Garut were quickly stunned once more. This was because powerful storms could be seen stirring in the places where the sword lights had passed through, and these storms generated wind blades that collided with the surrounding energy fists, causing them to melt away like snow. Meanwhile, these wind blades were none other than the result of the Chaos Wind Blade's hidden ability, and this hidden ability was what gave Gentle Snow the confidence to stand her ground against Heavenly Ape Saint's rapid attacks. By the end of Gentle Snow's 12 extreme slashes, not only did all of Heavenly Ape Saint's afterimages and energy fists disappear, but Heavenly Ape Saint himself had also reappeared 500 yards away from Gentle Snow with his right arm trembling slightly. Die? Before Heavenly Ape Saint could even process what had just happened, Gentle Snow promptly followed up her small victory with another attack. Bronze Combat Technique, Triple Sword Flash. While only a bronze combat technique, Triple Sword Flash was the fastest offensive combat technique in Gentle Snow's repertoire. When she paired it with her Chaos Windblade's strength and god-ranked mana, her attacks could overwhelm Tier 6 gods of the same level. Subsequently, 3 sword lights tore through space as one and instantly arrived before Heavenly Ape Saint. They moved so fast that even Tier 6 assassins would have trouble reacting to them. However, Heavenly Ape Saint was an expert at the extrasensory realm. While startled by the attack that even his 5 senses had trouble tracking, he followed the warning from his 6th sense and instinctively gathered all his strength and punched out. Holy art. Heaven bombardment. For a brief moment, an illusory giant, several hundred meters tall, appeared in Heavenly Ape Saint's place and punched at the oncoming sword light. Boom! Following a loud explosion, Orbith and Garut's eyes went wide as they saw Heavenly Ape Saint getting sent flying several hundred yards away. And although the bearded old man landed on his feet, his arms were shaking, and his HP had fallen by roughly 5%. He had obviously lost to Gentle Snow in a competition of strength, and the difference was far from a little. After looking at his trembling arms, Heavenly Ape Saint hurriedly shouted into his team chat, "Old Scorpion, help me! I can't hold this place by myself." His exchange with Gentle Snow might seem like it had lasted for some time, but only 2 seconds had passed thus far in reality. If he didn't ask for help, he'd become a corpse before the minute was even over. But even after Heavenly Ape Saint waited for some time, he did not receive a reply from Tailless Scorpion, the bald old man he had called out to. Just as he was about to get angry, Tailless Scorpion finally made a response. "No. You come and help me, old ape. I'm the one who's having trouble holding on." Chapter 3591, Chapter 665, Zero Wings Experts. Chapter 6065, Zero Wings Experts. Tailless Scorpion's words stunned Heavenly Ape Saint for a moment. Then, while defending against Gentle Snow's attacks, he angrily said, "Stop joking around. I'm facing a god-ranked monster here." When it came to combat standards, he was indeed superior to Gentle Snow. In fact, Gentle Snow wasn't even at the extrasensory realm, so she couldn't appropriately respond to most of his attacks and evasive maneuvers. However, when it came to the strength attribute, Gentle Snow was superior to him by a large margin. The strength of her mana was also no different than that of Tier 6 gods. These factors combined allowed her to exhibit significantly stronger skills and combat techniques. Not to mention, Gentle Snow could whip up powerful storms every time she attacked, and these storms covered a large area. Because of this, even when Gentle Snow was only using bronze combat techniques, it felt like she was a Tier 6 god using a Tier 6 skill. While Heavenly Ape Saint might have god-ranked strength, that was only true when he was using advanced Silver Holy Arts. Moreover, even when using advanced Silver Holy Arts, he could only fight against a Tier 6 god who wasn't using any skills or spells. If he tried to fight a Tier 6 god who was using Tier 6 skills and spells, he would not be a match whatsoever. Currently, he would lose about 5% of his HP every time he traded blows with Gentle Snow. Even if he had various Grandmaster recovery potions in his bag, he wouldn't last long against her. Meanwhile, Tailless Scorpion was only ambushing Black Flame with Earthen Fist Saint. Even if multiple Tier 6 human experts attacked them, it should still be child's play for them to deal with their opponents. However, after hearing Heavenly Ape Saint's angry rant, Tailless Scorpion responded with an even angrier shout. God-ranked monster? So what? You only have to deal with one on your side? Do you know how many I have to deal with here? Tailless Scorpion said in a mocking tone. How many? Tailless Scorpion's words caught Heavenly Ape Saint once more, and he couldn't help but feel that the other party was intent on messing with him. Even in the Holy Race's greater gods domain, experts on the level of the human race's Tier 6 gods were incredibly rare. So, even less needed to be said for the human race. While an ancient apex power like the Seven Luminaries Alliance might have many such experts under its command, the most it could afford was to station one god-ranked expert in each camp. Even if many human powers had joined forces with the Seven Luminaries Alliance this time, each resurrection camp shouldn't have more than 2 god-ranked experts. As for the resurrection camp they were currently targeting, the fact that there were 3 god-ranked experts here could already be considered an anomaly. So how could Tailless Scorpion and Earthen Fist Saint possibly be going up against multiple god-ranked experts? Refusing to believe Tailless Scorpion's words after blocking another one of Gentle Snow's triple sword flash, Heavenly Ape Saint quickly turned to look at a location roughly 1,000 yards away. Only what he saw dumbfounded him. How can this be? Currently, Tailless Scorpion and Earthen Fist Saint could be seen fighting against 8 Tier 6 experts. But contrary to Heavenly Ape Saint's expectations, his 2 comrades did not have the upper hand in battle. Instead, they were being beaten into submission. As for why this was happening, it was because all 8 of their opponents possessed mana-rivaling Tier 6 gods. On Earthen Fist Saint's side, he faced 4 opponents, of which one was a female assassin who moved so quickly that his senses utterly failed to keep up, and one was a female cleric providing support from the side. As for the remaining 2, they were a male swordsman and a spear-wielding female berserker who could trade blows with him evenly. Because of these 4 opponents, Earthen Fist Saint was so preoccupied that he didn't even have time to speak. Even then, he was still losing HP rapidly. As for Tailless Scorpion, he was in an even more precarious situation. Simply resisting the joint attacks of the male berserker and female swordsman he faced already took a huge toll on him. Yet he still had to guard himself against the sneak attacks of a female assassin and a female elementalist. If not for the Grandmaster recovery potion he had just consumed, he would have long been killed already. However, the fact that Tailless Scorpion and Earthen Fist Saint were being cornered still wasn't the part that surprised Heavenly Ape Saint the most. What truly surprised Heavenly Ape Saint was that whether it was those 8 Tier 6 experts, the female berserker facing him, or their elimination target, Black Flame, they all wore the same 6-winged guild emblem. All 10 of these god-ranked experts came from the same guild. How was this even possible? At this time, Heavenly Ape Saint wasn't the only one finding this situation unbelievable. Everyone was shocked by this situation, whether it was the human players in the resurrection camp or the Holy Race players attacking the camp's magic barriers from the outside. 10 god-ranked experts? What kind of guild is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Chalk Splendor, the 3-eyed young man commanding the Holy Race army from the voyage train, bellowed, according to the Sun Dynasty's investigations. The human race's greater gods domain only had several apex powers. Among them, the one with the deepest foundation was the Seven Luminaries Alliance, which was why the Sun Dynasty had made ample preparations for the attack on the human race's resurrection camps this time. Chalk Splendor had even recruited the help of the Three-Fist Saints of his own accord to surprise the Seven Luminaries Alliance. Yet, a power even more frightening than the Seven Luminaries Alliance had suddenly appeared in the resurrection camp he was assigned. 10 God-ranked experts. That was probably as many God-ranked experts as the Seven Luminaries Alliance had in total in the world arc. Yet he knew nothing about this power. How could he not be furious? However, compared to the Holy Race players, those familiar with Zero Wing, such as Arabeth and Frey, were even more shocked by this turn of events. Since when did Zero Wing become so strong? Frey was in disbelief as she watched Zero Wing's members suppress the Three-Fist Saints. The others present might not be aware of Zero Wing's circumstances, but Frey had watched Zero Wing take its first step out of a miniature world. At the time, apart from Shi Feng, Zero Wing didn't have any other fourth-floor experts, let alone God-ranked experts. It also wasn't anywhere close to rivaling ordinary hegemonic powers, let alone upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates like the Galaxy Conglomerate. Yet, Zero Wing now had 10 God-ranked experts under its command. Although most of them barely reached the threshold of God-ranked experts, they were still experts that the various pseudo-apex powers had to treat with great caution. They were also existences that Frey, a vice-guild leader of the Red Dragon Nation, had to treat with respect. Meanwhile, over on the Seven Luminaries Alliance's side, the Alliance's members were both shocked and overjoyed. After all, a force of 10 God-ranked experts was more than enough for them to win this battle. "I'm afraid the Three-Fist Saints won't last much longer, Your Highness. Should we retreat?" Or the elderly man standing beside Chalk Splendor asked quietly. The battle's current situation was clear for all to see. Once the Three-Fist Saints were defeated, Zero Wing's God-ranked experts would be free to cause havoc on the battlefield. At that time, even retreating would become a challenge for the Holy Race Army. Of course, that wasn't to say that their army was under any threat of annihilation. After all, they were from the Sun Dynasty, one of the Holy Race's 10 royal powers. The Sun Dynasty had foundations superior to the Seven Luminaries Alliance, and it had made ample preparations to secure the World Arc's inner resurrection camps. Their army, in particular, even had a divine artifact prepared. It seems it is time I show these aliens what true power is. Instead of calling for a retreat, Chalk Splendor took a step forward before jumping off the voyage train, a crescent blade appearing in his right hand as he made his descent. Then, just as he was about to land, his body started rapidly growing in size. 30 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters. A 1,000-meter-tall version of Chalk Splendor appeared outside the resurrection camp in the blink of an eye. Then, before anyone could react, Chalk Splendor punched out at the resurrection camp's magic barriers, his fist instantly shattering the large Grandmaster magic barriers maintained by thousands of Tier 5 magical class players. Chapter 3592, Chapter 666, Sunlight Blade. The battlefield fell deathly silent following the destruction of the resurrection camp's large Grandmaster magic barriers. The various human experts, in particular, were filled with shock and fear as they looked at the 1,000-meter-tall giant responsible for this destruction. It should be known that the resurrection camp's barriers were 1,000-man Grandmaster magic barriers. They had also been strengthened by a great Grandmaster mana-strengthening barrier. Under normal circumstances, they should last a long time, even when attacked by multiple Tier 6 gods. Yet the giant that had abruptly appeared outside the camp had shattered all these barriers with one punch. An ancient god? How can the Holy Race summon an ancient god? The various human powers executives couldn't help but be stupefied as they looked at Chalk Splendor's mountainous figure. Even battle-seasoned chosen ones like Arabeth couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness at this moment. It should be known that the current Chalk Splendor was no different from the greater god's domain's ancient gods. His figure was towering and reached into the clouds, and even 100-meter-tall Tier 5 dragons would look like infants before him. As for Tier 5 players like themselves, They were no different than ants before Chalk Splendor, and he could probably kill many of them with a single stomp. Meanwhile, with Chalk Splendor's participation and the destruction of the Resurrection Camp's magic barriers, there would no longer be a battle to speak of. What followed next would be a one-sided slaughter. Is that the rumored Sunlight Blade? The Sun Dynasty must be crazy. Why would it mobilize one of its 7 arcanas just to capture a resurrection camp? Are they not worried other royal powers would steal it? The 7 Luminaries Alliance's elders fell into a daze as they looked at Chalk Splendor's 1,000-meter-tall body and the resplendent crescent blade he wielded. As one of the Holy Race's 10 royal powers, the Sun Dynasty possessed many divine artifacts. However, according to the 7 Luminaries Alliance's investigation, the Sun Dynasty only regarded 7 of its divine artifacts as its most prized possessions, which were also labeled as the 7 Arcanas. Each arcana was a top-tier divine artifact and could easily rank among the human race's greater gods' domain's 10 great divine artifacts. Meanwhile, the Sunlight Blade was one of the Sun Dynasty's 7 arcanas. When paired with the Moonlight Blade, which was similarly regarded as an arcana, they could let a Tier 6 Holy Race expert gain an ancestral holy body and fight primordial gods of the same level. Even when used separately, the Sunlight Blade and the Moonlight Blade could let Tier 6 Holy Race experts rival ancient gods. In the Sunlight Blade's case, its Sunlight Body skill granted the user a 90% damage reduction, a 10,000% increase in HP, and a battle recovery of 2% HP per 5 seconds. If a Tier 6 Holy Race expert activated Sunlight Body, even ancient gods could only damage them slightly. Based on the information the 7 Luminaries Alliance collected, once the Sunlight Blade's wielder activated Sunlight Body, even divine artifact wielders would have great difficulty killing them, and the only way around it would be to wait until the skill's duration ended. Hence, the Sunlight Blade was also known as the Immortal Blade. Get ready to withdraw, Rainbow. This battle is over, one of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's elders said to Verdant Rainbow with a gloomy face. There is nothing we can do to the Sunlight Body when it is active, and it has a duration of 1 hour. We simply can't last that long. In reality, the 7 Luminaries Alliance wasn't completely helpless when it came to dealing with the Sunlight Blade. One example would be Divine Afterglow, one of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's most prized possessions. If they had Divine Afterglow's power, even if the Sun Dynasty mobilized both the Sunlight Blade and the Moonlight Blade, they could still defend the Resurrection Camp. However, setting aside the fact that Divine Afterglow was currently being used to protect the 7 Luminaries Alliance's town on the western continent, even if it wasn't in use, there was no way they would use such a valuable item to protect one Resurrection Camp. I understand. Verdant Rainbow nodded. Then, she promptly issued a command saying, I will distract him while you all find a way to safely evacuate. Verdant Rainbow had read the report on the Sunlight Blade, so she knew they stood no chance against it. It didn't matter, even if the world string she wielded was also a divine artifact. After all, Chalk Splendor could simply shrug off her attacks with his Sunlight Body and eliminate everyone else in the Resurrection Camp. So, the only thing they could do now was to withdraw and minimize losses, preventing more people from suffering soul annihilation. The 7 Luminaries Alliance's elders promptly went into action after receiving Verdant Rainbow's command, organizing the various teams into an orderly withdrawal while coordinating their movements with the several hundred dark gold combat puppets in providing cover for everyone. You want to leave? It's too late for that. Die. When Chalk Splendor saw the human forces retreating, he promptly swung the Sunlight Blade at the dark gold combat puppets, covering the humans' retreat. With only a single swing of the divine weapon, several dozen dark gold combat puppets, which could normally resist the attacks of Tier 6 players with ease, were cut in half. The mountain range, several dozen miles away, was also bisected from the waist, several mountain tops briefly becoming airborne before crashing back down. Subsequently, just as Chalk Splendor was about to target the retreating human forces, Verdant Rainbow angrily bellowed, Your opponent is me! Verdant Rainbow no longer hid the world string's power as she summoned strings of cyan-colored energy to form a bolt of silver lightning. Then, the summoned lightning quickly transformed into a silver arrow, which Verdant Rainbow proceeded to release at the gigantic chalk splendor. When the silver arrow separated from the world string, it quickly split into 1,000 lightning bolts that flew at chalk splendor. Then, these lightning bolts converged into 100 dark gray lightning bolts, each carrying power so strong that they could rival the skills and spells used by ancient gods. And should even one of these dark gray lightning bolts be allowed to connect, it could instantly destroy multiple large maps or knock a Tier 6 god unconscious. When faced with 100 of these terrifying lightning bolts, even bona fide ancient gods would have to be careful. Meanwhile, these dark gray lightning bolts were the product of String of Divine Punishment, one of the world string's profound skills. When paired with Ninefold Heart, a gold combat technique that allowed her to merge 9 sources of power into one to exhibit ninefold power. Even ancient gods wouldn't be able to come out unscathed after blocking it. Do you think you are worthy of being my opponent? When Chalk Splendor saw Verdant Rainbow's attack, he simply scoffed and threw a punch. Gold, holy art, setting sun, immediately. Chalk Splendor's fist turned into a miniature sun as it collided with the oncoming lightning bolts. Then, when both sides collided, the dark gray lightning bolts were deflected to the surroundings, forming an area of absolute nothingness around Chalk Splendor. Be it the players, the land, or the sky, everything within a several hundred-yard radius of Chalk Splendor ceased to exist. A moment later, an earth-shattering noise echoed across the battlefield as a gigantic, fist-shaped hole appeared in a mountain several dozen miles away. The several thousand Tier 5 human experts who happened to be in that location were also obliterated, and even the fragmented legendary weapons and equipment they dropped were reduced to nothing. Subsequently, silence spread across the entire Dead Zone forest. TL notes. Mindnet. One divine afterglow, Sengguo Yuhui, can be roughly translated as Divine Nation's Afterglow, but I don't know if this is referring to the Golden Kingdom Huangingguodu or something else entirely. I'll come back to make changes if necessary when I have more information in the future, but for the time being, I will be assuming that Golden Kingdom and Divine Afterglow are 2 different items. Chapter 3593, Chapter 667, First Battle Against a Divine Artifact. Chapter 667, First Battle Against a Divine Artifact. How can this be? Verdant Rainbow couldn't help but be stupefied when she saw the devastation caused by the energy fist that had flown right past her body. Verdant Rainbow was well aware that even with the world string, there was no way she could defeat Chalk Splendor in direct combat. All she could do was try to distract him and minimize the losses of her allies. However, what Verdant Rainbow didn't expect was for her full-powered attack to be utterly useless against Chalk Splendor. In fact, if she hadn't evaded Chalk Splendor's energy fist, she would have even died on their very first exchange. Is this the power of one of the Sun Dynasty's 7 Arcanus? The 7 Luminaries Alliance's elders were similarly shocked by the fact that Verdant Rainbow couldn't even distract Chalk Splendor. It should be known that even without the world string, Verdant Rainbow would still be an undisputed god-ranked expert. With the world string, she could rank among the Eternal Realm's top 10 experts. She could even rank among the top 5 if they were comparing purely in terms of attack power. Yet despite being such a powerful expert, Verdant Rainbow couldn't even serve as a distraction to Chalk Splendor. This situation was so unbelievable that they couldn't help but suspect the world string's status as a divine artifact. So, even after all that, we still won't be making it out alive. Garrett Riley smiled as he looked at the gigantic fist-shaped hole in the distance previously. After escaping from the Three-Fist Saints with his life and seeing Zero Wing's 10 god-ranked experts, Garrett thought that their side had won and the battle would be smooth sailing moving forward. However, he never thought the tides of the battle would change once again so quickly and suddenly. It truly felt like he was riding on a roller coaster of fate. Meanwhile, if even an expert as powerful as Verdant Rainbow could do nothing against the Holy Race's 3-eyed youth, it goes without saying that nobody else could do anything against him. In fact, every human player on this battlefield might have to say goodbye to God's domain by the end of the battle. After all, if Chalk Splendor could obliterate a mountain several dozen miles away, even high-tiered random teleportation scrolls could not let them escape safely. Chalk Splendor could easily penetrate space and time to obliterate any player who tried to escape through a space-time passage. As for the Zero-Wing members distracting the Three-Fist Saints, they also felt the threat of death looming over them after seeing Chalk Splendor's attack, their complexions turning incredibly gloomy. "Ha ha ha ha! That's what you aliens get for trying to oppress us with numbers. You all are doomed now." Heavenly Ape Saint couldn't help but laugh when he saw Chalk Splendor taking action and the gloomy expression on Gentle Snow. "Now that His Highness has taken action, all of you will fall here today." If His Highness had taken the Sunlight Blade out on loan, why couldn't he have used it earlier? Tailless Scorpion grumbled. While he felt fortunate over this turn of events, he also couldn't help but feel a little resentful. After all, he currently only had 1/3 of his HP remaining. He might have gotten killed by Firedance's group of 4 had Chalk Splendor taken action any later. The Sunlight Blade is incredibly precious, so His Highness will naturally try to avoid using it if he can. The penalty on his contributions will also be less severe, Earthen Fist Saint said after putting some distance between himself and Hidden Soul's group of 4. But the strength of these aliens truly is astonishing to force His Highness to use the Sunlight Blade. They can die with honor. Heavenly Ape Saint and Tailless Scorpion nodded in agreement. They similarly couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration toward the human experts they fought. The Sunlight Blade was a priceless treasure that only the Sun Dynasty's successors were qualified to use. Moreover, each successor was only granted limited chances to use the Sunlight Blade. In the past, whenever these successors used the Sunlight Blade, it would always be for fighting against the chosen ones of other royal powers. So, the fact that the human experts here could get Chalk Splendor to use the Sunlight Blade meant that they could rival the various royal powers' chosen ones already. Meanwhile, after dealing with Verdant Rainbow's attack, Chalk Splendor immediately directed his attention toward Zero Wing's Tier 6 members. "You alien scum? How dare you make me use the Sunlight Blade? All of you die." After saying so, Chalk Splendor threw a punch in the direction of Gentle Snow and the others. The chilling, killing intent he radiated, immobilizing all Tier 5 experts within a several thousand-yard radius. When the Sun Dynasty's members saw Chalk Splendor's rage, they were not surprised by it. If Chalk Splendor had only taken the Sunlight Blade out on loan and did not use it, he would at most expend some guild contribution points. It wouldn't affect the limited number of uses he had over the weapon, and if it wasn't for Zero Wing's members, the Sun Dynasty could have easily captured the Dead Zone Forest's Resurrection Camp without Chalk Splendor having to use the Sunlight Blade. But because of Zero Wing's members, Chalk Splendor was forced to waste one of his usage rights over the Sunlight Blade, which would in turn reduce his chances when competing for the guild leader position in the future. So it was only normal for him to be furious at Zero Wing's members. Meanwhile, just as Chalk Splendor's energy fist was about to reach them, Gentle Snow readied herself to use Chaos Incarnation and resist with all her might. However, before she could do so, numerous sword lights soared across the sky like shooting stars and struck the oncoming energy fist. Boom, boom, boom. The sword lights struck the mighty fist one after another, causing booming sounds to reverberate across the sky and everyone's hearts to tremble. Following each collision, the trajectory of Chalk Splendor's energy fist could also be seen deviating slightly. After being bombarded by several dozen sword lights, the mighty energy fist that even Verdant Rainbow was powerless against flew past Gentle Snow's group and struck a canyon several dozen miles away, instantly transforming the canyon into a bottomless crater. Guild leader? Gentle Snow's eyes were full of disbelief when she saw the familiar sword lights. She, or more specifically, all of Zero Wing's executive members, were very familiar with those shooting star-like sword lights. This was because they were the product of Shi Feng's trademark move, Sword's Orbit. It was a combat technique that could be used both offensively and defensively. Thus far outside of Shi Feng, they had not seen anyone else using this combat technique before. Black Flame. Guild leader Black Flame. When looking at the man proudly standing in midair, and the longsword marked by crimson patterns he wielded, the various human powers experts, especially those familiar with a player named Black Flame, couldn't help but gape in shock. Am I dreaming? Frey couldn't help but doubt her eyes as she looked at the incomparably familiar figure in the distance. A taboo-level existence capable of deflecting Chalk Splendor's attack. Chapter 3594, Chapter 668, Astonishing Strike. Chapter 668, Astonishing Strike. Who exactly is Black Flame? Elder Grey Eagle? When Verdant Rainbow saw the mighty energy fist getting deflected completely, unprecedented shock filled her eyes. Then, as soon as she snapped out of her daze, she promptly questioned the Elder responsible for escorting the various powers experts to the Dead Zone Forest's resurrection camp. From what she could tell, the combat technique Shi Feng just executed wasn't particularly complicated. At best, it was an advanced silver combat technique that any fourth-floor expert could master. It paled in comparison to her ninefold heart. Yet such a simple technique had successfully deflected Chalk Splendor's energy fist. Even if the energy fist was merely the result of a normal attack from Chalk Splendor, it was still astonishing nonetheless. At the very least, she would have difficulty replicating the feat if she relied only on Fold Heart. Me? Grey Eagle, still feeling shocked over this series of developments, couldn't help but be surprised when he heard Verdant Rainbow's question. Grey Eagle was only an outer elder of the Seven Luminaries Alliance. His status in the Alliance was vastly inferior to inner elders, let alone a chosen one like Verdant Rainbow. Normally, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to talk with Verdant Rainbow, let alone have her take the initiative to ask him a question. Do you not know? Verdant Rainbow asked with a frown. Grey Eagle's primary responsibility as an outer elder was to collect and organize information for the Seven Luminaries Alliance, so he was expected to know everything there was to know when it came to matters relating to the Seven Luminaries Alliance. It was especially so for the battle revolving around the World Ark's inner resurrection camps this time. After all, if the Seven Luminaries Alliance didn't properly understand the various powers' strength, it would be difficult to ensure all 6 resurrection camps were at the same standard in terms of combat power. Of course, the various powers would more or less keep some of their trump cards a secret, but as an outer elder of the Seven Luminaries Alliance, Grey Eagle should still have some general information about these hidden trump cards. I do know a little, Grey Eagle hurriedly said. Black Flame is currently Zero Wing's guild leader. He also ranks among the top 5 of the latest Sacred Glory list. The Sacred Glory list's top 5? When Verdant Rainbow heard Grey Eagle's answer, she couldn't help but grow a little incensed as she felt that the other party was messing with her. If Black Flame was only one of the Sacred Glory list's top 5 experts, where would that put her? The bottom of the Sacred Glory list? Or was it the bottom of the Luminous Glory list? This is based on his last public performance. Grey Eagle hurriedly explained, We still do not know how strong he is exactly. I understand, Verdant Rainbow sighed, feeling very dissatisfied with the information Grey Eagle provided. After all, if not for Shi Feng taking action today, she would have missed the opportunity to get acquainted with such a powerful expert. Once we're done with this battle, I want you to utilize all available resources to investigate him. I want to know everything there is to know about him. Do not let even a single battle video slip by. Verdant Rainbow could also be considered a taboo-level expert as she wielded the world's string. Because of this, compared to the other players present, she had a much better idea of how astonishing it was exactly that Shi Feng managed to deflect Chalk Splendor's attack with just an advanced silver combat technique. It should be known that Shi Feng didn't even possess a divine artifact on him. After all, if he wielded a divine artifact, there was no way he could have hidden it once he started attacking seriously. For a Tier 6 player without a divine artifact to deflect Chalk Splendor's attack, even if it was only a normal attack, they must have a heaven-defying secret. Meanwhile, in Verdant Rainbow's opinion, there was an 80% chance Shi Feng's strength came from a primordial god legacy and a 50% chance Shi Feng had constructed a superior divine body. Regardless of which it was, it presented hope for her to further improve herself. Understood. Grey Eagle hurriedly responded. On the other side, Garrett the Blood Emperor was filled with shock and realization as he looked at Shi Feng's figure in midair. He finally understood why Arabeth, someone who was usually cold and indifferent toward others, would show such interest in Shi Feng, so much so that she would think nothing of Zero Wing's provocation toward the Skylight Association. "So this is the secret you've been hiding all this time." Garrett couldn't help but gnash his teeth as he glared at Arabeth. Fortunately, he had found out Shi Feng was a taboo existence before it was too late. Otherwise, he would make the mistake of offending Zero Wing once he started expanding into the Crystal City of Secrets. Taboo-level experts were the apex of apex existences in the Greater God's domain, and they served as the foundation of the various pseudo-apex powers. Garrett wouldn't have to worry about offending Zero Wing if it were outside the Eternal Realm. After all, Azure Fang had more than just one or two taboo-level existences. Moreover, they were all at level 230 or above, and much stronger than the current Verdant Rainbow. However, inside the Eternal Realm, Azure Fang did not have even one taboo-level existence. So, if he provoked Zero Wing, he couldn't even imagine what would become of Azure Fang's branch guild in the Crystal City of Secrets. He might also be at risk of suffering a permanent death, which would remain true even if he got promoted to Tier 6. The reason taboo-level existences were feared by the various pseudo-apex and apex powers was that they could annihilate the souls of Tier 6 players with 100% certainty, and only Tier 6 players wielding a divine artifact could avoid such a fate. However, divine artifacts were incredibly rare, and even a pseudo-apex power like Azure Fang wouldn't casually allow a Vice Guild leader like himself to wield one. While the various human players were immersed in shock, Chalk Splendor turned his attention toward Shi Feng. "Interesting. Truly interesting. I never expected to meet someone like you here." Chalk Splendor said, excitement and enthusiasm filling his eyes. It looked as if he was a starving wolf who had just seen a juicy cut of meat. "I, Chalk Splendor, can give you a chance. Give me a copy of all your legacies, and I can spare your life. I will even spare the lives of your guild members." Similar to Verdant Rainbow, Chalk Splendor also understood that Shi Feng was no ordinary expert, and the other party must possess a primordial god legacy. Meanwhile, whether this legacy was related to a combat technique, a mana technique, or a way to construct a superior divine body, it would be invaluable nonetheless. While a Holy Race player like himself wouldn't be able to benefit from this legacy directly, he could research it and find ways to put it into practice. And should he succeed, he would stand a much better chance when competing for the Sun Dynasty's guild leader position in the future. "Spare my life?" In response to Chalk Splendor's confidence and demand, Shi Feng very plainly said, "You are nothing more than a second-rate holy child of the Sun Dynasty. Do you really think you are invincible in the Eternal Realm?" The Sun Dynasty would nurture over a dozen successors every generation, also known as Holy Children. Meanwhile, as one of the 10 royal powers of the Holy Race's Greater God's domain, there was no way the Sun Dynasty would let their core Holy Children enter the dangerous Eternal Realm. Only bottom-ranked Holy Children would brave the risk and enter the Eternal Realm. So, the fact that Chalk Splendor was in the Eternal Realm indicated that his standing among the Sun Dynasty's Holy Children was low. At best, he would be at the standard of second-rate Holy Children. "You bastard!" Chalk Splendor instantly exploded into fury when he heard Shi Feng's words. Indeed, as Shi Feng surmised, Chalk Splendor's standing among the Sun Dynasty's Holy Children wasn't optimistic. Out of the Sun Dynasty's 14 Holy Children, he ranked near the bottom at 12th place. It was a major sore spot for him, and it was why he had come to the Eternal Realm to fight for achievements. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's words had undeniably pierced this sore spot. Immediately, Chalk Splendor executed the Setting Sun holy art at Shi Feng without hesitation, bringing forth another miniature sun onto the battlefield. In response, Shi Feng raised his sword and flew toward the miniature sun, Dark Moon. This would be the first time Shi Feng was using the Dark Moon after constructing his superior divine body, and it would also be the first time he could use the mana technique at its full capacity. Suddenly, as the miniature sun descended onto the battlefield, a dark crescent blade of light emerged and cut across the sky. Boom! TL notes. At the very least, she, Verdant Rainbow, would have difficulty replicating the feat if she relied only on ninefold heart. Just to recap, the attack Verdant Rainbow blocked was executed with Setting Sun, Gold Holy Art. So, Verdant Rainbow is saying, thinking that it's not exactly impossible for her to block a normal attack from Chalk Splendor if she executed Ninefold Heart with a skill spell, something else. Chapter 3595, Chapter 6069, Superior Divine Bodies Effects, Chapter 6069, Superior Divine Bodies Effects. Following the collision between the miniature sun and the dark crescent moon, cracks formed across the sky above the resurrection camp. Countless stars could be seen beyond these cracks, proving that the Eternal Realm's world barrier had been damaged. The resulting shockwave of the collision had also caused all players within a several-mile radius to shudder. Aren't they a little too strong? This is the world barrier of a realm we are talking about. Is this a fight between taboos? The various human experts were stupefied when they saw the stars scattered amidst the Dead Zone Forest's cloudy sky. Every world and realm possessed a world barrier that isolated them from the rest of the Greater God's domain and protected them from invaders. Depending on the size of a world or realm, the strength of its world barrier would also differ. The world barriers of miniature worlds were among the weakest, while the world barriers of the various realms were among the strongest. However, even a miniature world's world barrier was not something Tier 6 players could damage easily. As, for the standard God's Domain's world barrier, while there were precedents of players damaging them, it was a feat most Tier 6 players should never think of accomplishing. As for the world barrier of a realm, most players present had never seen one being damaged. Yet now, merely the shockwave generated by the clash between Chalk Splendor and Shi Feng was enough to crack the Eternal Realm's world barrier. It was simply unbelievable. He's unscathed? How can that human be unscathed? Isn't that His Highness's Setting Sun Holy Art? Could that person also be a divine artifact owner? Many of the Holy Race experts couldn't help but be surprised when they saw Shi Feng coming out of the clash unharmed. Chalk Splendor might be ranked 12th among the Sun Dynasty's holy children, but now that he wielded the Sunlight Blade, he wasn't an existence the average taboo-level expert could hope to match. If the average taboo-level expert tried to defend against his gold holy arts, even if they weren't outright killed, they would still sustain heavy injuries. Yet Shi Feng came out unscathed after blocking Chalk Splendor's setting sun. He blocked it? Verdant Rainbow was also stunned as she looked at Shi Feng. Verdant Rainbow had personally gone up against Chalk Splendor's setting sun previously, so she knew just how powerful the gold holy art was in Chalk Splendor's hands. It had completely deflected her full-powered attack, and if she hadn't dodged quickly enough, she would have even been heavily injured. Yet, despite not having a divine artifact-ranked weapon, Shi Feng had managed to neutralize Chalk Splendor's setting sun completely. The extent of his strength was simply incomprehensible. What a powerful legacy. Chalk Splendor was similarly caught off guard by this development, his brows furrowing slightly. He didn't think his full-powered attack would fail to injure Shi Feng. If Shi Feng was so strong, it would increase the difficulty of capturing him significantly. Miss Rainbow, I will distract this holy child while you take care of the rest of the Holy Race Army, Shi Feng said to Verdant Rainbow via the team chat. Hearing Shi Feng's words, Verdant Rainbow promptly snapped out of her daze and gratefully said, I will have to trouble you with him, then Guild Leader Black Flame. Chalk Splendor was undeniably the toughest opponent on this battlefield. His presence alone had even forced her to call for a retreat. So, if Shi Feng could keep Chalk Splendor busy, dealing with the rest of the Holy Race Army would become much easier. After Verdant Rainbow finished speaking, she promptly commanded the 7 Luminaries Alliance's elders to lead a counterattack on the Holy Race Army. The human army might have sustained significant damage because of Chalk Splendor, losing several hundred dark gold combat puppets and over 100 magic cannons. But if Chalk Splendor was taken out of the equation, it was still possible for the remaining human army to defend the resurrection camp. Subsequently, Verdant Rainbow drew the world string and executed Ninefold Heart against the voyage train. She intended to break the voyage train's defensive barriers and bring both sides back to parity. Don't even think of touching the voyage train. When Chalk Splendor saw Verdant Rainbow firing a lightning arrow at the voyage train, he promptly ignored Shi Feng and swatted at the arrow with his palm. For experts of their caliber, they would only need one attack to shatter most defensive barriers. Although the voyage train possessed powerful defensive barriers, if Verdant Rainbow's arrow struck them, they would fare no differently than how the Resurrection Camp's barriers had fared against his fist. Hence, even if it meant risking an attack from Shi Feng, Chalk Splendor needed to block Verdant Rainbow's attack. Not to mention, the Sunlight body was titled the Immortal Body. He didn't have to fear taking a hit from anyone. However, before Chalk Splendor's palm could get in the way of the lightning arrow, numerous star-like swordlights struck it, forcibly altering its trajectory. As a result, Verdant Rainbow's lightning arrow flew past Chalk Splendor's palm unhindered and pierced through the voyage train's defensive barriers, shattering them completely. In the blink of an eye, both sides were on a level playing field again. "You despicable bastard, how dare you hinder me?" Chalk Splendor glared at Shi Feng with wrathful eyes before promptly executing. Setting sun against Shi Feng again. Now that the voyage train's barriers were shattered, the Holy Race Army could no longer attack from safety and would have to engage the human army directly. Even if the Holy Race Army ultimately won, it would have sustained significant losses, which would in turn adversely impact his contributions. Meanwhile, in response to Chalk Splendor's attack, Shi Feng executed Dark Moon again without hesitation, the collision of their attacks causing more cracks to form in the sky. "So what if you're a limit breaker? I refuse to believe you can keep on stopping me." After seeing his attack blocked again, Chalk Splendor bellowed as he executed another setting sun at Shi Feng. At this point, Chalk Splendor already understood that so long as Shi Feng was present, he would not be able to intercept Verdant Rainbow's attacks. Only after eliminating Shi Feng could he start to deal with the other humans meanwhile. Although Shi Feng's Dark Moon was astonishingly powerful, it was bound to be costly to use. This was also a common flaw among the human race's combat techniques and mana techniques. In terms of cost-effectiveness, they simply couldn't compare with the Holy Race's holy arts. Boom, boom, boom. The rapid exchanges between Shi Feng and Chalk Splendor caused the state of the sky to rapidly switch between dazzling bright and pitch black, and nobody could stay within 1,000 yards of them. How can he still use that move? After more than 100 exchanges, Chalk Splendor's expression started to turn ugly, and he couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in confusion. Even if holy arts didn't cost as much stamina and concentration to use as combat techniques and mana techniques of the same caliber, Chalk Splendor still felt a little tired after using a gold holy art over 100 times in quick succession. Yet, even though Shi Feng had clearly used a primordial god-ranked technique an equal number of times, he looked no different than he did at the start of their battle. This legendary superior divine body truly is incredible. When Shi Feng sensed the stamina and concentration he had expended thus far, he similarly couldn't help but be surprised. Although Shi Feng had constructed a superior divine body in his previous life, it only ended up at the epic rank. Previously, he had assumed that a legendary superior divine body only provided a slightly greater boost to physique and mana than an epic superior divine body. However, after using Dark Moon continuously, he finally realized what separated a legendary superior divine body from an epic one. The legendary superior divine body's stamina and concentration recovery speeds were at least double that of the epic superior divine body. The same goes for ease of manipulation. Previously, when he executed Dark Moon at Tier 5, it felt as if 1,000 kilogram weights held his arms down, and moving them was a huge challenge. But now it felt like he was merely swinging a 100 kilogram greatsword. While it was still tough, it was much better than before. Combined with his amazing stamina and concentration recovery speeds, he could easily execute Dark Moon 200 or 300 times consecutively. Damn it, I can't keep wasting time on him. Chalk Splendor thought as he abruptly turned away from Shi Feng and threw his fists in the direction of the human army. sending out several hundred energy fists. He did not give Shi Feng any opportunities to execute Sword's Orbit. At this point, Chalk's Splendor understood that the Holy Race army would be doomed if he wasted any more time fighting Shi Feng. After all, Verdant Rainbow could kill Tier 6 Holy Race experts like it was child's play with her divine weapon, let alone the weaker Holy Race experts. So, you're finally getting serious. Shi Feng smiled when he saw Chalk's Splendor ignoring him. Then he smiled as he pulled the Feather of Oath out of his bag. Chapter 3596, Chapter 670, War Goddess Battle Array. Chapter 670, War Goddess Battle Array, Dead Zone Forest, Resurrection Camp. While Shi Feng and Chalk's Splendor clashed in the sky, an intense battle also took place on the ground. Tier 6 human experts fought against Tier 6 Holy Race experts. Dark Gold Combat Puppets fought against Pseudo-Tier 6 Holy Race experts, and Zero Wing's 9 Tier 6 members fought against the Three-Fist Saints and over a dozen Tier 6 Holy Race experts. At the same time, the Voyage Train eliminated thousands of Tier 5 human experts with every round of cannon fire, while Verdant Rainbow rained countless lightning arrows on the Tier 5 Holy Race experts, permanently erasing several hundred Holy Race experts from God's domain with every volley of arrows she fired. Although some of the targeted Holy Race players managed to react to Verdant Rainbow's arrows and defend themselves with their weapons, the impact still depleted all of their HP instantly regardless. After both armies clashed for only 3 minutes, the battlefield's total casualties had already exceeded 100,000. The intensity of the battle far surpassed the intensity of any team battle. Even the casualty count for 5th floor experts had already exceeded 10,000. All elders target the Voyage Train. Verdant Rainbow commanded as she switched her target to the Voyage Train. The Voyage Train's several hundred cannons might have long cooldowns, but their attacks were incredibly powerful. Even when the human army was positioned loosely, the cannons together could eliminate several thousand players each time they fired. The human army was already at a numerical disadvantage to begin with, so giving the Voyage Train free rein would put the human army at an even greater disadvantage. Upon receiving Verdant Rainbow's command, many of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Tier 6 elders immediately began bombarding the Voyage Train with attacks. In response, the Holy Race's 50-plus Tier 6 experts also promptly moved to intercept Verdant Rainbow and the 7 Luminaries Alliance's elders' attacks. However, their effort was futile as none could block Verdant Rainbow's attacks, and her lightning arrows landed squarely on the Voyage Train. Although the Voyage Train possessed powerful defensive capabilities, Verdant Rainbow still destroyed over 100 of its cannons with her lightning arrows. So long as she fired another 2 or 3 volleys, all of the Voyage Train's cannons would be rendered useless. But before Verdant Rainbow could attack the Voyage Train again and secure a small victory for the human army, she suddenly felt a chill crawling down her spine. Then she immediately noticed Chalk Splendor's 1,000-meter-tall figure throwing several hundred energy fists at the human army, the gigantic fists akin to meteors raining down from the sky. "Everyone dodge," Verdant Rainbow instinctively shouted. At the same time, she drew the World String and executed Ninefold Heart, hoping to block as many energy fists as she could. The pairing of the World String and Ninefold Heart yielded incredible results, as every lightning arrow Verdant Rainbow launched carried as much power as the descending energy fists. Unfortunately, Verdant Rainbow only had enough time to launch several dozen lightning arrows, whereas Chalk Splendor had thrown several hundred energy fists at the human army. The several hundred energy fists also covered a combined radius of over 10,000 yards. Combined with the speed of their descent, even the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Tier 6 elders wouldn't be able to escape out of their range in time, let alone the tens of thousands of human experts and 10,000 Holy Race experts caught within range.
"All of you die?"
Chalk Splendor sneered as he looked at the struggling human experts. Previously, Chalk Splendor had only chosen to leave Verdant Rainbow and the others alone, because he wanted to incapacitate Shi Feng as quickly as possible. However, if he was serious about targeting the human experts, not even Shi Feng could stop him. After all, while Shi Feng might be able to deflect his attacks, that was with the use of over a dozen sword lights for each of his attacks. If Chalk Splendor launched several hundred energy fists simultaneously, Shi Feng would need to instantly launch several thousand swordlights to counter, which was simply impossible. It also wouldn't matter even if Shi Feng used Dark Moon. The mana technique could, at best, block a small portion of his energy fists. Meanwhile, although each energy fist might only contain the power of the average taboo-level expert, their large size allowed them to cause destruction on the scale of large destruction spells. Even if only a handful of energy fists ended up landing on the battlefield, at least 10,000 human experts would cease to exist. Is His Highness crazy? Why is he targeting us as well? Heavenly Ape Saint's complexion turned pale when he looked up and saw the descending energy fists. Of the several hundred energy fists Chalk Splendor had thrown, over half were targeted at the heart of the battlefield. If they connected successfully, even God-ranked experts would get vaporized on the spot. Moreover, there was a real possibility they would suffer soul annihilation. The other Holy Race experts fighting in the heart of the battlefield similarly despaired. They never thought Chalk Splendor would be so ruthless as to use an indiscriminate large-scale attack on his own allies. However, just as the energy fists were about to land on the battlefield, 6 pillars of light suddenly appeared in the sky. At the same time, everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they felt 6 distinct and powerful auras washing over them. In front of these 6 auras, even the 3-Fist Saint's auras paled in comparison. Upon turning to look at the origin of the 6 intimidating auras, everyone on the battlefield gasped. Tier 6 war goddesses? Am I hallucinating? How are there 6 Tier 6 war goddesses here? Everyone instinctively thought they were hallucinating when they saw the 6 war goddesses in the sky. War goddesses were the human race's trump card. They were also the epitome of technique. They could exhibit the power of gold combat techniques with their every move, and those who had reached Tier 6 could even fight Tier 6 gods. Moreover, these weren't your average Tier 6 god they were talking about. Instead, they were Tier 6 gods who were armed to the teeth. In addition, as war goddesses leveled up, they would also master increasingly frightening skills, spells, and gold combat techniques. Upon reaching level 180 and beyond, they would even start to have advanced gold combat techniques in their repertoire. Currently, all 6 Tier 6 war goddesses in the sky were at level 187. Simply in terms of levels, they were more than 10 levels higher than Chalk Splendor. Not to mention, these Tier 6 war goddesses radiated auras far stronger than any of the Tier 6 war goddesses they had seen outside of the Eternal Realm, and each felt only slightly weaker than Chalk Splendor. Disappear. The instant the 6 war goddesses appeared, they uttered a word in unison. Then they moved their bodies as if they were dancing. Gold combination technique 1,000 stars. In the blink of an eye, the 6 war goddesses created 1,000 afterimages across the sky, each afterimage colliding with one of Chalk Splendor's energy fists. Then, all of Chalk Splendor's energy fists disappeared as if they had never existed, as expected of one of the goddess's most prized possessions. No wonder she can fight primordial gods just by summoning 12 war goddesses. Shi Feng couldn't help but be astonished when he saw the war goddesses thoroughly neutralizing Chalk Splendor's indiscriminate attack. Originally, Shi Feng thought the war goddesses could, at best, neutralize the attacks targeted at the center of the battlefield. After all, he had yet to repair the Feather of Oath, whereas the sunlight blade Chalk Splendor wielded was a complete divine artifact. However, it would seem that he had underestimated the Feather of Oath. Now that he had reached Tier 6, the Feather of Oath could finally exhibit its true potential and summon 6 Tier 6 war goddesses. Meanwhile, when these 6 Tier 6 war goddesses entered their war goddess battle array, the buffs they received were enough to put them on par with Tier 6 gods of the same level. Paired with a gold combination combat technique, they could fight taboo-level existences in the truest sense. Chapter 3597, Chapter 671, Might of Gold. Chapter 671, Might of Gold. Who is he exactly? When Verdant Rainbow saw all the energy fists getting blocked, she couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in shock. Originally, she had already found it astonishing that Shi Feng could put up a fight against Chalk's splendor despite not having a divine artifact. Now, he had even summoned 6 war goddesses capable of contending with Chalk's splendor. It was as if he was a one-man army. In fact, with the strength Shi Feng had displayed thus far, Verdant Rainbow wouldn't even be surprised if he could rank within the Divine Glory list's top 100. Yet she had never heard of such a powerful expert until today. However, before Verdant Rainbow could snap out of her daze, Shi Feng suddenly swung his hand forward. Then the 6 war goddesses promptly surrounded Chalk's splendor and began bombarding him with various attacks, thoroughly preventing him from launching further attacks against the human army. While the war goddesses were keeping Chalk's splendor occupied, Shi Feng suddenly said to Verdant Rainbow, "I need you to distract Chalk's splendor for a moment, Miss Rainbow. Can you do that for me?"
You want me to distract him?
Verdant Rainbow was surprised by Shi Feng's sudden request. At this time, the 6 war goddesses had already thoroughly suppressed Chalk's splendor, the latter unable to even complete a punch before getting counterattacked. So, Verdant Rainbow couldn't understand why Shi Feng would need her help. "We won't outlast the sunlight body's duration. If we want to win this battle, our only option is to heavily injure Chalk's splendor while we still can," Shi Feng explained. "You don't need to keep him occupied for too long. Just 5 or 6 seconds will do." It was evident this was Chalk's splendor's first time using the Sunlight Blade's sunlight body. Meanwhile, if one wasn't used to controlling such a large body, one would have difficulty exhibiting the sunlight body's true potential, and one could only rely on the sunlight body's size and incredible raw power to fight. However, as one of the Sun Dynasty's holy children, Chalk's splendor shouldn't need much time before he familiarized himself with the sunlight body and learned how to control it effectively. At that time, the 6 war goddesses could no longer suppress him. After all, if comparing in strength and reaction speed, the level 187 war goddesses were far inferior to Chalk's splendor. Hence, before Chalk's splendor could adapt to the sunlight body, it was necessary to deal a heavy blow to him. Only the 6 war goddesses would need some preparation time to do so. 6 seconds? When Verdant Rainbow heard Shi Feng's words, she immediately nodded and said, "If it's only that long, I can do it." If she was asked to confront Chalk's splendor in her current state, she would lose with 100% certainty. But if she only needed to distract him for 5 or 6 seconds, she could accomplish it easily. After all, the world string she wielded was a divine artifact. It was just that the world string wasn't designed with offense as its priority. Hence her strength was inferior to Chalk's splendor. "Good, then. Begin immediately." When Shi Feng heard Verdant Rainbow's confident response, he promptly had the 6 war goddesses distance themselves from Chalk's splendor and enter a 6-pointed formation. Subsequently, the war goddesses put away their weapons, closed their eyes, and began linking their mana with each other. "Do you think I'll just let you prepare an ultimate move?" Anyone could tell that the 6 war goddesses were preparing for a powerful attack, and Chalk's splendor was no exception. Immediately, he executed Ancestral Holy Fist, a gold holy art at the war goddesses. Unlike Setting Sun, Ancestral Holy Fist allowed him to throw out 100 lightning-fast energy fists with a single punch. While each energy fist was not as powerful as Setting Sun's singular attack, they could overwhelm enemies with speed and numbers world chains. In response to Chalk's splendor's attack, Verdant Rainbow immediately activated World Chains, which was another one of the World String's profound skills when activated. The profound skill would summon 8 world chains to bind and suppress targets within the targeted area. The more chains a target was bound by, the stronger the chain's suppression. If a target was bound by all 8 chains, the target would have their basic attributes suppressed by 50% and defense suppressed by 100% for 30 seconds. World Chains was a powerful skill for suppressing enemies, and its only flaw was its long 1-hour cooldown. Immediately, 8 purple gold chains appeared within a 3,000-yard radius of Chalk's splendor out of the void and promptly wrapped themselves around Chalk's splendor's gigantic body. 1 chain, 2 chains, 3 chains. When all 8 world chains wrapped around Chalk's splendor, they restricted his movements and reduced his basic attributes by 50% and defense by 100%. Moreover, no matter how much Chalk Splendor struggled, all he could do was watch as the 6 war goddesses merged their mana. The world strings world chains truly is an unreasonable skill. Not only do the summoned chains restrain the target's movements, but each chain is individually strong enough to immobilize an ancient god. Even a primordial god would probably have a headache if caught by all 8 chains. Shi Feng inwardly exclaimed as he looked at the massive world chains that covered the sky. In terms of offensive power, the world string was vastly inferior to the sunlight blade. But when it came to crowd control, it ranked at the top among divine weapons. If caught, even ancient gods would be immobilized for the skill's full 30-second duration, let alone Chalk Splendor. If the divine weapon that Chalk Splendor currently wielded was something other than the sunlight blade, Verdant Rainbow could have probably eliminated him long ago. Meanwhile, Verdant Rainbow quietly observed Chalk Splendor while her consciousness focused on manipulating the world chains to amplify their suppression effect. Previously, Verdant Rainbow had not bothered using world chains against Chalk Splendor simply because there was no point in doing so. She didn't have any way to heavily injure or kill Chalk Splendor, so all she would accomplish was disable Chalk Splendor for 30 seconds. That wasn't enough time for her to change the situation of the battle. But now that Shi Feng had a way to deal with Chalk Splendor, Verdant Rainbow naturally wouldn't continue saving the world chain's skill. Before anyone realized it, 5 seconds had already passed. Everyone on the battlefield was engaged in a heated battle, and even a moment's inattention could lead to their fall. So, nobody could afford to let themselves be distracted by their surroundings. When Shi Feng saw that the war goddesses had completed their preparations, he couldn't help but grow excited. Subsequently, the 6 war goddesses vanished, and a 1,000-meter-tall phantom of a divine goddess appeared in their place. The goddess wielded a spear made out of lightning, and as soon as she materialized, she held up her spear, poised herself, and cast the weapon at Chalk Splendor. Advanced gold combination technique, Goddess's Shadow. This was the strongest combination technique that the 6-tier 6 war goddesses could execute after reaching level 180. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion reverberated throughout the world arc, and the world barrier within a several dozen-mile radius of the explosion's epicenter was thoroughly shattered by a lightning arc that spanned across thousands of yards. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield stopped what they were doing, utterly stupefied by this scene. Even the Holy Race experts were no exception. Chapter 350-98, Chapter 672, Frightened Chalk Splendor. Chapter 672, Frightened Chalk Splendor. World Arc, Outer Area, Rune Hills. A 100-man team of Tier 5 players was currently clashing against several hundred hazy specters. On the players' side, they were all above level 170 and fully equipped with fragmented legendary items and common secret treasures. As for the specters' side, they were all at the Tier 5 legendary rank. The Spectre Lord leading them was even a level 175 regional boss whose basic attributes were on par with Tier 5 dragons, and it had a body that measured over a dozen meters tall. Normally, even a 1,000-man team of Tier 5 experts would find fighting against such a powerful group of monsters impossible. Yet the 100-man team had no trouble dealing with these monsters. Meanwhile, leading this team of players was a female shield warrior, and she was none other than Ink Qilin, one of the Scarecrow Fox Adventurer team's vice commanders. With the use of frost protection, Ink Qilin effortlessly deflected the Spectre Lord's attacks while accurately piercing the regional boss's weak points with her spear one time after another. This one-sided exchange infuriated the Spectre Lord, and it relentlessly targeted Ink Qilin, completely ignoring the other players nearby. "Everyone, increase your output against the boss," Ink Qilin shouted in the team chat when she saw the Spectre Lord's remaining HP. Hearing this, the Scarecrow Fox members responsible for damaging the regional boss promptly upped the intensity of their attacks. Finally, several minutes later, the Spectre Lord fell and dropped dozens of items that radiated astonishing mana. Among them, several were combat secret treasures, and everyone couldn't help but grow joyful when they noticed this. However, before everyone could celebrate, Ink Qilin promptly issued a command to retreat. Then, She swiftly collected the regional boss's loot before running away from the several hundred Tier 5 specters with her team. Snatching regional bosses here truly is a pain, Riverlight complained as he looked at the group of Holy Race players that had just appeared in the distance. Thankfully, we managed to kill this one quick enough. As a world mode regional dungeon, the World Ark's monsters had astonishing loot. Loot here was at least twice as good as loot in the underground Crystal Palace. Moreover, there was no time limit, and players could grind here for as long as they wanted. For a top-tier team like theirs, the World Ark was akin to heaven. However, because of this, competition in the World Ark was also unlike anywhere else in the Eternal Realm. Not only did they have to be wary of the various powers' teams, but they also needed to be cautious of the Holy Race's players. In such a situation, securing regional bosses was no different than trying to win the lottery. It's a pity the Seven Luminaries Alliance has locked down the inner area. Otherwise, with our team's strength, we could have explored the inner area instead of competing with all these teams out here, Ink Keelan said, sighing. Even if the Seven Luminaries Alliance opens up the inner area, I doubt we can afford to explore the inner area for the foreseeable future, Riverlight said, shaking his head. Each camp can only resurrect a limited number of players at a time. The powers occupying those camps will definitely prioritize their own members, so it's unlikely they'll let us register at their camps. That's true. Ink Keelan nodded. However, when she thought about how the various pseudo-Apex Powers members could freely explore the World Ark's inner area, she still couldn't help but grow a little envious. The Great Commander is close to 19th Sword. Once the fight over the inner area's resurrection camps concludes, maybe we can ask the Great Commander to persuade Elder Sword. If the Skylight Association lets us register at their resurrection camp, we'll be able to explore the inner area and solidify our position among the Eternal Realm's first-rate adventurer teams. At that time, we can definitely be of significant help to the Great Commander, Riverlight said with a hint of hopefulness. While Ink Keelan and the others were fleeing from the pursuing Holy Race players, an explosion suddenly came from a distance. Then, when they turned toward the explosion's origin, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This was because they saw a gigantic lightning arc sundering the distant sky and revealing a patch of darkness decorated by stars. That's where the inner area is, right? Riverlight muttered as he looked at the shattered world barrier in the distance. Mm-hmm. That is where the inner area is at. Ink Keelan nodded, similarly shocked by this situation. The World Ark's Rune Hills were located hundreds of miles from the inner area. It was also obvious that the terrifying lightning arc originated from the depths of the inner area, so the lightning arc's origin should be at least 1,000 miles away from their current location. They simply couldn't imagine what kind of battle was taking place in the inner area's depths to generate a commotion so frightening that they could see and hear it from where they stood. If players in the World Ark's outer area could experience the commotion taking place in the inner area's depths, it goes without saying players fighting in the inner area could experience it as well. Crap. What is going on over there? Even a battle between Tier 6 gods shouldn't cause such a huge commotion. Who is fighting over there? An uproar quickly occurred among the Seven Luminaries Alliance's various resurrection camps as everyone looked in the direction of the terrifying lightning in curiosity and confusion. They simply couldn't fathom what was taking place there. Meanwhile, over at the Dead Zone Forest's resurrection camp, Chalk Splendor coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he held onto the gaping hole in his chest, his complexion looking incredibly anemic. His HP had also fallen by a massive 20%. His Highness is injured? The Sunlight body actually got damaged. The Holy Race experts on the battlefield fell into a daze as they looked at the 50-meter-wide hole in Chalk Splendor's chest. The Sun Dynasty's Tier 6 elders found this situation especially unbelievable. As elders of the Sun Dynasty, they had a much better understanding of the Sunlight Blade's capabilities. Some of them had even grown up listening to the achievements crafted by the Sunlight Blade. Once the Sunlight Blade's wielder activated Sunlight Body, they should theoretically become immortal. So long as this skill remained active, even ancient saints of the same level could only deal several 100,000 damage to the Sunlight Blade's wielder. Yet, now... What is that combat technique? Verdant Rainbow's eyes widened in shock as she looked at the fading silhouette of the divine goddess. Originally, she thought the war goddess's all-out attack could, at best, injure Chalk Splendor slightly. After all, the Sunlight Blade was one of the Sun Dynasty's 7 arcanas. There was no way it could be dealt with easily, yet, contrary to her expectations, the war goddess's combat technique had pierced Chalk Splendor's body completely and shattered even the world chains she had used to restrain Chalk Splendor. The combat technique's destructive power was simply unprecedented. At this time, even Shi Feng was greatly shocked by this outcome. He never imagined Goddess's shadow would be so frightening as to pierce the sunlight body completely. It was as if the goddess of space herself had descended onto the battlefield. However, Shi Feng quickly understood why the combat technique could achieve what it did. If the 6 war goddesses had relied on the goddess's shadow technique alone, there was zero chance they could have heavily injured the sunlight body. It was only due to the world chain's suppression that the technique achieved such a mind-blowing result. Only, the heavily injured Chalk Splendor didn't have the leeway to consider such matters. At this time, only fear existed in his heart as he looked at the 6 war goddesses run away. Almost out of instinct, Chalk Splendor turned his gigantic body around and fled. Chapter 399, Chapter 673, Astonishing Battle. Not good. He's trying to escape. The instant Verdant Rainbow saw Chalk Splendor turning his body, she immediately knew what was going through his mind, so she hurriedly shouted a reminder to Shi Feng. However, by the time Verdant Rainbow finished her words, Chalk Splendor had already vanished from where he stood. Then, by the time everyone had reacted to the situation, he had already appeared several thousand yards away. His speed was so fast that Tier 5 players couldn't react to it, and even Tier 6 players could barely catch his figure. Run. I must run away. I cannot die in this place. Chalk Splendor kept reciting these words in his mind as he frantically gathered all his holy aura toward his feet. At this time, the only thought in his mind was how he could flee this battlefield with his life. He was one of the Sun Dynasty's holy children. He had a boundless future ahead of him. He was in existence standing atop tens of millions of people. If he failed to capture the resurrection camp, he would at worst have a lower chance of becoming guild leader in the future. However, if he were to die to those war goddesses, it would mean eternal ruin for him. The Sunlight Blade, as a divine artifact, might be able to reduce his chances of getting soul annihilated by even holy ancestors and primordial gods significantly, but he dared not take the risk. During the earlier years of the holy race's greater god's domain, items that could resurrect players who had suffered soul annihilation had indeed existed in relatively large quantities. However, fewer and fewer of these items spawned over time, so their supply quickly dwindled with use. In the current generation, even a royal power like the Sun Dynasty only owned several dozen such items. Meanwhile, when considering the guild's future development, there was no way the Sun Dynasty would use one of these priceless treasures on a 12th-ranked holy child like himself. In other words, if he were to suffer soul annihilation here, he shouldn't think of setting foot into God's domain for the rest of his life. Moreover, as the holy race's real world was much crueler than the human's greater world, he would be fortunate if he was only reduced to a servant. If unlucky, he would be banished to the distant and terrifying interstellar borders. Hence, Chalk Splendor dared not gamble with his life. Even if he still had nearly 80% of his HP remaining and could easily shrug off the attacks of ancient gods, he still chose to run away. Don't even think of escaping. When Shi Feng saw Chalk Splendor's heavily injured state, he realized this was a massive opportunity and promptly executed Flowing Space to chase after the other party. Normally, Shi Feng would have no chance of killing Chalk Splendor if Sunlight Body was active. After all, there was a reason the Holy Race had regarded the Sunlight Body as the immortal body. However, now that the Sunlight Body was heavily damaged, Chalk Splendor had lost his battle recovery effect on top of 30% of his basic attributes and 50% of his defense. In such a situation, Chalk Splendor was no more than a mini-boss that couldn't recover any HP. Meanwhile, it should be known that Chok's splendor was one of the Sun Dynasty's holy children. In terms of potential loot, killing him would be no different than killing a Tier 6 god. Most importantly, killing him would be a great achievement. The Seven Luminaries Alliance might have merely recruited the various powers to help it defend against the Sun Dynasty's siege. But if someone could kill one of the Sun Dynasty's holy children, it would be a massive contribution to the human race. Meanwhile, going by Shi Feng's understanding of the Seven Luminaries Alliance, even if the Alliance didn't award him with a fragmented divine artifact, he should be able to secure several pieces of legendary equipment compatible with his Sword Law Saint class. At that time, even if he were to face wielders of divine weapons, he could put up a good fight. He wouldn't need to rely solely on Dark Moon and could fight with his skills and spells for a better future. Shi Feng did not hesitate to swing his sword after catching up to Chok's splendor. Tier 6 Super Spell Sword Law World, Tier 6 Super Spell Divine Shadow, Goddess-ranked mana technique, Dark Moon. Immediately, Sword Law World reduced Chok's splendor's basic attributes by an additional 30%, while Divine Shadow transformed Shi Feng into 100 Judgment Swords that attacked Chok's splendor with 200% of Shi Feng's attack speed and 300% of Shi Feng's strength. In addition, one of these Judgment Swords even executed Dark Moon. Under normal circumstances, even if Shi Feng could reduce Chok's splendor's basic attributes by 30% with Sword Law World, it would do little to help him as the sunlight body's defense was simply too powerful to overcome. He would have difficulty damaging Chok's splendor even with Dark Moon. However, Chok's splendor was currently heavily injured, after Sword Law World further weakened him by 30%. Shi Feng's Judgment Swords became incredibly effective against him. The one he used to execute Dark Moon even managed to deal over 1 million damage. For Tier 6 divine monsters with trillions of HP, they wouldn't even bat an eye if they lost 1 million HP to an attack. However, for the current Chok Splendor, who didn't even have 1 billion HP, this was a terrifying amount of HP to lose. Not to mention, each of the other Judgment Swords could also cause over 100,000 damage to Chok Splendor. As a result, even though Chok Splendor desperately tried to defend himself, his HP still depleted rapidly. From time to time, the 6 war goddesses would also intercept and attack him, causing his HP to plummet even quicker. Meanwhile, when one of the Sun Dynasty's elders saw this situation, he quickly snapped out of his daze and shouted, "Not good! Quickly protect His Highness!" Hearing this, the Holy Race's many experts also snapped out of their daze. Only nobody dared to step forward to help Chok's splendor. It wasn't because they were cowardly or held any negative opinions about Chok's splendor. It was simply because Shi Feng was a taboo-level existence. Nobody dared to brave the risk of having their soul annihilated. Because of this, a strange scene was created on the battlefield. Despite Chok's splendor, the Holy Race Army's commander-in-chief and a holy child of the Sun Dynasty, getting hunted down by Shi Feng alone, the rest of the Holy Race Army merely stood by and watched. "Damn it! Damn it! You forced me to do this!" Chok Splendor cursed Shi Feng in a begrudging tone when he saw he had less than 10% of his HP remaining. If Chok Splendor wished to escape to safety, his only option now would be to retreat to one of the Sun Dynasty's resurrection camps. Powerful barriers and tactical weapons heavily protected these camps. Even if Shi Feng was a taboo-level existence, he shouldn't think of breaking through the defenses of these camps. It might even be possible to kill Shi Feng if he wasn't careful. However, in the current situation, Chok Splendor knew there was no way he could reach any of these resurrection camps alive, so his only option now would be to swallow a bitter pill and use a desperate move. As soon as Chok Splendor finished speaking, he raised the sunlight blade and activated Sun's Brilliance, summoning golden flames that engulfed his body. Sun's Brilliance was the sunlight blade's third profound skill. It could also be considered a desperation skill. When activated, Sun's Brilliance would destroy all matter within a 10,000-yard radius, but in return, Chok Splendor would lose 5 levels and 100 points in all basic attributes. He would also enter a weakened state for 10 natural days. "Do you think you're the only one with a desperation skill?" When Shi Feng saw the golden flames that engulfed Chok's splendor and his surroundings, He knew that the other party must have chosen to self-destruct and activate Sun's brilliance. Immediately, he canceled Divine Shadow and reverted to his human form. Then he unsheathed the Shadow Incinerator and slashed at the oncoming flames. Profound skill. The end. Goddess-ranked mana technique, Dark Moon. Suddenly, a crimson lotus flower bloomed from the Shadow Incinerator and transformed into a blazing crescent moon that lashed out at the oncoming golden flames, the two sources of flames generating powerful heat waves when they collided. Then, just when it seemed like both attacks would enter a stalemate, the blazing crescent moon cut through the golden flames and Chalk Splendor's neck. Immediately afterward, the crescent moon exploded into a gigantic lotus flower of flames that consumed a 10,000-yard radius. When the flames subsided, Shi Feng could be seen standing proudly in midair, whereas Chalk Splendor had lost all of his HP, and his gigantic body fell into the massive void that had appeared in place of the lotus flower. In the clash of desperation, Shi Feng emerged victorious. Chapter 36 Rudge, Chapter 674, War Harvest. Chapter 674, War Harvest, World Arc, Dead Zone Forest, Resurrection Camp. When Chalk Splendor started to flee from the battlefield, the Holy Race Army quickly fell into disarray as everyone realized the battle was lost. Immediately, while relying on the voyage train's cover provided, the Sun Dynasty's executives began to tactically retreat from the battlefield. As for the other Holy Race experts, they became walking ATMs for the various human experts as they failed to put up adequate resistance. Target the Tier 6 experts, do not let any of them get away. Verdant Rainbow commanded when she saw the Sun Dynasty's executives withdrawing from the battlefield. Although the outcome of the battle was already decided, Verdant Rainbow knew this was only the beginning of the competition in the World Arc's inner area. If the Seven Luminaries Alliance wished to secure an advantageous position in the inner area, it must eliminate as many of the Holy Race's Tier 6 experts as possible. After all, even when operating solo, these Tier 6 experts could effortlessly eliminate a 100-man Tier 5 team. While the Seven Luminaries Alliance might not bat an eye at its Tier 5 members losing a couple of levels, it was a different story for the loss of weapons and equipment. Even with its capabilities, the Seven Luminaries Alliance would have trouble replacing its members' weapons and equipment if too many were lost in a short period. This, in turn, would affect the Alliance's development in the World Arc's inner area. Hence, it was imperative that they eliminated as many Tier 6 Holy Race experts as possible so that more of the Alliance's Tier 5 experts could survive in the upcoming struggle. The executives of the various human powers also understood this point. Thus, they promptly gave up on chasing after the fleeing Tier 5 Holy Race experts and led teams to target the Holy Race's Tier 6 and pseudo-Tier 6 experts. In only a moment, 1/3 of the Holy Race's Tier 6 and pseudo-Tier 6 experts had fallen. Among them, nearly half were killed by Verdant Rainbow. Damn it. Our losses are too severe. While clashing against Gentle Snow and tactically retreating, Heavenly Ape Saint's complexion turned incredibly ugly when he saw the Sun Dynasty's Tier 6 experts falling one after another. If they had only suffered defeat in this battle and lost a bunch of Tier 5 experts, executives like himself would at worst receive a scolding and have some of their guild contribution points deducted. However, it was a different story if they lost a large number of Tier 6 and pseudo-Tier 6 experts. The experts killed by Verdant Rainbow were especially concerning, as Verdant Rainbow was a taboo-level existence. Even the Tier 6 players she killed would have a high chance of suffering soul annihilation, while the Tier 5 players with Tier 6 holy bodies had a 100% chance of suffering soul annihilation. If too many of these players suffered a permanent death, it would deal a heavy blow to the Sun Dynasty's operations in the Eternal Realm. Currently, even Earthen Fist Saint, who hadn't shown much expression thus far, couldn't help but grow livid over this situation. For the Sun Dynasty, fallen Tier 5, experts were easy to replenish. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Sun Dynasty could have as many Tier 5 experts as it wanted in the Eternal Realm. However, it was a different story when it came to replenishing Tier 6 and pseudo-Tier 6 experts. After all, it wasn't an easy task to get promoted to Tier 6. Not only did the promotion require a significant amount of resources, but the success rate was also very low. Almost 99% of Tier 5 experts would be stumped by it. The conditions to have a Tier 6 holy body while still being a Tier 5 were also stringent. In fact, the process was even more challenging than getting promoted to Tier 6 directly. It was just that these pseudo-Tier 6 experts were looking to have a better future and chose not to rush to complete their Tier 6 promotion. Now that 1/3 of these experts had fallen, their superiors in the Sun Dynasty definitely wouldn't let them off the hook easily. However, before Earthen Fist Saint and the Sun Dynasty's other executives had time to mourn their inevitable punishment, a gigantic lotus flower of flame suddenly appeared in the distant sky and reduced a 10,000-yard radius into nothingness. His Highness died. His Highness got killed. Everyone from the Holy Race Army couldn't help but doubt their eyes when they saw Chalk Splendor's gigantic body disappearing into the void. The Sun Dynasty's elders were especially dumbfounded. They never imagined Chalk Splendor could be killed with Sunlight body active. Chalk Splendor died. Verdant Rainbow was similarly stunned when she saw that only Shi Feng remained proudly standing amidst the dark void. Originally, even after seeing Chalk Splendor becoming heavily injured, Verdant Rainbow still didn't think Shi Feng could kill Chalk Splendor. At best, Shi Feng could chase Chalk Splendor all the way back to the Holy Race's resurrection camps. After all, Chalk Splendor was a holy child of the Sun Dynasty. When dealing with others outside, he would be regarded as the Sun Dynasty's face. Unless the Sun Dynasty did not care for its reputation, it wouldn't let Chalk Splendor be killed easily and would provide him with plenty of life-saving measures. Yet, Chalk Splendor still died. It was also possible to see the items he dropped after dying, so Verdant Rainbow couldn't even dispute this matter even if she wanted. Meanwhile, when Garrot saw this scene, he was similarly at a loss for words. Taboo-level experts were terrifying existences. Yet, Shi Feng had managed to slay one. With such strength, even outside of the Eternal Realm, Shi Feng would be regarded by the various pseudo-apex powers as an existence to be feared. While everyone was in a daze, Zero Wing's Tier 6 members used the opportunity to attack the Three-Fist Saints with their strongest moves. With a swing of the Chaos Windblade, Gentle Snow sent Heavenly Ape Saint flying. Then she activated Chaos World to suppress the Three-Fist Saints and executed her strongest attack against Heavenly Ape Saint. Absolute Technique, 5 extreme flashes. 5 sword lights merged into one, combining to form an attack that neared the ancient god standard. At the same time, Crimson Heart, who had originally been clashing against Earthen Fist Saint, abruptly cast her spear at Heavenly Ape Saint Tier 6. Legacy Skill, Boundary Breaker, Absolute Technique, Blazing Sky. Immediately, a blazing spear pierced through space, forming a pincer attack on Heavenly Ape Saint with Gentle Snow's swordlight. Although Heavenly Ape Saint managed to block Gentle Snow's attack, the impact of the collision paralyzed him briefly, and he ended up letting the blazing spear pierce through the back of his heart. Then, before he could recover his posture, Gentle Snow suddenly appeared before him and dissected him into pieces, ending his life on the spot. Concurrently, Hidden Soul and Fire Dance ambushed Tailless Scorpion, who had already lost most of his HP from the battle thus far, instantly plundering what little HP he had remaining. In the blink of an eye out of the Three-Fist Saints, only Earthen Fist Saint remained standing against Zero Wing's 9 Tier 6 members. Earthen Fist Saint was greatly frightened by this sudden development. Hurriedly, he took out a gray crystal ball and activated it, his body instantly transforming into several dozen streaks of light that dispersed in all directions, the speed of his withdrawal making it impossible for anyone to chase after him. Meanwhile, the unforeseen fate of the Three-Fist Saints caused the battle to become even more one-sided in the humans' favor. On the other side of the battlefield, Shi Feng breathed a deep sigh of relief when he saw Chalk Splendor's body disappearing. Thank goodness I acquired the Sacred Phantom Ring a while ago. Otherwise, this fight really would have ended with mutual destruction today, Shi Feng thought as he picked up the Sacred Phantom Ring from the ground before him. Then, when he looked at the place where Chalk's splendor died, a look of shock and joy immediately surfaced on his face. The sunlight blade, 2 items could be seen floating at where Chalk's splendor died. Among them, one was none other than the sunlight blade, divine artifact wielded by Chalk's splendor. Chapter 3601, Chapter 675, Shock. Chapter 675, Shock. There was a silver crescent blade marked by gold holy patterns quietly floating amidst the dark void. Although nobody wielded the blade, it still radiated a divine might that could cause the average Tier 6 player to suffocate. In the case of Tier 5 players, they wouldn't even be able to move within 100 yards of the weapon. The weapon was much superior to the average divine artifact. To think even the sunlight blade dropped. When Shi Feng saw the sunlight blade floating in the void, he couldn't help but start to pity Chalk's splendor. Originally, Shi Feng thought he'd be fortunate if he could even kill Chalk's splendor. As for the sunlight blade, he never hoped for it to drop. While it was true that players could drop their divine artifacts on death, the chances of that happening were incredibly low. More often than not, players wouldn't lose their divine artifact even after losing all the items in their bag. Not to mention, Shi Feng could feel that Chalk's splendor did not suffer soul annihilation when he killed the other party. Had Chalk's splendor only dropped a couple of pieces of legendary equipment, he could have continued his life as one of the Sun Dynasty's holy child once he was resurrected. After all, such a loss was inconsequential to someone of his status. But now that Chalk's splendor had dropped the sunlight blade, he was doomed. As one of the Sun Dynasty's 7 arcanas, the sunlight blade was infinitely more valuable than any holy child. Chalk's splendor would pay the price for losing it. At the very least, he could say goodbye to his position as a holy child. It's a pity this is a weapon exclusive to the holy race. Shi Feng thought after inspecting the sunlight blade, semlight blade, saber, divine artifact. Equipment requirement, Tier 5, strength 40,000. Cannot be equipped or inspected by players outside of the holy race. Significant differences existed between the weapons and equipment of greater gods' domains. For example, most of the weapons and equipment used by human players were developed around mana, so holy race players could not use them. Conversely, the holy race's weapons and equipment were developed around holy power, so human players could not use them. While there existed some weapons and equipment that weren't limited to a specific type of energy and could be used by players of any race, such universal items were very rare in God's domain. Unfortunately, the sunlight blade was a weapon crafted by a holy ancestor from the holy race, and it was developed specifically to maximize the holy race's strengths. Hence, even if players of other races acquired it, they would not find any use in it. However, Shi Feng didn't feel particularly disappointed. Although he couldn't equip the sunlight blade, it did not change the fact that it was an incredibly valuable treasure. He could simply find an opportunity to sell it back to the holy race, trading it for a divine artifact of the human race or a universal divine artifact. If I remember correctly, the royal powers that have invaded us have quite a few universal divine artifacts. Maybe I can get 1 or 2 from them. Shi Feng smiled as he put away the sunlight blade. At the same time, he also started to set his sights on some of the holy race's universal divine artifacts. The sunlight blade was a top-tier divine weapon. Its value far exceeded the average divine artifact. Meanwhile, although the holy race had invaded the human race's greater god's domain in his previous life, many trades still occurred between the 2 races. Some powers from both races even specialized in such post-war trades. Meanwhile, although the various powers of the 2 races knew of these trades, they simply turned a blind eye to them, never bothering to hinder them. This was because the war had increased the expenditure of weapons and equipment far beyond the natural supply. The war had created a situation where even if one had the money, one couldn't buy any weapons and equipment. Both races would also always end up with a bunch of top-tier weapons and equipment that they couldn't use. In such a situation, rather than hold on to these unusable weapons and equipment, it would be much better if they traded them for usable weapons, equipment, and resources. The various powers of both races implicitly supported these post-war trades. After putting the sunlight blade away, Shi Feng turned his attention to the other item. Chalk splendor dropped. It was a purple gold-colored helmet, and although the divine might it radiated was much weaker than the sunlight blade, it could still suppress the average Tier 5 expert. Is this a piece of universal equipment? When Shi Feng held the helmet in his hands, he couldn't feel any holy power or mana fluctuations coming from it. He also failed to inspect it normally, so he used a master identification skill on it out of curiosity. In God's domain, universal weapons and equipment typically wouldn't give off energy fluctuations, or more specifically, they didn't favor any particular type of energy. So, when unequipped, they wouldn't give off any fluctuations. But after they were equipped by players and powered by the wearer's energy, they would start to give off powerful energy fluctuations. In addition, universal weapons and equipment were generally of very high quality. This was because precious materials were needed to produce items that could accommodate all forms of energy. As a result, all successfully produced universal weapons and equipment were of astonishing quality. At the very least, they would be at the fragmented legendary rank. So, seeing as the purple gold helmet did not give off any energy fluctuations, Shi Feng couldn't help but suspect it to be a piece of universal equipment. Not to mention, when subjected to his taboo-level attack, all items at the fragmented legendary rank or below should have been disintegrated. The fact that the purple gold helmet remained unscathed proved that it was of extraordinary quality. New time, the master identification skill began analyzing the purple gold helmet's information, and a loading bar appeared in the corner of Shi Feng's vision. 10%, 30%, 80%. After nearly a minute, the purple gold helmet's information finally appeared before Shi Feng. Upon reading the information, Shi Feng couldn't help but be surprised. Eternity Crown, replica, damaged item, fragmented divine artifact. Equipment requirement unknown. Attributes unknown. Non-bag space item. Collect 100 eternal stones to transform the Eternity Crown into a divine artifact. The Eternity set will become unique when all 6 set pieces are collected. Currently, 83 Eternal Stones have been collected already. The Eternity set? Shi Feng nearly dropped the helmet when he saw its information. When Shi Feng previously saw the Dragon Tongue Conglomerate's Eternity Gauntlets, he did have thoughts of collecting the Eternity set. However, he quickly gave up on the idea after the Holy World evolved into the Eternal Realm. After all, setting aside whether he could get his hands on any replicas of the Eternity set, simply finding eternal stones in the vast Eternal Realm would be a nigh impossible task for individual players or small powers. Yet, surprisingly, Chalk Splendor not only possessed a replica of the Eternity set, but he had even collected 83 Eternal Stones for it already. So long as Shi Feng put in some effort, he could turn this replica into the real Eternity Crown. Meanwhile, with the Eternity set being one of the 6 great divine sets of the human race's greater God's domain, even a loose piece of the set could let players achieve a qualitative leap. Immediately, Shi Feng put the Eternity Crown away safely into his bag. Then he rejoined the battlefield and started killing the escaping Holy Race experts, collecting as much contribution as possible before the battle concluded. Eternal Realm, Western Continent, Black Sea City. Black Sea City was a super-large NPC city that hovered thousands of meters above the ocean. Over 100 million players were active in it daily, and even Tier 6 players could be seen walking the city streets. Hundreds of flying ships also flew in and out of the city at all times. However, because the Sun Dynasty had made Black Sea City its main headquarters in the Eternal Realm, it controlled the city with an iron grip and forbade any other powers from establishing a foothold. At this time, an uproar was occurring in the top-floor conference room of the Sun Dynasty's guild residence. What did you say? You lost the Sunlight Blade? Chapter 3602, Chapter 676, World Arc's Battle Situation. Chapter 676, World Arc's Battle Situation. World Arc, Inner Area, Silent Mountains, Resurrection Camp. Following the complete activation of the Core Circle, the 7 Luminaries Alliance officially occupied the Silent Mountains Resurrection Camp. Seeing this, the Sun Dynasty's army, which had been frenziedly attacking the camp, had no choice but to retreat in frustration. Hooray, we won. We won, we won, we won. How close. I thought we would have failed for sure after all the magic barriers got destroyed. When the Seven Luminaries Alliance and the various powers members saw the Holy Race Army retreating in their flying vehicles, some cheered, some rejoiced, and some collapsed on the ground trying to catch their breath. But without exception, everyone was happy over the victory they had just achieved. We have severely underestimated the Holy Race this time. 19th Sword, who only had a few pieces of intact equipment equipped, muttered as he looked at the Sun Dynasty's retreating forces, a hint of fear appearing in his eyes. The battle at the Silent Mountains Resurrection Camp might not have lasted as long as the Guild Wars fought outside the Eternal Realm, which would typically span across multiple days and nights, but its intensity was multiple times greater. After only 24 hours, the Resurrection Camp that started with nearly 200,000 players had less than 30,000 players remaining. In the Skylight Association's case, its losses were even more tragic. The Templar Legion had 1,000 members at the start of the battle. Now, less than 100 members remained alive. In addition of the Legion's 2 vice-commanders, Heavy Shield Titan had fallen in combat, while Mjolnir Milja had sustained heavy damage to her soul and would be out of commission for a long time. To make matters worse, of the fallen Templar Legion members, 1/3 had suffered permanent deaths. In fact, even 19th Sword had nearly suffered a permanent death at the hands of a god-ranked Holy Race expert. "Are you all right, Elder Sword?" Milja asked, her complexion pale as she limped over to 19th Sword. "I'm fine. I only had all of my fragmented legendary equipment destroyed," 19th Sword said as he looked at Milja. "We've suffered a truly huge loss this time." After scanning the gathering Templar Legion members, Milja gloomily said, "I originally thought we were only here to play a minor supporting role. With so few of our members remaining, even if the others regroup with us after getting resurrected, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to occupy a resurrection camp. The Skylight Association's losses this time were beyond tragic. With their remaining forces, there was no way they could safely occupy a resurrection camp in the World Ark's inner area. That might be the case, but I doubt the other powers are in a better situation than us," 19th Sword said nonchalantly. "Moreover, we can already consider ourselves fortunate that we managed to defend this resurrection camp. For all we know, the Holy Race might have annihilated the other camps." Milja did not disagree with 19th Sword. The Holy Race army that had attacked the Silent Mountains Resurrection Camp might have retreated, but it did not retreat in the direction of the Holy Race's resurrection camps. Instead, the army went to another one of the Seven Luminaries Alliance's resurrection camps. Evidently, whichever camp the army was headed had been taken over by the Holy Race. After all, the occupation process of all 6 camps had started simultaneously. If a camp had already been successfully occupied, it wouldn't make sense for the Holy Race to try to contest it, as the difficulty of securing it would increase substantially. While 19th Sword and Milja were talking, the man in charge of the Silent Mountains Resurrection Camp gathered everyone. "I would like to thank everyone for assisting the Seven Luminaries Alliance this time. Without you all, we would have never managed to defend this camp. We have already started to tally everyone's contribution. We will notify you of your contribution once the calculations are complete. We will also send you a list of exchangeable items based on your contribution, and you may head to any of our branches to exchange your contribution as your ship," the commander of the Resurrection Camp and a core elder of the Seven Luminaries Alliance said. "What is the state of the other camps, Azure Ship?" 19th Sword asked as he looked at the commander. Upon hearing 19th Sword's question, the various powers members promptly perked up their ears, all of them curious to learn of the other Resurrection Camp's performance. The battle at the Silent Mountains Resurrection Camp had been extraordinarily intense, and they had very nearly failed to defend it. If the powers stationed in the other camps had faced a situation similar to theirs or worse, it would definitely be good news to them. After all, at the end of the day, they were all competing for the inner area's resurrection camps. "The situation at the other camps isn't optimistic either," Azure Ship said, sighing. "Based on the reports I've received thus far, 2 camps failed and 3 of the remaining camps suffered a casualty rate exceeding 50%. When everyone heard Azure Ship's words, they weren't particularly surprised by the news. After all, they had personally experienced the Holy Race players' combat power. Those who failed to defend their camps couldn't be faulted, and those who succeeded were merely lucky. Of course, this was undoubtedly good news for the various pseudo-apex powers present. 3. His curiosity piqued. 19th Sword asked, "If only 2 camps failed, shouldn't 4 camps remain?" "Yes, there is indeed another camp that succeeded." Azure Ship nodded. Then, with an envious look, he said, "That camp achieved a major victory. They eliminated over 70% of the Holy Race army they faced, and they even managed to kill the Holy Child leading the army. Is one of the Alliance's Vice Guild leaders stationed there?" 19th Sword couldn't help but be shocked when he heard all these achievements. 19th Sword did not doubt the Holy Race army's strength. He had also heard about the Sun Dynasty's holy children from the 7 Luminaries Alliance. The status of holy children was only slightly below that of the Sun Dynasty's Vice Guild leaders, so it went without saying an army led by a holy child would be much stronger than the rest. Yet despite this, the camp that faced the Holy Child's army still achieved a major victory. The only explanation 19th Sword could come up with for this situation was that one of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Vice Guild leaders had taken action. Otherwise, there was no way the camp could have killed the Holy Child on top of defeating the Holy Race army. The various powers experts came to a similar conclusion as 19th Sword, and they couldn't help but envy the powers stationed at the aforementioned camp. After all, not only did those powers manage to avoid significant losses, but they also got to earn a lot more contribution. "You misunderstand, Elder Sword," Azure Ship said, shaking his head. "The camp didn't achieve a major victory because of the Alliance. Instead, the camp managed to stay standing because of a great expert's intervention. The great expert in question is also single-handedly responsible for killing the Sun Dynasty's holy child. It's not one of the Alliance's experts." 19th Sword grew even more surprised. Then he hurriedly asked, "May I know if I am acquainted with that person?" 19th Sword did not think Azure Ship would go out of his way to boast about another power's expert. The fact that Azure Ship would speak so highly about an outsider must mean that the great expert in question did play a vital role in the Resurrection Camp's defense. However, out of all the experts 19th Sword had seen answering the 7 Luminaries Alliance's call for assistance, he simply couldn't think of anyone capable of accomplishing such a feat. "You should have heard of that person before, Elder Sword," Azure Ship said. "He is Black Flame, the Lord of War Goddesses." Chapter 3603, Chapter 677, Top 5 Expert. Chapter 677, Top 5 Expert. Black Flame? Azure Ship's answer dumbfounded 19th Sword, and he couldn't help but think the other party was joking with him. "That's right." Azure Ship nodded. Then, in a voice of admiration, he said, "Although the Alliance has made plenty of preparations for that camp, going as far as to arrange a divine artifact there, the Holy Race similarly came prepared and mobilized a divine artifact. The Holy Race's divine artifact is even the Sunlight Blade, one of the Sun Dynasty's 7 Arcanas. The camp's losses would have been unimaginable if not for Black Flame killing the Holy Child wielding the Sunlight Blade. He killed a Holy Child who had a divine artifact." Milia couldn't help but doubt Azure Ship's words. The Sun Dynasty's holy children were all individuals at the standard of Chosen Ones. Individually, they were definitely as strong as the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Chosen Ones. If a Chosen One of such caliber was given a divine weapon, they would undoubtedly become a taboo-level existence. Yet Azure Ship was saying that Black Flame had not only defeated such a taboo-level existence, but also killed him. Who could possibly believe him? Is there really no mistake with this information? 19th Sword couldn't help but ask. The Skylight Association had conducted a thorough investigation into Black Flame's strength. However, based on the association's assessment, he could at best enter the Divine Glory list's top 300 after reaching Tier 6. This would put him close to Titan's and Milia's standards. Yet, Azure Ship was now saying that Black Flame was already strong enough to slay taboo-level existences. How could 19th Sword possibly bring himself to believe this? "This information is absolutely accurate," Azure Ship said definitively. In fact, the higher-ups are already prepared to rank Black Flame among the Eternal Realm's top 5 experts once the new ranking list for the Eternal Realm comes out. The Eternal Realm's top 5 19th Sword's expression turned incredibly gloomy. Back in the Crystal City of Secrets, 19th Sword had ridiculed Shi Feng for overestimating himself and claimed that Zero Wing would have no future in the World Arc. News of the matter had even become widely spread, and the various powers were all eagerly waiting to see how he would take care of Shi Feng. But if Shi Feng was strong enough to rank among the Eternal Realm's top 5 experts, he could utterly crush the current Skylight Association in the Eternal Realm. "What should we do now, Elder Sword?" Milia quietly asked. 19th Sword. "If Black Flame wants to, we won't have any chance at securing a foothold in the World Arc." Milia knew much about the matter between Shi Feng and 19th Sword. Not to mention, 19th Sword had even publicized this matter himself, so a peaceful resolution was practically out of the question. Black Flame is indeed a tricky opponent for us right now, but he will similarly have difficulty surviving in the inner area later. After thinking over the matter, 19th Sword regained his calm as he said, "You've seen how strong the Holy Race is for yourself. Do you think occupying a resurrection camp in the inner area will be easy? Also, more experts will reach Tier 6 as time passes. So what if he is a taboo-level existence? Now that he has killed one of the Sun Dynasty's holy children, the Sun Dynasty won't let Zero Wing off the hook easily. With Zero Wing's foundations, do you think it can go up against the Sun Dynasty? We can simply wait until the Sun Dynasty takes care of him. At worst, we will avoid him during this time and take our time exploring the inner area. Whoever among us will emerge victorious remains uncertain. Anyone who had participated in the battle this time would know what kind of competition awaited them in the World Arc's inner area. It simply wasn't feasible for one taboo-level existence to occupy an entire resurrection camp, and even if Shi Feng did manage to occupy a resurrection camp, he would have to garrison it long-term and could never move too far away from it. Meanwhile, with how big the World Arc was, the Skylight Association could simply operate in areas outside of Zero Wing's influence. With its powerful foundations and many potential Tier 6 experts, 19th Sword was confident that the Skylight Association would have no trouble surpassing Zero Wing's development in the World Arc. "You're right," Milia nodded, fully agreeing with 19th Sword's argument. Admittedly, Shi Feng wasn't an existence the Skylight Association could afford to provoke at present. However, competitions between powers were not decided overnight. Even if Zero Wing had a taboo-level existence, with the Guild's pitiful foundations and expert count, it would quickly lose its advantages to the various powers. Not to mention, Shi Feng would have thoroughly offended the Sun Dynasty after this battle. It should be known that the Sun Dynasty was a titanic existence on par with the Seven Luminaries Alliance. It could probably make even primordial gods suffer, let alone slay a taboo-level existence. Subsequently, time passed quickly. Half a day after the battle between the Seven Luminaries Alliance and the Sun Dynasty concluded, the pseudo-apex powers that had assisted the Alliance eventually decided against trying to monopolize the rear-line resurrection camps. Instead, they chose to form mini-alliances among themselves. Meanwhile, because of Zero Wing's outstanding performance at the Dead Zone Forest's resurrection camp, Azure Fang's Garut and the Red Dragon Nation's Frey took the initiative to suggest allying with Zero Wing to occupy and defend a resurrection camp together, and upon further discussion, it was agreed that Zero Wing would be the one to lay claim to the camp. It was also agreed that Zero Wing would receive 40% of the camp's slots, while the two other guilds would receive 30% each. Soul Lake Resurrection Camp? We've finished clearing out the camp's monsters, Guild Leader. All we need to do now is protect it for 24 hours, Hidden Soul reported to Shi Feng. Nodding, Shi Feng said, "Good. You all can rest for now. I'll need you all to guard the core circle if any battle takes place later." Zero Wing currently had less than 100 members present. Even with Azure Fang and the Red Dragon Nation's help, it would be tough for them to face an army of tens of thousands of Holy Race experts if their Tier 6 combatants were mentally exhausted. Hence, Hidden Soul and the others needed to rest. Meanwhile, should they successfully occupy the Soul Lake's resurrection camp, they would no longer have any worries about money in the future. This was because the Soul Lake was one of the closest maps to the inner area's front line. In addition, although the monsters here were all at level 175 and above, they were much more sparsely populated compared to other maps. So the Soul Lake could be considered one of the safer maps in the inner area, and it was very suitable for expert teams to grind in. Hearing Shi Feng's words, Hidden Soul nodded and made her way into one of the temporary camps to rest. Now, all we need to do is wait for 24 hours. When Shi Feng saw the core circle's ruins gradually lighting up, he couldn't help but grow a little eager. While Shi Feng and the others were waiting for time to pass, the Seven Luminaries Alliance suddenly sent everyone a message. The message contained a list of everyone's contribution rankings and a personal exchange list. Chapter 3604, Chapter 678, Seven Luminaries Alliance's Exchange List. Chapter 678, Seven Luminaries Alliance's Exchange List. Soul Lake, Resurrection Camp. A moment after the Seven Luminaries Alliance's message arrived, everyone in the camp revealed ecstatic expressions. They didn't think the Seven Luminaries Alliance would finish tallying everyone's contributions so quickly. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere in the originally quiet camp immediately turned lively, as expected of the most ancient apex power. The Seven Luminaries Alliance's foundations truly are terrifying. Shi Feng couldn't help but sigh ruefully after briefly looking through the Seven Luminaries Alliance's message. According to the regulations, the Seven Luminaries Alliance had set this time the top 5 contributors of each resurrection camp could exchange for one legendary weapon or equipment. In the case of the Dead Zone Forest's resurrection camp, Shi Feng was the undisputed #1 contributor, while coming after him were Gentle Snow, Crimson Heart, Hidden Soul, and Fire Dance. Zero Wing had monopolized the top 5 rewards for the Dead Zone Forest's resurrection camp, leaving none for the other powers. Fortunately, because of the camp's major victory, the Seven Luminaries Alliance had provided everyone with a much more abundant exchange list. In Shi Feng's case, he even got to exchange one extra item from his list because of his achievement of killing the Holy Child Chalk Splendor. As for the exchange list he received, it was so abundant that executives of upper-ranking hegemonic powers would faint from excitement if they saw it. Of the items he could exchange, there were 1,654 legendary weapons, 7,171 pieces of legendary equipment, 8,503 legendary items, and 121,065 inferior divine artifact rank materials. Even the Eternal Realm's incredibly rare Eternal Stones were made available on the list. When seeing all these items, even Shi Feng, with his wealth of knowledge and experience, couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration in his previous life. Although Zero Wing had grown strong enough to clash with even the Apex Power Demon's Gate, the Zero Wing of that time only had about 6,000 legendary items, which included legendary weapons and equipment. Even for newly promoted pseudo-Apex powers, it was a huge accomplishment to own 6,000 legendary items. However, it should be known that Zero Wing had only been developing in the Greater God's domain for several years at the time. While Zero Wing's arsenal of legendary items remained insignificant compared to pseudo-Apex powers that had existed for centuries, it had already reached a level that most upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates could never hope to achieve. Yet, even though the Seven Luminaries Alliance had only revealed a small portion of its stockpile, it was already more than enough to stomp the past Zero Wing into the ground. In fact, even pseudo-Apex powers would probably choke from seeing this small portion. Meanwhile, Shi Feng wasn't the only person awed by the Seven Luminaries Alliance's wealth. Even though most of the players in the camp would only receive lists containing fragmented legendary items or lower, they still couldn't help but be shocked by the Seven Luminaries Alliance's wealth. It was especially so for top contributors like Garut and Frey. I have truly underestimated the Seven Luminaries Alliance. No wonder none of the other Apex powers dare to provoke it. There's no way anyone can compete against such wealth, Frey thought in astonishment as she looked at her exchange list. Depending on one's contribution, the exchange list one would receive would also differ. The lower one's contribution, the lower the quality of the items one could exchange, and the fewer options one would receive. Although her exchange list didn't have any legendary items, she was still among the top contributors in the Dead Zone Forest's resurrection camp. Because of this, she received a list of fragmented legendary items, and the quantity listed could cause any pseudo-apex power to go crazy. Over 10 million fragmented legendary items, she would need months just to look through every single item. The wealth the Seven Luminaries Alliance had amassed was truly awe-inspiring and disheartening. Of course, while the Seven Luminaries Alliance might have made an astonishing number of fragmented legendary items available for exchange, only a small portion of the players present were actually qualified to exchange for one. This was because players would need to kill at least 5 Tier 5 Holy Race experts to qualify. Even so, it was still very astonishing. At the very least, the Red Dragon Nation could not afford to make such a generous move. There were hundreds of thousands of experts stationed across the 6 resurrection camps. Those who had successfully slain 5 Tier 5 Holy Race experts might be in the minority, but they should still number 20 to 30,000. In other words, the Seven Luminaries Alliance would need to give away at least 20,000 fragmented legendary items. It should be known that the average upper-ranking hegemonic power operating in the Greater God's domain only had a stockpile of about 100,000 fragmented legendary items, with the stronger ones having 200,000 or 300,000. After all, fragmented legendary items were not easy to come by. It was also why epic items remained the standard for most players, and many Tier 5 experts didn't even have one fragmented legendary item in their possession. What the Seven Luminaries Alliance was giving away today was already enough to fully equip 2 1,000-man Tier 6 legions in fragmented legendary items. Even pseudo-apex powers would find such a loss incredibly painful. Should I get the Eternal Stones? Shi Feng hesitated as he looked at his list. Currently, he was only short of 17 Eternal Stones from completing the Eternity Crown. Although he could only exchange for 2 Eternal Stones this time, it would still reduce the time he needed to complete the Eternity Crown significantly. Meanwhile, the boost in strength the Eternity Crown could provide him would be far greater than any legendary weapon. Wait, this is Shi Feng's eyes suddenly brightened when he spotted a particular name on the list. A world source, refined void blood. Refined void blood, inferior divine artifact rank material. A stone condensed from the world law in the source of void. The source of void was a type of world source. Although the refined void blood was not as precious as a source of void, it could still be considered a world source. Meanwhile, the value of world sources went without saying. They were even more precious than legendary weapons. This was because many fragmented divine artifacts required world sources to repair. Typically, powers would never trade their world sources away. After all, while divine artifacts were as rare as a phoenix's feather, the rarity of fragmented divine artifacts was much lower in comparison. Most upper-ranking hegemonic powers would have at least 1 or 2 fragmented divine artifacts in their possession. Because of this, these powers would never give away the world sources they had acquired. So when Shi Feng saw the refined void blood available for exchange, he couldn't help but wonder why the Seven Luminaries Alliance would put it on the list. After all, in terms of value, a complete divine artifact was easily worth more than 100 legendary weapons. Is it because the refined void blood can't be used to repair divine artifacts? Shi Feng was very confused when he saw that there were as many as 3 units of refined void blood available for exchange. However, Shi Feng did not hesitate for long before he chose to exchange for 2 units of refined void blood. Even if the refined void blood couldn't be used to repair fragmented divine artifacts, it remained a priceless treasure to him. This was because the Winter of Eternal Night in his possession could evolve simply by devouring world source-type items. Meanwhile, the Winter of Eternal Night was no ordinary weapon, as it was the primordial god of Thunder's final creation. 2 units of refined void blood should be more than enough to improve the Winter of Eternal Night significantly. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng made his decision, he quickly received a response from the Seven Luminaries Alliance, stating that he would receive his items in 12 hours. Chapter 3605, Chapter 679, Legendary Winter of Eternal Night. Chapter 679, Legendary Winter of Eternal Night. World Arc. Soul Lake. Time passed, and roughly 10 hours after Shi Feng locked in his desired items, a group of dark figures appeared a short distance outside the resurrection camp. These dark figures radiated a mighty aura, and their presence unnerved many of the players in the camp. "Is it an enemy attack?" Unrestrained Lionheart muttered, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes as he looked at the dark figures. The approaching dark figures might only number 20, but every one of them was a bona fide Tier 6 player. Among them, the cloaked and masked person moving in the lead even wielded a divine weapon and radiated an aura comparable to Verdant Rainbow. It shouldn't be. Frey shook her head after observing the dark figures for a moment. They might be powerful, but they're not radiating holy power. Mana is even continuously gathering around them, so they should be human experts. And if that's the case, they shouldn't have a reason to fight for our resurrection camp, since there are still plenty of unoccupied camps in the inner area. As soon as Frey finished speaking, the 20-man team arrived at the edge of the magic barrier erected around the Soul Lake's resurrection camp. "We are from the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. We are here to distribute the items you have exchanged from the Seven Luminaries Alliance," the cloaked man standing in the lead said as he revealed the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's guild emblem to everyone in the camp. "The Eternal Chamber of Commerce?" Following the masked man's words, the players in the resurrection camp sighed in relief and quickly welcomed the 20-man team inside the magic barrier. Nobody doubted the validity of these dark figures' identities either. It was impossible to falsify guild emblems in God's domain. Every guild emblem was unique, and the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's Golden Scales emblem was widely known across the greater God's domain, as expected of an apex power. When Garut saw that the Eternal Chamber of Commerce had mobilized 20 Tier 6 experts and 1 divine artifact just to run errands, he couldn't help but be shocked. In the current Eternal Realm, even the pseudo-apex powers would not have more than 1 or 2 Tier 6 experts under their command. Yet the Eternal Chamber of Commerce could afford to have 20 Tier 6 experts run errands for the Seven Luminaries Alliance. This was something no pseudo-apex power could think of accomplishing. Of everyone in the resurrection camp, only Shi Feng remained unfazed by the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's show of strength. The Eternal Chamber of Commerce's existence might be a mystery to many, but Shi Feng knew that Eternal's foundations were only slightly inferior to the Seven Luminaries Alliance. When it came to facilitating transactions across the greater God's domain, Eternal was even vastly superior to the Seven Luminaries Alliance. After entering the resurrection camp, the leader of Eternal's delivery team approached Shi Feng and handed him 2 crimson metal cubes, saying, "Here are the items you have requested. Guild Leader Black Flame." Shi Feng accepted the metal cubes, satisfaction filling his heart. These 2 metal cubes were none other than the 2 units of refined void blood he had requested. With the refined void blood, he should have no trouble upgrading the Winter of Eternal Night to the legendary rank. "Please accept this gold VIP token as well," Guild Leader Black Flame, the masked man from Eternal said, as he handed Shi Feng a golden token with the word Eternal engraved on it. "With this token, you can participate in any of the auctions taking place on the Dark Star Auction House's 300th floor or above." Free and Garrett grew even more surprised when they saw the gold token the masked man handed to Shi Feng. They never thought the Eternal Chamber of Commerce would give Shi Feng one of its gold VIP tokens. After all, anyone who possessed one of these tokens would be treated as one of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's core elders normally. Even guild leaders of pseudo-apex powers wouldn't necessarily be able to get their hands on a gold VIP token. As for the auctions taking place on the Dark Star Auction House's 300th floor and above, those were auctions that all executives of the various pseudo-apex powers wished to participate in. This was because every item sold there was enough to make the various pseudo-apex powers lose their calm. "Thank you." Shi Feng accepted the gold VIP token without hesitation, although he did not know why the Eternal Chamber of Commerce was willing to give him such a privilege. The gold VIP token would help him out significantly in the future. The ability to participate in the auctions hosted on the Dark Star Auction House's 300th floor and above was especially valuable as all items sold there were extraordinary. Even materials at the inferior divine artifact rank could be found there. Meanwhile, after seeing off the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's members, Shi Feng entered one of Zero Wing's temporary camps and carefully took out the Winter of Eternal Night and the 2 units of refined void blood system. 2 world sources detected. Do you wish to have the Winter of Eternal Night absorb them all? Absorb them all. Shi Feng agreed to the prompt without hesitation. Immediately, as if it had just sensed the most delectable delicacy in the world, the Winter of Eternal Night released 2 clouds of dark blue mist and used them to envelope the 2 units of refined void blood. Roughly 15 minutes later, several streams of crimson mist appeared around the Winter of Eternal Night's dark blue blade. At the same time, the weapon also started to radiate a powerful divine might. Winter of Eternal Night. One-handed sword, legendary rank. Equipment requirement. Strength 45,000, agility 30,000, tier 4. Attack power 500% of strength, attack speed 3% of strength plus agility. All attributes increases according to the user's level when equipped. Attacks gain the extreme frost effect, inflicting the spatial freezing effect within a 10-50-yard area of the attack. Attacks have a 60% chance to deal 400% damage. Attacks have a 20% chance to deal 400% damage and weaken the effectiveness of all mana and holy defenses by 70%. Increases strength by 280%, agility by 200%, intelligence by 100%, and attack speed by 80%. Ignore levels plus 80. Effect of all sword-type skills improved by 100%. All sword-type skills will be strengthened by holy power. Effect of mana increased by 100%. Additional passive skill 1, Winter's Body. Winter of Eternal Night will absorb its user's mana to strengthen its user's physique. The higher the mana's quality, the greater the improvements. Improvement limited at 200%. Additional passive skill 2, Holy Power Destruction. Achieve a destructive effect against all forms of holy power. Additional active skill 1, Radiant Night, tier 6, adds the power of erosion to all of the user's attacks, and forcibly increases the user's attack by 1 tier, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional active skill 2, World of Frost, tier 6. Casts the shadow of a world around the user, enveloping an area of a 5,000-yard radius. The user may summon up to 100 frost swords within the enveloped area. Each frost sword will carry 300% of the user's strength. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Additional active skill 3, Holy Mana's Shadow, tier 6. Use a combination of holy power and mana to reconstruct the user's body. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Additional active skill 4, Void Barrier, tier 6. Use the void as a defensive barrier, rendering a 100-yard radius immune to all damage. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Additional Profound Inheritance 1, Formless Sword. Converts any object into a temporary sword. The quality of the sword created depends on the object used and the magic array constructed by the user. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Additional Profound Inheritance, 2 World Sword. Devour world sources to evolve. The primordial god of Thunder's final creation that has absorbed a main branch from the holy tree and refined void blood. The Winter of Eternal Night holds the power source of a primordial god, and it is capable of freezing all things. Chapter 3606, Chapter 680, Sun Dynasty's Ultimatum, Chapter 680, Sun Dynasty's Ultimatum. What an incredible improvement! Shi Feng couldn't help but be astonished when he saw the legendary Winter of Eternal Night's stats. In his previous life, apart from having a superior divine body, another one of the key reasons he could thrive shortly after entering the greater god's domain was due to Solomon's sword, a legendary weapon he had gone through great lengths to obtain. The weapon was also regarded as one of the 10 great legendary weapons of his home god's domain. Meanwhile, after ascending to the legendary rank, The Winter of Eternal Night's basic attributes could already rival Solomon's sword. Moreover, unlike Solomon's sword, the Winter of Eternal Night still had room for growth. When Shi Feng grabbed the dark blue sword hovering before him, silver patterns lit up across the blade, and the temperature of the surrounding environment plummeted. Shi Feng could also feel the flow of time in his surroundings slowing down. Is this the Winter of Eternal Night's hidden ability? Excitement filled Shi Feng when he sensed the changes in the surrounding space. After equipping the Winter of Eternal Night, he could feel that the flow of time around him had become slower than normal. Although it was only a minor decrease of about 25%, it would still help him significantly in battle. It would be especially so in battles against other Tier 6 players. Combat at Tier 6 was much more unforgiving than combat at lower tiers. This was due to Tier 6 players having extraordinary attack power. Unless one possessed items such as the Sunlight Blade under the same equipment standard, even a single mistake could lead to players going from full HP to becoming a corpse in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the Winter of Eternal Night's hidden ability to affect time would not only grant its wielder more time to react to enemy attacks, but it would also improve the wielder's reaction speed, movement speed, attack speed, and spellcasting speed. It was an all-rounded buff that was much superior to a buff that merely increased reaction speed paired with the Winter of Eternal Night's basic attributes. Shi Feng felt he could fight against even ancient gods of the same level. While Shi Feng was taking his time experiencing the Winter of Eternal Night's changes, Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow suddenly entered his tent. "Guild leader, something big happened," Hidden Soul solemnly said. "Just a while ago, the Holy Race's Sun Dynasty issued an ultimatum to the Seven Luminaries Alliance. They demand the Alliance to hand over Chalk Splendor's killer and the Sunlight Blade. Otherwise, they will destroy all of the Alliance's resurrection camps at any cost, making it impossible for the Alliance to establish a foothold in the World Arc." "They're threatening the Seven Luminaries Alliance directly?" Shi Feng's expression also grew serious when he heard this. Although Shi Feng had long guessed that the Sun Dynasty wouldn't remain silent over Chalk Splendor's death and the loss of the Sunlight Blade, he never thought the Sun Dynasty would be so ruthless as to threaten the Seven Luminaries Alliance. "Should we return to the Crystal City immediately, Guild Leader?" Gentle Snow asked. What the Sun Dynasty just did was incredibly ruthless. Rather than find trouble with Zero Wing, the Sun Dynasty had chosen to target the Seven Luminaries Alliance, forcing the Alliance to take action against Zero Wing. As the Sun Dynasty was a Holy Race power, it would normally need to go through the Apex powers fighting at the forefront if it wished to target Zero Wing. This would make it very difficult for the Sun Dynasty to do anything to Zero Wing. However, it was a different story for the Seven Luminaries Alliance. The Seven Luminaries Alliance was one of the human race's apex powers. Setting aside the Alliance's influence over the human race's greater god's domain, simply the strength it possessed in the Eternal Realm could let it easily suppress Zero Wing. To make matters worse, the Seven Luminaries Alliance was planning to develop in the World Arc, so it did have a reason to fear the Sun Dynasty's all-out targeting. Meanwhile, so long as the Seven Luminaries Alliance decided to take action against Zero Wing, it would be nigh impossible for Zero Wing to survive. "It's too soon to make any conclusions," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. "Also, it's unlikely the Seven Luminaries Alliance will leave us out to dry. A more likely scenario is that the Alliance will have us hand over the Sunlight Blade. After all, the Alliance still needs to maintain its reputation. So, we should wait and see what the Alliance decides to do first before jumping to conclusions." Now that Zero Wing had secured a resurrection camp in the World Arc's inner area, it could finally start making large amounts of money in the Eternal Realm. Not to mention, Zero Wing would also have an advantage over other powers when it came to entering the Holy Ring City. If Zero Wing were to abandon its development in the World Arc now, its losses would be massive. Not to mention, Zero Wing played a vital role in helping the Seven Luminaries Alliance resist the Sun Dynasty. Even if the Sun Dynasty planned to go all out, it was highly unlikely the Seven Luminaries Alliance would choose to hand over Shi Feng, Chalk Splendor's killer. Otherwise, the Alliance's reputation would be ruined and its influence over the greater god's domain would wane. So what Zero Wing needed to do now was wait for the Seven Luminaries Alliance to finish negotiating the Sun Dynasty and see to what extent the Alliance was willing to compromise. When Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow heard Shi Feng's reasoning, they decided to go with Shi Feng's arrangement and wait for the Seven Luminaries Alliance's response. Apart from the Soul Lake's resurrection camp, a commotion also occurred across the World Ark's various resurrection camps following the Sun Dynasty's ultimatum. I knew the Sun Dynasty wouldn't let Zero Wing get away so easily, 19th Sword happily said after reading the report he just received. So what if Black Flame is one of the Eternal Realm's top 5 experts? In the end, he still has to withdraw from the World Ark. Zero Wing is indeed quite pitiful, Melia said, feeling a hint of sympathy for Zero Wing. When it comes to military strength, the Sun Dynasty is evidently superior to the Seven Luminaries Alliance. If the Alliance wishes to avoid tragic losses in the Eternal Realm and appease the Sun Dynasty, the least it will need to do is to have Zero Wing permanently withdraw from the World Ark. As for Zero Wing, the best it could hope for is some compensation from the Seven Luminaries Alliance. The World Ark was a World Mode regional dungeon, and it was one of the key regions for powers to establish a foothold in the Eternal Realm. If Zero Wing could not extend its development into the World Ark, even with a mighty expert like Black Flame leading it, it would ultimately still be reduced to a second-rate power in the Eternal Realm. Subsequently, time passed quickly. While the various powers and players were discussing what decision the Seven Luminaries Alliance would ultimately make, the Soul Lake's resurrection camp welcomed a group of Seven Luminaries Alliance members, so they've still come in the end. Unrestrained Lionheart muttered with a wry smile when he saw the Seven Luminaries Alliance members riding atop the approaching Tier 5 flying mount. Then he turned to Frey and asked with a complicated heart, "Are we really going to continue standing on the same front as Zero Wing?" "We have no choice but to take the gamble," Frey replied resolutely as she looked at the approaching flying mount. With the World Ark's current state, it was simply impossible for just 2 or 3 pseudo-apex powers to adequately defend a resurrection camp in the inner area. Without Zero Wing's help, the Red Dragon Nation would lose the ability to secure an early advantage in the World Ark's inner area. Meanwhile, even if the Seven Luminaries Alliance chose to compromise with the Sun Dynasty and Zero Wing refused to comply, the most the Alliance would do was let the Sun Dynasty fight Zero Wing without interfering, so Frey planned to continue standing on the same front as Zero Wing. Although this would put the Red Dragon Nation directly in the Sun Dynasty's line of sight, the Red Dragon Nation would at least still have a chance at securing an early advantage in the World Ark's inner area. A short moment later, a 60-meter-tall, two-headed blaze eagle landed in the middle of the resurrection camp. Then more than 50 Tier 6 experts wearing the Seven Luminaries Alliance's guild emblem alighted from the blaze eagle, and walking in the lead was a middle-aged man who was a level 173, Tier 6 Mage God. "Who among you is Black Flame?" the middle-aged Mage God asked as he scanned the crowd in the resurrection camp. Chapter 3607, Chapter 681, Responding in Kind. Chapter 681, Responding in Kind. Soul Lake, Resurrection Camp. Following the middle-aged Mage God's words, a powerful divine might swept across the resurrection camp, and everyone in the camp felt like a mountain had just fallen on their shoulders. The pressure from the divine might was so intense that all of the Tier 5 players in the camp had difficulty breathing, and even those capable of matching Tier 6 experts found themselves immobilized. A divine domain? Disbelief filled Garrett's eyes as he looked at the middle-aged mage God in God's domain. Players could typically only radiate divine might after reaching Tier 6. Meanwhile, once players developed their concentration to the extremes of the Tier 6 standard, they could mentally manipulate their divine might to form a domain, which was also known as a divine domain. Meanwhile, once a divine domain was unleashed, it could suppress players below Tier 6 effortlessly and subject Tier 6 experts to a powerful mental suppression, rendering them incapable of executing their combat techniques and mana techniques normally. And even if they managed to execute their techniques, it would put a huge toll on their concentration. Who is this person? What kind of status does he have in the Seven Luminaries Alliance? Frey was similarly shocked as she looked at the middle-aged mage god. According to the Red Dragon Nation's intelligence, there were no more than 20 divine domain experts across the Greater Gods domain. However, the middle-aged mage god was never mentioned in the Red Dragon Nation's intelligence. I am. A moment after the middle-aged mage god unleashed his divine domain, a deep voice echoed throughout the resurrection camp. Immediately afterward, Shi Feng stepped out of the crowd and approached the middle-aged mage god in a steady stride. He also gave off the feeling of a primordial giant, and those he walked past felt their hearts instinctively shudder. When Shi Feng arrived before the Seven Luminaries Alliance's members, the terrifying aura he radiated caused even the Alliance's Tier 6 experts to lower their heads and avoid his gaze, all of them afraid to catch his attention. Incredible as expected. No wonder Little Rainbow has praised you so highly, the middle-aged mage god said, smiling as he looked at Shi Feng. I am Aimless Bloodshed, a core elder of the Seven Luminaries Alliance. I am here this time to talk to you about the Sun Dynasty's matter, Guild Leader Black Flame, Aimless Bloodshed. Shi Feng briefly fell into a daze when he heard the middle-aged mage god's introduction. Experts whose concentration had reached the extremes of Tier 6 were exceedingly rare in the Greater Gods domain. In the current timeline, the existence of the Seven Luminaries Alliance's Aimless Bloodshed was indeed unknown to the Greater Gods domain. However, in Shi Feng's previous life, Aimless Bloodshed was incredibly famous during the war between the two races. He made his debut on the public stage in a major battle during the war, and he revealed himself as a divine domain expert as soon as he appeared. Meanwhile, with the help of his divine staff, Divine Spirit, he could rank among the Greater Gods domain's top 3 when it came to mental attacks. Though, for some reason, the first time Aimless Bloodshed made a public appearance was also his last. He never participated in any subsequent battles, and nobody was able to uncover much information about him. May I know what the Seven Luminaries Alliance has decided? Elder Bloodshed, Shi Feng asked. The Sun Dynasty has reacted intensely this time, but the Seven Luminaries Alliance is no pushover either. Chuckling, Aimless Bloodshed said. Based on our negotiations with the Sun Dynasty, we can offer Zero Wing 2 options. 2, is it? When Shi Feng heard Aimless Bloodshed's words, he could more or less guess what the other party would say next. The first option is for Zero Wing to hand over the Sunlight Blade and withdraw from the World Arc. In return, the Sun Dynasty will give Zero Wing 3 pieces of universal legendary equipment and let this matter slide, Aimless Bloodshed said. Should the Sun Dynasty dare renege on its promise, the Seven Luminaries Alliance will respond in kind. As for the second option, Zero Wing will similarly have to hand over the Sunlight Blade, but the Sun Dynasty won't offer any compensation. Instead, Zero Wing may continue competing in the World Arc. Upon hearing Aimless Bloodshed's words, many of the players present couldn't help but be surprised. They didn't think the Seven Luminaries Alliance would ultimately offer Zero Wing such lenient choices. The second option was especially lenient. Although Zero Wing would lose its spoils of war, it could still retain its advantages in the World Arc. This was undoubtedly the best outcome for Zero Wing. These are already the best conditions the Seven Luminaries Alliance can fight for Zero Wing, Guild Leader Black Flame, Aimless Bloodshed said in a somewhat embarrassed tone. The Sun Dynasty's combat power in the World Arc is slightly superior to the Seven Luminaries Alliance. If the Sun Dynasty tries to attack us with zero regard to cost, we will have difficulty defending our current resurrection camps. I understand. Shi Feng nodded. He knew the Seven Luminaries Alliance had already taken out its greatest sincerity. The fact that the Seven Luminaries Alliance had even sent a big shot like Aimless Bloodshed to persuade Zero Wing showed how much the Alliance valued Zero Wing. May I ask you a question? Feel free to ask anything, Guild Leader Black Flame, Aimless Bloodshed answered, smiling. If Zero Wing goes to war with the Sun Dynasty, can the Seven Luminaries Alliance remain neutral? Shi Feng calmly asked. Go to war with the Sun Dynasty. Aimless Bloodshed froze momentarily, his mind failing to process Shi Feng's words. Yes, Zero Wing will go to war with the Sun Dynasty, Shi Feng stated resolutely. The Sunlight Blade was one of the Sun Dynasty's 7 arcanas. Its value was extraordinary, and it could easily be traded with the Holy Race for 2 universal divine artifacts. The Sun Dynasty's compensation of 3 pieces of legendary equipment was nothing but a joke. In his previous life, he never got the opportunity to own even 1 divine artifact. Now that he had a chance to own 2, he naturally wouldn't abandon it easily. It was especially so now that he had upgraded the Winter of Eternal Night to the legendary rank. In the world arc, he had no need to fear the Sun Dynasty. This, after hearing that Shi Feng was serious, aimless bloodshed couldn't help but say, "Are you really going to provoke the Sun Dynasty guild leader Black Flame? That's one of the Holy Race's 10 royal powers we are talking about." It is a tough opponent. Even for the 7 Luminaries Alliance, at this moment aimless bloodshed felt that Shi Feng must have lost his mind. After all, an upstart power in the Eternal Realm was trying to pick a fight with an opponent that even the 7 Luminaries Alliance dreaded. This was no different than having a death wish. While Zero Wing might not be a royal power, we won't capitulate just because of a few words. In a resolute tone, Shi Feng said, "Since the Sun Dynasty insists on using force, we will simply respond in kind." Chapter 3608, Chapter 6082, World Gate's initial appearance. Is he crazy? Unrestrained Lionheart couldn't help but doubt his ears when he heard Shi Feng's resolute words. Is he not afraid that Zero Wing would be erased from God's domain? Anyone who had participated in the defense of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's resurrection camps should know how powerful the Holy Race's royal powers were by now. It simply wasn't possible for any human power to resist a royal power on its own. Even an existence as mighty as the 7 Luminaries Alliance could just barely resist the Sun Dynasty. Although Shi Feng was a taboo-level expert, an existence such as the Sun Dynasty should have quite a few such experts. Even if Shi Feng could ensure his own safety, what about the rest of Zero Wing? At this time, Frey was similarly surprised by this situation. She didn't think Shi Feng would refuse both options proposed. The second option in particular could already be considered generous. All Zero Wing needed to do was to surrender the Sunlight Blade to retain its ability to develop in the world arc. As for negotiating a fair deal with the Sun Dynasty, that was simply out of the question. After all, there was a huge gap in strength between both parties. Sure enough, when Hidden Soul heard Shi Feng's resolute reply, she couldn't help but wryly smile, as expected of our guild leader, Battle. In the early phases of the miniature ancient world, Shi Feng had stood strong in the face of overwhelming odds and single-handedly caused the various superpowers to suffer severe losses. Now that Zero Wing had entered the Eternal Realm and achieved metamorphosis, there was no way he would allow Zero Wing to capitulate so easily. Indeed, we will simply respond in kind. Gentle Snow nodded, fighting spirit burning in her eyes. The Sun Dynasty might be a frightening existence, but Zero Wing wasn't a pushover either. It was especially so now that Zero Wing's guild residence had a secret room capable of increasing players' chances of getting promoted to Tier 6. As for herself, if she could fight against more experts and perfect her techniques, her strength would also increase with time. Is Zero Wing made up of lunatics? When Garut saw the enthusiastic look on Gentle Snow and Zero Wing's other members, he couldn't help but be astonished. The Sun Dynasty had already proven itself to be superior to the 7 Luminaries Alliance in combat. Logically, all powers should be doing their best to avoid confrontations with the Sun Dynasty. Yet, even though Zero Wing was clearly presented with an opportunity for reconciliation, Shi Feng chose to take the initiative to provoke the Sun Dynasty. Moreover, aside from Shi Feng, the rest of the Zero Wing members also shared a similar sentiment. It was as if the entire guild was made up of lunatics. Can the 7 Luminaries Alliance remain neutral, Elder Bloodshed? Shi Feng asked once more as he looked at the dazed, middle-aged man before him. Although I haven't consulted with my superiors, I can say with certainty that the 7 Luminaries Alliance is a human power, so we will never side with the Holy Race, Aimless Bloodshed said confidently. If anyone dares to assist the Holy Race, I will be the first to object. Thank you very much, Elder Bloodshed, Shi Feng gratefully said. Subsequently, Aimless Bloodshed quickly left for one of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's resurrection camps to report Zero Wing's decision to his superiors and have them prepare for the inevitable. Time passed quickly. Several hours after Zero Wing made its decision, the World Ark's various powers also learned of the outcome, and a huge commotion swept across the entire Eternal Realm. It should be known that not even the various pseudo-apex powers would dare to publicly challenge one of the Holy Race's royal powers. Yet Zero Wing, an upstart guild in the Eternal Realm, had done it. This was undoubtedly the most shocking piece of news to date in the Eternal Realm at the same time, because the Seven Luminaries Alliance had finished establishing its defenses in the World Ark's inner area. It no longer restricted players from entering the inner area. And as Zero Wing managed to safely occupy the Soul Lake's resurrection camp, many players flocked to the camp. After much deliberation, Shi Feng ultimately decided to charge each player 20 eternal silver for registering at the resurrection camp. This might be a significant sum for Tier 5 players operating in the Eternal Realm, but many players still chose to register at the Soul Lake's resurrection camp regardless. After only a day, over 50,000 players had registered at the camp already. After all, so long as players registered at a resurrection camp in the inner area, not only could they be resurrected in the World Ark's inner area, but the death penalty they suffered could also be reduced. Even if this was only the fee for one registration, it was still a worthwhile trade considering the potential profits they could gain from the World Ark's inner area. If not for many players being wary of the Sun Dynasty, many more players would have come to register at the Soul Lake's resurrection camp. What do you think is going on with the Sun Dynasty guild leader? It's been more than a day since our response, yet they still haven't shown any signs of taking action, Hidden Soul said in confusion. More and more players were coming to register at the Soul Lake's resurrection camp, yet not a single Holy Race player had appeared near the camp thus far. Could they simply be trying to intimidate us, but in reality they don't actually have the strength to deal with us? Ever since the Seven Luminaries Alliance forwarded Zero Wing's rejection, the Sun Dynasty did not make a single response. In fact, according to Zero Wing's investigation, the Sun Dynasty had even reduced its activities at the inner area's front lines. They are merely gathering their strength, Shi Feng said nonchalantly. They are aware that I have killed Chalk Splendor and can summon 6 Tier 6 war goddesses, so they know that if they want to destroy Zero Wing and intimidate the human race, they will need to gather much more strength. Not to mention, the Holy Race has many Tier 5 experts capable of advancing to Tier 6. They simply lack the necessary resources to get promoted. In that case, should we have more of our internal 5th floor experts enter the secret room and advance to Tier 6, Guild Leader? Hidden Soul asked worriedly. The Sun Dynasty undoubtedly had a frightening number of Tier 5 experts capable of advancing to Tier 6. In comparison, although Zero Wing had a medium world fragment, for the sake of secrecy, they only dared to let trustworthy members enjoy the medium world fragment's benefits thus far. As a result, Zero Wing didn't have many experts capable of completing their Tier 6 promotion at a reliable success rate. If this situation persisted, Zero Wing would only become more disadvantaged over time in the World Ark. Shi Feng couldn't help but hesitate. Admittedly, letting more internal members enjoy the medium world fragment's benefits and advance to Tier 6 would increase Zero Wing's overall strength. However, it would also increase the risk of exposing the medium world fragment's existence. After all, most of Zero Wing's internal members in the Crystal City of Secrets weren't based in Star Lake City in the real world. It was unrealistic to think that everyone could keep this matter a secret. Meanwhile, once the medium world fragment's existence was exposed, Zero Wing's opponent would no longer be limited to the Holy Race's Sun Dynasty. Instead, it would have to go up against the various human powers operating in the Eternal Realm. While Shi Feng was hesitating, Gentle Snow suddenly barged into the tent in a hurry.
Guild Leader, I just received an offline message regarding our God's Domain's World Gate.
Excitedly, Gentle Snow said. It has finally appeared in the Starlight Realm, TL notes. Resurrection Camp registration. I believe 100% of the 20 Eternal Silver fee charged goes to Zero Wing, as the Red Dragon Nation and Azure Fang probably want to save their slots for their own members, all eyes. Also, judging by the following, Even if this was only the fee for one registration, each registration should only allow players to be resurrected one time at the camp. Once players have exhausted their resurrection chance, they'll probably have to pay the fee and register again for subsequent resurrections. Chapter 3609, Chapter 683, Returning to God's Domain. Chapter 683, Returning to God's Domain. Has it appeared already? Shi Feng was pleasantly surprised by the news gentle snow brought him. Any God's domain that wished to connect with the greater God's domain would need to do so through a world gate. However, before a God's domain was linked with the greater God's domain, its world gate could not be seen in the greater God's domain. Only when a God's domain was close to being fully connected would its world gate appear in the greater God's domain. Meanwhile, once the world gate revealed itself, it would open at varying times. Depending on the rank of the God's domain in question, it could take as soon as several days to as late as several months for the world gate to open. In addition, unlike the world gate of miniature worlds, the world gate of a God's domain did not have any restrictions. As soon as it opened, Tier 6 players could pass through it immediately. There was no gradual process to speak of. The situation would be completely different from the miniature ancient world, where even now its world gate only allowed Tier 5 players to pass through. For most players, whether living in the greater God's domain or the God's domain that was opening up, the appearance of a world gate could only be considered a pleasant surprise. At best, they would have access to more resources and business opportunities. However, for the current Zero Wing, it was an opportunity to achieve a qualitative transformation. According to the Green God Corporation, our God's domain's world gate appeared in the Starlight Realm roughly 5 hours ago, and it is situated in the northern wasteland that's close to the ancient River Kingdom, Gentle Snow said. The Green God Corporation also states that the world gate will open in 10 days at the latest, and that the powers of 2 realm empires and 6 realm kingdoms have already mobilized their armies to surround the gate. At that time, I'm afraid it is going to be difficult to enter or exit the gate. Aside from the lofty apex and pseudo-apex powers, I doubt anybody can resist the resources and experts of an entire God's domain, Shi Feng said, unsurprised by Gentle Snow's report. I need to make a trip back to our God's domain immediately. I will leave the Feather of Oath with you in the meantime. With it, you should be able to defend the resurrection camp from the Holy Race's various powers without trouble. But if defeat is inevitable, make sure to retreat without hesitation. No need to make meaningless sacrifices. Normally, it should be impossible for players to cross a world gate before it opens. However, Shi Feng was an exception. Previously, he had acquired a gray key in the miniature ancient world that allowed him to freely travel between God's domains. However, there was a precondition for using the gray key. He needed to know the exact location of the God's domain he wished to visit. Originally, he had thought of finding a sealed passage in the miniature ancient world that was connected with his home God's domain. That way, he could use the gray key to travel to the God's domain he had lived in for many years and obtain the Godslayer's legacy. However, his development speed and the opportunities he had encountered far exceeded his imagination. Not only did he get his hands on the primordial abyssal god's legacy, but he had even obtained a primordial chaos body and constructed a superior divine body with it. These opportunities completely eliminated the need for him to acquire the Godslayer's legacy. Hence, he had postponed returning to his home God's domain. But now that the world gate had appeared, it was imperative that he returned before they opened. Zero Wing had annexed many guilds in the miniature ancient world. A few examples were the Star Alliance, 100 Flower Palace, and Mysterious Moon. These first-rate guilds all possessed many Tier 5 and Tier 6 players in their home God's domain. So long as Zero Wing could absorb these experts and bring them to the Eternal Realm, Zero Wing could increase its strength without having to worry about exposing the Medium World fragment's existence. Not to mention, these Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts had been operating on their home God's domain for as long as 10 years now. Even a Tier 3 player could reach level 200 when given such a long time, let alone players of higher tiers. Meanwhile, level 200 was a massive turning point in God's domain. The benefits players could receive from reaching level 200 would be no different than achieving a 1-tier promotion. Under the same tier, a level 200 player fully equipped with epic weapons and equipment could match a level 190 player fully equipped with legendary equipment. And if the opponent was a level 180 player, they would be beaten black and blue, even if they had a legendary weapon. If such a group of high-level Tier 6 players were to appear in the current Eternal Realm, it would absolutely tilt the realm's balance. Leave it to us, Guild Leader. We'll make sure the Resurrection Camp stands strong before you return, Gentle Snow assured as she accepted the Feather of Oath. Unless the Holy Race attacked the Resurrection Camp with 2 or more taboo-level experts, 6 level 180, plus Tier 6 war goddesses should be enough to keep most opponents at bay. Not to mention Shi. Hidden Soul, Fire Dance, and Crimson Heart had already exchanged a gold combat technique suited for themselves from the 7 Luminaries Alliance. With the assistance of eternal god crystals, they should have no trouble mastering their respective gold combat techniques. Most importantly, Shi Feng had already summoned Azure Shadow's group to the Resurrection Camp a few hours ago. In certain aspects, the defenses of the Soul Lake's Resurrection Camp were superior to even the 7 Luminaries Alliance's resurrection camps. All right, I'll leave it to you all. After saying so, Shi Feng activated world-breaking teleportation and left the Eternal Realm without hesitation. Starlight Realm, Northern Wasteland. The Northern Wasteland was a level 180 neutral map. Because it lacked high-level resources, apart from when the occasional world boss respawns, it was rare to see players roaming the map. Currently, though, the Northern Wasteland had become very lively due to the appearance of a new world gate here. Many Tier 5 and Tier 6 players at level 180 and above were gathered around the new world gate, and they were all from the various powers based in the neighboring kingdoms and empires. These powers prohibited any independent players from coming close to the world gate, fully intending to be the first ones to harvest the god's domain tied to the world gate. Sure enough, it is the same as before. Shi Feng grew a little reminiscent when he saw the 1,000,000 or so players gathered around the world gate. When his home god's domain's world gate opened in his previous life, the various native players thought it would spell a massive, fortuitous opportunity for them. However, what ended up welcoming them after they stepped out of the world passage was a siege from the greater god's domain's various powers. Many players died, and even Shi Feng had only managed to escape after exhausting his trump cards. After a moment of observation, Shi Feng made his way to a deserted canyon nearby and retrieved the gray key, which he hadn't used all this time, from his bag. System: a closed god's domain has been detected. Coordinates confirmed. Do you wish to open a portal and enter the closed god's domain? Open it, Shi Feng nodded and chose to open the portal. Immediately, dark gray runes lit up across the gray key. 30 seconds later, a space-time passage opened up. Then, without hesitation, Shi Feng stepped into the portal and disappeared from the canyon. Chapter 3610, Chapter 6884, The Current God's Domain. Chapter 6884, The Current God's Domain. Amidst tall mountains covered by thundering skies, I'm finally back. While quietly taking in his surrounding environment, Shi Feng couldn't help but find both familiar and foreign. In his previous life, he had spent the majority of his time fighting in this god's domain. He had even formed a guild, and made it into the strongest guild in this god's domain. However, none of that had happened in this life, and the god's domain he was currently standing in was very different from the one in his previous life. System: Ruined mountain range detected. System: communication with players outside the ruined mountain range has temporarily been disabled. The ruined mountain range. Upon receiving the system notifications, Shi Feng couldn't help but look up at the thundering gray skies, feeling a little stressed. The ruined mountain range was labeled as a forbidden land in his home god's domain. It was a place where even Tier 6 players were not free from danger. The ruined mountain range was split into 4 areas: outer, inner, central, and core. The deeper one traveled, the greater the danger one would face. Even in his previous life, Shi Feng had never set foot into the ruined mountain range's core area, and he could just barely operate in the central area currently. Although he was only standing in the ruined mountain range's inner area, there was still a real chance of him dying if he wasn't careful. Immediately, Shi Feng searched for a path that led to the outer area and hastily left the inner area. There were 3 major threats in the ruined mountain range. The first major threat was the lightning strikes that grew stronger as one traveled deeper into the mountain range. In the inner area, any random lightning strike could easily kill the average Tier 6 player. If struck by multiple lightning strikes simultaneously, even ancient gods could be killed. This made it so that even Tier 6 players would not dare to fly and could only walk on the ground. The second major threat was the powerful, mysterious energy that corrodes players' bodies. Likewise, this energy grew stronger the deeper one traveled. Meanwhile, once a player was fully corroded, they would be forcibly logged out of the game, and their in-game character would die on the spot. The third major threat was the ruined mountain ranges monsters. Unlike most monsters in God's domain, the ruined mountain ranges monsters could grow as they fought against players. However, their growth wasn't just limited to levels and intelligence. As they fought against players, they would also learn the various techniques and tactics applied by players. On top of that, they also knew how to flee when outmatched. Due to these traits, the ruined mountain ranges monsters would continuously grow stronger over time. As a result, when exploring the ruined mountain range, many Tier 5 players would find themselves incapable of soloing even Tier 4 mythic monsters of the same level, while Tier 6 players could just barely suppress a Tier 5 legendary monster by themselves. In Shi Feng's previous life, many experts kept exploring the ruined mountain range in large teams, and their actions led to the monster's inside growing to a frightening degree. At that time, if a Tier 6 expert entered the ruined mountain range without a team and encountered a Tier 6 divine monster, their death would be practically guaranteed. Multiple Tier 6 experts needed to move together to stand a chance at surviving. So one could simply imagine how frightening those monsters were. Although Shi Feng didn't know to what extent the various powers experts had trained the ruined mountain ranges monsters in this life, based on his experience, those monsters should have already grasped bronze combat techniques and mana techniques at the very least. They should have also grasped many combination techniques with his current strength. Shi Feng was confident he could kill lone divine monsters by himself. However, if he got caught up in a fight against multiple divine monsters or one divine monster and numerous legendary monsters, they could easily occupy him until he died from mysterious energy corrosion, as his primary goal in returning to his home, God's domain, was to absorb the various first-rate guilds experts into Zero Wing and send them to the Eternal Realm. He naturally couldn't afford to waste time in the ruined mountain range. Ruined mountain range, inner area. After sprinting for 3 hours, Shi Feng arrived at a canyon shrouded in thorny vines. Then he entered a cave connecting the ruined mountain range's inner and outer areas. When Shi Feng entered the cave and arrived at the cavern inside, he couldn't help but be surprised by the scene he saw. Currently, inside the spacious cave the size of a sports stadium, tens of thousands of players were gathered. The weakest among these players were at level 190. Tier 4, while the stronger ones were level 190 plus, Tier 5 experts. Most of these players stood in groups of several dozen, while the rest were players hawking wares in the cavern, selling level 200 epic weapons and equipment for cheap. Whisper me if you're interested. Selling Tier 5 random teleportation scrolls. They can save your life at critical moments. Only 3 left. First come, first served. Buying Grand Master rank food in bulk. Can pay with 7 luminaries crystals. Over 100 players were hawking wares at the cavern's entrance. The cavern looked so lively that Shi Feng felt he was standing in a town's marketplace rather than an incredibly dangerous forbidden land. In addition, all of the items being traded here were normally very hard to come by in God's domain. What is going on here? Shi Feng couldn't help but doubt his eyes as he looked at the crowded and lively cavern. The ruined mountain range was a forbidden land for humans. Many expert players might come here to explore, but due to the ruined mountain range's hostile environment, players could not truly rest here. Hence, there should not exist any gathering place for players in the ruined mountain range. Instead, Teams that explored the ruined mountain range would usually find a safe location to use as a temporary shelter. However, the cavern before him was akin to a market. The liveliness here was comparable to the average NPC town in the outside world. This was a situation he had never heard of in his previous life. While Shi Feng was feeling confused, some players started to loudly recruit members for teams in the middle of the cavern, recruiting 10 level 200+, Tier 4 experts and above for a direct trip to the central area. We have 3 level 200+, Tier 5 professional league experts leading the team. Recruiting for a temporary team to the central area. We have a Tier 6 expert leading, accepting only level 190, Tier 4 players and above. Those interested only need to pay 20 units of 7 luminaries crystal per person. We have 35 spots remaining. The dozen or so recruiters were all recruiting for teams headed toward the ruined mountain range's central area. Some players were recruiting members to make money, while some were recruiting for capable allies. Their actions made it seem like the ruined mountain range's inner area was a team dungeon. The team with the Tier 6 player, in particular, had over 100 players applying to join almost instantly. This scene dumbfounded Shi Feng. He never thought the ruined mountain range's central area would be so popular, so much so that even Tier 4 players would pay 7 luminaries crystals to go there. Amidst Shi Feng's daze, a level 194, Tier 5 Grand Wizard wielding a fiery staff suddenly approached him. The other party was a petite girl, and a hint of anxiety and expectation colored her widened eyes as she looked at Shi Feng. "Big brother, are you looking to escort people?" Chapter 3611, Chapter 685, Godslayer's Treasury. Chapter 685, Godslayer's Treasury. Escort people? A hint of surprise flashed across Shi Feng's eyes as he looked at the petite girl before him. He wasn't hiding his basic information right now, so any player could inspect him and learn that he was a sword god. The petite girl similarly did not hide her information. The girl was named Fiery Heart, and she looked no older than 18. Yet, she was already a level 194 Tier 5 Grand Wizard and had multiple pieces of fragmented legendary equipped. The fiery staff she wielded was even a top-tier fragmented legendary weapon, though what caught Shi Feng's attention the most was Fiery Heart's guild emblem. It was a guild emblem with the image of a dragon and a phoenix, and the guild it belonged to was none other than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a super first-rate guild in this god's domain. Normally, guilds of such caliber would have teams accompanying their young experts into dangerous places. They wouldn't let their young talents team up with strangers, much less allow them to visit the ruined mountain range's central area. After all, that was a place where even Tier 5 players had less than a 10% chance of surviving. Moreover, should they die in the central area, there was a small chance they could suffer a permanent death. Not to mention, judging by Fiery Heart's age and tier, she was no doubt one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's core members. There only existed a small number of Tier 6 experts in this god's domain. A superpower would be fortunate to have 4 or 5 Tier 6 experts. So, Tier 5 experts remained the main combat power of the various powers, and the loss of even one Tier 5 expert would be significant. This was something Fiery Heart should understand. Yet, Fiery Heart had not only appeared in the ruined mountain range, but she was even asking Shi Feng, a stranger, to escort her to the central area. This situation confused Shi Feng greatly. While the monsters in the ruined mountain range's central area might have good loot, the dangers that came with exploring the central area simply weren't worth it for Tier 5 experts. Rather than take such a risk, it would be better if Fiery Heart explored the inner and outer areas. "If you are willing to escort me and my team, we will compensate you adequately, big brother," Fiery Heart hurriedly said when she saw that Shi Feng didn't seem willing to entertain her offer. "Our team has 45 members and will pay 25 units of 7 luminaries crystal for each member. Even if some of us accidentally die midway, we will still pay 15 units per person. That is quite a generous offer." Shi Feng nodded. Then, out of curiosity, he asked, "But can you tell me why you want to head to the central area, young lady?" 7 luminaries crystals were regarded as a hard currency everywhere. Many transactions involving fragmented legendary items and above were usually conducted using 7 luminaries crystals. It was especially so in this god's domain, where 7 luminaries crystals remained the biggest hurdle for most Tier 5 players in advancing to Tier 6. Meanwhile, Fiery Heart's offer to pay 1,125 units of 7 luminaries crystal just to escort 45 players to the ruined mountain range's central area was a lucrative offer even Tier 6 players would find hard to resist. Not to mention, she was even offering to pay 15 units for those who died midway. However, rather than the payment, Shi Feng was more interested in finding out why so many players were trying to get to the central area. Do you not know? Fiery Heart couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in shock. She didn't think there would be someone who still didn't know about the matter regarding the ruined mountain range's central area. Don't be surprised. Regarding Fiery Heart's question, Shi Feng had long come up with an excuse, so he calmly said, "I fell into a miniature world some time ago, and it took me a while to come back." "So, that's why you didn't seem interested for a second there. I thought you only planned to escort friends and allies." Realization dawned on Fiery Heart. Then she explained, "Well, the matter regarding the central area isn't much of a secret. A few days ago, an ancient ruin called the Ruined Temple appeared in the central area. So many people are going there to explore it, hoping to reap a big harvest." Fiery Heart did not doubt Shi Feng's reasoning. After all, many players would abruptly disappear from time to time in God's domain, and most of these disappearances were due to players entering various miniature worlds. It was also very common for players to be trapped in these miniature worlds for months and even years. The Ruined Temple. Shi Feng fell into a daze when he heard this name. In his previous life, the Ruined Temple had caused a huge wave in both his home God's domain and the greater God's domain. This was because the Ruined Temple wasn't just your average ancient ruin. Instead, it was a treasury left behind by the Godslayer. To the players of his home God's domain, the Godslayer was inconspicuous. This was because the Godslayer only created a few achievements in this God's domain. The ancient gods slain by the Godslayer were also rather average. However, it was a different story in the greater God's domain. According to the greater God's domain's historical records, the Godslayer was responsible for the death of the last ancient demon god, an existence rivaling primordial gods. Meanwhile, it goes without saying that the treasury left behind by such a frightening existence would be a great temptation to the greater God's domain's various powers. However, the timing of the Ruined Temple's appearance in this timeline was different. In his previous life, the Ruined Temple only appeared 1 year after the World Gate fully opened. Of course, following its appearance, many players flooded the ruined mountain range's central area, all of them hoping to obtain the Godslayer's legacy and become an existence capable of rivaling primordial gods. "There are many treasures in the Ruined Temple, Big Brother," Fiery Heart continued when she noticed the look of interest on Shi Feng's face. "From what I heard, several temporary teams have already found loose pieces of fragmented legendary equipment sets there. With Big Brother's tier, as long as you go there, the various powers' main forces will definitely try to recruit you. Even if you gain nothing from the Ruined Temple, the pay you can get from those powers should still be worth your time." "All right, I'll take you all there," Shi Feng answered after giving the matter some thought. "Have your team get ready. We'll set out right away." The Ruined Temple was an opportunity he could not miss. It was especially so since its exploration reward could only be claimed once. In his previous life, because he was stuck dealing with enemies in the greater God's domain, he never got the opportunity to explore the Ruined Temple himself. Now that the Ruined Temple had appeared, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Moreover, going by Fiery Heart's words, this god's domain's various powers had gathered in the ruined mountain range's central area because of the Ruined Temple's appearance. With 100 Flower Palace and the others being first-rate guilds, they had most likely sent their main forces to explore the ancient ruin. This would make it much easier for him to gather them all together. Meanwhile, after hearing Shi Feng's reply, Fiery Heart quickly left to inform her resting teammates. "Are you sure that uncle is reliable, Heart?" A young man named Crying Blade asked. He was a level 200 Tier 5 berserker. and he couldn't help but grow a little worried as he looked at the person Fiery Heart had found to escort them. Setting aside the fact that I've never even heard of him, his level is just 178. At such a low level, I highly doubt he can escort all of us safely to the ruined temple. Why don't we wait a little longer and find a higher-leveled Tier 6 expert? The other members of the team nodded in agreement. A player's level was just as important as their tier. The ruined mountain range's central area was filled with level 200 monsters. A level 178 Tier 6 player would have their strength greatly restricted there. A moment after Crying Blade finished speaking, several players entered the cavern from the outer area. Walking in the lead was a woman with shoulder-length crimson hair, and she was a level 202, Tier 6 sword god, carrying 2 longswords on her back. Oh my god, look, it's Crimson Mist, the Eternal Glory Adventurer team's newly promoted sword god. TL notes. A. Eternal Glory Adventurer Team Phi. This is the adventurer team that Ji Luorong, Phoenix Rain's little sister, belongs to in this timeline. However, the timing of the ruined temple's appearance in this timeline was different. In his previous life, the ruined temple only appeared 1 year after the World Gate fully opened. Going by these 2 sentences, my theory is that Shi Feng's God's Domain fully connected with the greater God's Domain at the same time as it did in this timeline. In other words, it should have only become fully connected roughly 10-11 years after launch.